slay you. Welcome to Good Day Chicago, everybody. I'm Roseanne Tejas.
And I'm Terrence Lee. Merry Christmas Eve to you all. Mike, let's get a check of that forecast. How are we looking out there today?
Mild so far. The normal high this time of year is 34, 40 already at Midway. Joliet, Gary, Valparaiso, you're close to 40. A little bit colder far north. Waukegan with a 32, but temperatures now already warmer than they were yesterday at this time by 10 degrees, in fact, at Kankakee, 5 degrees warmer at O'Hare. There is some fog, some of it fairly thick, especially right now southwest of Chicago. Aurora, which is Sugar Grove, and also Morris Coal City under 1 mile visibility. O'Hare and Midway both in that 2 to 3 mile range, so a little bit on the murky side today, and I think it will stay that way. Don't expect much sunshine today, but despite that, highs headed into the 50s. Terrence, Roseanne?
Thank you, Mike. Oak Brook Center is expected to be open today just a few hours after 4 people were hurt in a gunfight there. Late last night, police released this image of the 2 people they say were involved in the shooting. Take a good look. They're still looking for the man in the blue coat. Police say the 2 men began shooting around 5:45 near the Ann Taylor store after getting into a confrontation with somebody else. As you would imagine, the mall was crowded, filled with Christmas shoppers, and 3 bystanders were wounded. Here's what we know about those victims. 3 women in all were hit by bullets. Another woman broke her ankle just trying to escape the chaos. The women who were shot at are expected to recover. Stores were put on lockdown, and shoppers were not allowed to leave for hours. Police say they don't yet know what led to the shooting.
We don't know at this point. It is, and this is strictly speculation, and it's generally if somebody was coming to the mall or what we have seen in the past on prior incidents, if the intent was to commit a crime at the mall, generally they would travel here with a stolen vehicle. So the fact that the vehicle was registered to one of the people would lead me to believe, at least, or making the assumption that this may have been just by chance, a by chance meeting, or not something that was pre-planned.
Police say they recovered 2 guns from the man they were able to take into custody. They say he was shot 4 times and underwent surgery last night.
The shooting caused shoppers to flee in terror last night. One of them happened to be the mayor of Burr Ridge. Gary Grasso was at the Apple store when this started. He spoke to us by phone last night, had a lot of praise for how Apple workers quickly got shoppers to safety.
I was buying a new phone, but here was my daughter, Emily. All of a sudden, there was shouting outside, and we could see, through the big glass windows, people running furiously in one direction away from the Nordstrom area. And the Apple staff, kudos. Management went right out, locked the doors. There was no panic at all. I'm sitting here right now with one of them, Rob, and he and Becca made sure that we were all safe, and we were escorted slowly and properly down to a secure spot in the basement. I've learned since that they are trained for this. It's a shame that they have to train for something like this, but their training paid off. While we're a little uncomfortable and hot and we could use a little water now and then, we have bathroom facilities, and we're okay. And that's the important thing, is we're all safe here. And this unfortunately is the America we're living in today, even at Christmas time.
Police cleared the mall around midnight. Joni is headed to Oak Brook this morning to bring us the latest in live reports throughout the morning. 5:05 right now. Cook County will join Chicago in requiring proof of vaccination for some indoor events. Starting January 3rd, you'll need to show your vaccination card to eat inside at restaurants, work out at gyms, or see a movie in the county. The rule will apply to anyone 5 and up. Cook County's mandate will start the same day Chicago's does. Cook County's decision comes as the state set another record for new daily coronavirus cases. There were almost 19,000 cases reported Thursday. That broke the record set a day before. CDC says most new infections are being driven by the Omicron variant. It's been responsible for 73% of cases in the last week. Illinois says there are more than 4,200 people in the hospital, which is the most in more than a year.
Now, because of the new surge in cases, the CDC is easing rules for healthcare workers, cutting the quarantine time. They're cutting it from 7, or I should say down to 7, if they don't show any symptoms. It had been 10 days. The CDC is worried that there could be staffing shortages if healthcare workers start testing positive and have to be out of work at the same time. State Senator Kim Lightford now says her husband shot at the men who carjacked them earlier this week. She and her husband were carjacked Tuesday night in Broadview. She says after she gave the keys and property and her SUV to the suspects, they started to leave and her husband fired at them. He has a valid concealed carry permit, but the carjackers are still on the loose.
Former Minnesota police officer Kim Potter is set to be sentenced in February. She was convicted of manslaughter, the death of Dante Wright. Paul Bloom has more on the jury's decision.
Members of the jury, is this your true and correct verdict? So say you one, and so say you all.
And with that, a seemingly resigned Kim Potter found guilty of manslaughter in the deadly traffic stop shooting of Dante Wright. Interestingly, jurors agreed on the lower count Tuesday morning. They would need 4 days of deliberations to find consensus on the charge of first degree involving recklessness. Potter, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, maintaining all along that it was a mistake, that she meant to deploy her taser, not her firearm. I'm so sorry. Potter's single shot tearing through the heart of the unarmed 20-year-old. Her defense had also argued under the circumstances with a non-compliant Wright apparently attempting to flee arrest, Potter was authorized in that moment to use deadly force. Clearly, the jury did not buy it, and neither did the state's attorney general.
I wish nothing but the best for her and her family. But the truth is, she will be able to correspond with them and visit with them no matter what happens. But the Wrights won't be able to talk to Dante.
She's not going to run. She obviously is not going to commit any more crimes. She's been convicted of an accident. She's been convicted of being reckless.
Despite defense arguments immediately following the verdict, Judge Chu revoked Potter's bail and immediately ordered her into custody.
Love you, Kim.
As she was handcuffed and led away, Potter and her husband exchanged love yous. Potter then transported to the state's women's prison in Shakopee, where she was booked and processed, a smile on her face.
Police in Los Angeles are under investigation this morning for killing a 14-year-old girl in a clothing store. That girl was in a dressing room at a Burlington store in North Hollywood when she was shot. Police were shooting at somebody else who was a suspect at an assault, but one of the bullets went through a wall, killing the girl.
A subsequent search of the upper floor, we found a hole in the wall, and behind the drywall, solid wall that you can't see behind, we went behind it. It turned out to be the dressing room of there, and what we did is we were able to locate a 14-year-old female who was found deceased in that dressing room.
The suspect was also killed by police. Police say they don't know whether the girl was in the dressing room before the shooting or ran there to hide. Well, it's just about the last thing you want to hear if you're flying today. Chicago's United Airlines is canceling dozens of flights because of staffing shortages. Delta also canceling flights. The airlines say they're being hit hard by the Omicron variant. At least 120 United flights for today have been canceled. Delta is up to 90. The day's most important flight is not being canceled. Santa is on his way.
NORAD is tracking him as we speak. He's left North Pole headquarters to start his journey on the other side of the world. NORAD has been watching him and the reindeer for 66 years now. A little backstory for you here. In 1955, Sears printed a number it said was to call Santa, but it was the wrong number, and it went to the military unit that preceded NORAD. An Air Force colonel answered, and when he realized what was happening, he played along and ordered other officers to do so too. And coming up later on Good Day Chicago, we'll be talking with the Major General about the operation, how to keep Santa safe and keep an eye on him. We'll be doing that later on, Mike.
I will look forward to that.
I hope he dressed in layers this year, because he's going to need to lose some layers.
He's got some built-in installation.
Well, yeah, he's coming from cold, but he's going to be arriving with temperatures close to 50 degrees tonight at New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve in Chicago. We have a high of 54 on the way today, 48 tomorrow. But around midnight, it may be close to 50 degrees. Precipitation-wise, a couple sprinkles, a little bit of drizzle during daylight hours today. Some rain tonight into early tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow afternoon, afternoon, I think we'll have some sunshine. And on Sunday, most of the day will be dry with a high of 45 degrees, but we get some more rain coming in here at night. Currently, looks like Waukegan's a cold spot with a 32. Rockford, 38 degrees. It's 40 at Joliet, already 41 degrees at Midway, 39 at Gary. Already, most of these numbers well above the normal high this time of year. There is some fog out there, and in fact, the visibility is now dropped to less than a mile at Midway. We'll see if that impacts any of the flight operations there. O'Hare not as bad with 3-mile visibility, but you see some of these sub 1 mile numbers popping up here and there. That will continue through daybreak. A lot of cloud cover in addition to the low fog out there. A fast-moving disturbance is going to race out of the southwest and bring a little bit of actual rain in here tonight into tomorrow morning. The stuff that may fall during daylight hours today shouldn't amount to much more than some drizzle. Looks a lot more impressive on our future radar here. I think if there's bona fide shower activity, it'll be at night. But there you see things ramping up a little bit just in time for Santa's arrival in our area. This will continue into the morning hours. This is 7:30, and you see those scattered showers, but they move out of here. So late morning and early afternoon tomorrow, I think we'll have some Christmas sunshine on the way. Terrence, Roseanne?
Mike, thank you. 512, flying the USS Enterprise is one thing, driving a car is another. What happened to William Shatner this week?
And that was the top headlines from Chicago. Fox 32 as they're covering that mall shooting that happened last night. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Beautiful shot there in Maryland. And we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, our first break here of the hour. We appreciate everyone joining us here. National Harbor there in Maryland with a great shot there of the Ferris wheel. 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, showing you a great look right there of New Orleans, all lit up there for Christmas. Merry Christmas Eve to everyone that's watching right here on Live Now from Fox. Next, we're going to show you the U.S. Surgeon General talking about booster shots in America.
Information and access line, or DIAL, and expanded the Elder Care Locator national line to help connect people with local resources provided by our networks to assist with vaccine access. You all have been innovative, creative, and forged new partnerships with local and state public health officials, other local disability and aging organizations, and among yourselves. And just one example of partnerships, just yesterday, Advancing States, U.S. Aging, Meals on Wheels America, the National Association of Nutrition and Aging Services Programs, and the National Council on Aging teamed up to issue a statement encouraging people to get vaccinated and boosted. And because of your tireless work, virtually all older adults and most people with disabilities have received at least a first dose. I can't thank you enough for the work that you've already done to reach the unvaccinated. It's been truly life-saving. But now we have a new challenge, and I know we're ready for it, and we're going to hear about it in a moment from the Surgeon General on the latest about vaccines and why boosters are so important now to protect ourselves as we head into this winter. As you'll hear, we need a full court press to make sure everyone who's not yet vaccinated gets vaccinated, and that everyone who has been vaccinated gets a booster as soon as they're eligible. That's why we're here today, to recommit ourselves to making sure we are working together to do everything possible to prevent hospitalizations and deaths by helping the people we serve get booster shots. At ACL, we're committed to do everything we can to support this important work. For our grantees, later this week, we'll be sending you a letter highlighting the funding and flexibilities for vaccine and booster activities, and sharing a new booster flyer that anyone can use or even co-brand to get out the word. We are also working on a new collection of promising practices and strategies from across the network on boosters that will also get to you this week. And we'll continue adding vaccine and booster resources to ACL's website at acl.gov/COVID-19. Finally, for anyone who's on today's call and needs assistance in getting vaccinated or a booster, you can contact the Dial line at 888-677-1199 or the Elder Care Locator at 1-800-677-1116. I am so honored now to welcome Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. I'll be asking him a number of questions that we already received, and then we'll invite audience questions. So please, as you hear him speak, please put questions in the chat. Dr. Murthy, as many of you know, is serving his second tour as U.S. Surgeon General, having served in the same role in the Obama administration from 2014 to 2017. During this public health emergency, we are so lucky to have a Surgeon General with his expertise, passion, and compassion. And he's here today because he knows how important all of you are to the health of the nation, and that without you, we cannot meet our shared goal of reaching the communities that have been most impacted by the pandemic. Surgeon General, welcome, and thank you for joining me today. I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Allison. I'm so glad that we have this time together. And first, I just want to thank you so much, Allison, for your leadership of ACL and for looking out for people and communities all across our country, especially now after 2 years in this pandemic, when many people have had even more struggles than they may have normally had in this ever-changing environment. The work you do is so incredibly important. So thank you for your leadership and service. And I just want to say also to everyone who's tuning in today, thank you for being here. I know that there's some questions we're going to go through about COVID more broadly, about Omicron specifically, about vaccines, boosters, and I'm happy to talk through any and all of those questions. But I do want to say one thing up front, which is that I just want to acknowledge that this has been a challenging 2 years for so many people. And I know that some of us have lost loved ones to this virus. Some of us have had our lives turned upside down. We may have kids or grandkids, who've had their school interrupted during the early months of the pandemic. In some way or another, like many of us have seen our lives change in some way. And that can be exhausting. It can be tiring. It can be scary at times. So I just want people to know if you're feeling any or all of those feelings, please know that you're not alone. Please know there's something wrong with you. This is a very normal response to a very difficult situation that we've all gone through this past couple of years. One thing that has become very clear to me, though, is that if we are going to get through not just this moment, but whatever may come in the future, we have to find ways to stick together and support one another, whether that's we strengthening our bonds with family and friends, whether it's looking out for the people who live around us in our neighborhood. We only get through these pandemics together, and it's when we're splintered, when we fall, sort of separate, when we become isolated from one another, that's actually when these pandemics become exponentially harder to manage. So there has been a lot of progress made in the last 2 years. I know it may not always feel like that, but we've learned so much more about how to protect ourselves, how to protect each other, how to gather with loved ones safely, even in the midst of a pandemic, how to get our kids back in school. And now more than 95% of our kids are back in school full time, which is great. So we've learned a lot, but we still have a little bit of a ways to go. And as Allison mentioned, one of the mainstays, one of the backbones of our recovery, if you will, or getting through this pandemic is going to be making sure that we are protected from this virus. And that's where the vaccine and the boosters really come in. So with that, let me turn it back to Allison to take us through some of our questions, and I'll look forward to the conversation.
Great. Let's start with the question about why are boosters so important, and what do older adults and people with disabilities really need to know?
Well, so I'm glad we're talking about this, because it's first important to know that boosters are not an unusual thing as far as vaccines are concerned. There are many vaccines that require boosters. If you've ever gotten a tetanus shot, every few years, that's a booster shot that you've gotten. It's also true that many vaccines require multiple doses. Take, for example, the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, which is something that kids get. And I have small kids, and so these vaccines are fresh in my head, and they may be for you if you've got small kids or small grandkids. But this is a vaccine that requires multiple doses, and then once you get multiple doses, you're good for a while. And so the truth is that the concept of getting an additional dose is not unusual. Here's why we started recommending it. Because we noticed in the data that the vaccines were giving people really good protection, especially keeping them out of the hospital, saving their lives. But we were noticing that some of the protection against mild and moderate infections was starting to decline over time. And so that's why we thought that the booster would be helpful. Now, it turns out that the real world experience with giving a booster has proved exactly that point, that when you do get a booster, you increase your protection against mild infections, moderate infections, and even likely bump it up against a severe infection as well. And so it just helps augment the protection you get. Here's one way to think about it. If the antibodies and T cells and memory B cells that you have in your body are like the army that you build up against an invader, the boost helps you make that army even bigger. And so you're ready to take on that invader when it comes, like, for example, like the coronavirus. And lastly, I'll just say why this is so important with Omicron. Because to use that analogy of the army, Omicron is a bit of a different beast, if you will. And it's a variant of COVID-19 that, at least preliminarily, it seems like it requires even more of sort of an immune response to protect us against that variant, because it may be more transmissible, it may evade some of our immune response, which is why having that bigger army is so helpful. And we're starting to see in early studies from Pfizer, from other countries, that people who get the booster do in fact seem to do better in terms of their protection against the Omicron variant. So bottom line is getting boosted is more important now than ever because of Omicron. It was important with Delta, it's even more important with Omicron. And that's why if you are 6 months out from your Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, from your second shot of Pfizer or Moderna, you are eligible to get boosted. And I would encourage you to go to vaccines.gov, to go to any of the thousands of pharmacies that are around, the family clinics, doctors' offices, and get that boost. And if you are more than 2 months out from your shot of Johnson & Johnson, you are also eligible to get a boost. And I would encourage you to do that as soon as possible.
Great, and thank you so much for highlighting. I know we have heard from people who are confused because eligibility has changed over time. But just to reemphasize, you said anyone who is 16 and up, who is more than 6 months past their Pfizer or Moderna second shot, or 2 months past their Johnson & Johnson shot is eligible. Is that right?
That's exactly right. Yeah. And that's for everyone 16 and up. It is likely in the months ahead that we will have booster recommendations for people who are under 16, for the adolescents 12 to 15. But for now, it's the 16 and up folks who are eligible to get the booster.
Great. So for the next question we got, can you talk about whether you can mix and match the booster, the type of shot you got, depending on your initial?
So you can mix and match your boosters. And this isn't to say that you have to, but if, for example, if you got Pfizer, for example, and you did well with the first 2 shots, then it would make sense to go ahead and get your third shot of Pfizer. That's actually what I did. I got 2 shots of Pfizer to begin with, and then I got my booster, as my dose of Pfizer as well. But if, let's say that you go to to a pharmacy, you walk in and they only have Moderna and they don't have Pfizer, and you got Pfizer originally and you really want to get boosted, it's perfectly fine for you to get that dose of Moderna, and vice versa is true. Now, if you got Johnson & Johnson, you've got good options for you as well. The data shows that if you get a second dose of Johnson & Johnson as your booster, that does improve your protection. It also shows that if you get a dose of the mRNA vaccine, that's the Pfizer Moderna vaccine, that really boosts your protection to very high levels. So the bottom line is you can mix and match. You've got options. The important thing is to get boosted soon, because again, with winter coming, we've seen cases of the Delta variant rising, but we also know that Omicron is spreading quickly across the world. So that booster is protection that all of us need now more than ever. Oh, you're muted, Alex.
Another question that we have gotten is whether you can get your COVID booster with other vaccines like the flu.
I'm really glad you asked. The answer is yes. And in fact, I strongly encourage you to go out and get the flu shot and get it at the same time, in fact, so to make it easier for you and to have less of a time delay. Because, look, last year we got lucky with flu, with very little flu around, in part because we were taking all of these precautions to prevent ourselves from getting COVID, which it turns out work also for preventing people from getting the flu. But we've seen cases of flu tick up this year, and that's not unexpected. It happens most winters. So getting protection against COVID and the flu is important. You can get both at the same time. I'll tell you, when my son got vaccinated a few weeks ago, we gave him his flu shot and his COVID shot at the same time. So kids can get vaccinated with flu shot at the same time, and adults can as well.
So another question, and of course in the disability community, we may have a lot of people who are immunocompromised. Can you explain what the difference between the recommendation for a third dose for some people is and boosters, and whether people who are recommended for a third dose should also get a booster?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked. There are a number of people, who might be older adults, might be younger adults even, who may be immunocompromised. They may be on, for example, treatment for cancer, or they may, have gotten a transplant and be on medications that suppress your immune system. They may be on high doses of steroids for a prolonged period of time. There are a number of medical conditions where your immune system may be compromised. And in that circumstance, the CDC has made recommendations that are slightly different from people who may have a traditional immune system, if you will. And what they've recommended, for example, with the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines is you can get your first 2 doses as you would, the first dose, and then the second dose 3 or 4 weeks later, depending on which vaccine you get. But then they're recommending that you get a third dose 28 days after that second dose. And on top of that, though, you are still eligible for a booster. And that's the important thing to know. So effectively what they're doing is recommending an extra shot for those who are immunocompromised, but you still also should get a booster 6 months after that third dose, if you will. So I know that can be confusing, but just remember, for the immunocompromised, and then it's an extra shot that's being recommended for you. And if you have questions about this, it's certainly important that you raise them with your doctor, so you can talk about your specific situation and the timing of when you get your booster. But this is also a time I should just say that it's just important to be vigilant now. We've got to be double down on the precautions that we've learned. We know that people who are immunocompromised, that's a large group of people, right? And there's different degrees of being immunocompromised. And some may respond to those 4 doses that I just spoke of the vaccine, and others may have less of a response. So we don't always know how each person is going to react based on what their immune system is like in terms of their immunocompromised status. And so that's why, in addition to getting the shots, this is a moment where we're still understanding more about Omicron, where it makes sense to be cautious. And what does that mean? It means making sure you're wearing that mask when you're in public indoor spaces. It means making sure that you're using good hand hygiene. It means if you're going to gather with family, and if you have the option to use testing as just an additional layer of precaution, for example, testing folks before they actually gather in the same place, that you do that as well. These are all steps that we've learned over the last 2 years that work to help reduce our risk of getting sick.
And what if someone has had a breakthrough case of COVID after being vaccinated? How long should you wait before getting a booster shot?
Yeah, great question. Well, if you have a breakthrough case, which means you get COVID despite being vaccinated, a couple of things to know about that. Number one, those are uncommon in the sense that like it's more likely the case that you won't have a breakthrough infection, at least with the Delta variant that we were seeing. We're still again learning more about Omicron and its protection. But even in the cases where people did get a breakthrough infection, those infections much more often than not tend to be mild infections. So again, if you get vaccinated, you're less likely to get sick. And if you do get sick, you're more likely to have a mild infection versus a severe infection. So those are the benefits of getting vaccinated. I mentioned that specifically because sometimes people hear of people who got vaccinated and got sick and they think, oh gosh, the vaccines don't work. And that's not true for two reasons. One is because that's a much smaller number of people who got sick after getting vaccinated than people who are unvaccinated who get sick in much larger numbers. But also the severity of the infection is really knocked down if you get vaccinated. But if that does happen to you and you just need to wait 10 days, until, give yourself 10 days after your test is positive and make sure that your symptoms resolve. And then you can actually go out and get boosted at some point, anytime after that.
Let me ask one last question and then we will open it up. I see there's a bunch of questions in the chat. But in addition to getting vaccinated and boosted, is there anything else people can do to boost their immunity?
Well, in addition to getting vaccinated and boosted, we know that just over the years that there are certain things that can help boost your immune system. Getting good sleep, for example, is one example of it, which is why when we're run down and running for too many days and too little sleep, people often find that they're more susceptible to colds, for example. So making sure that you're getting good sleep, making sure that you're, eating well, keeping up your nutrition, making sure that you're exercising to keep your body, strong and to improve your stamina. These are all just general principles of good health that it turns out help, boost our immune system and make sure that we're well overall. But really with COVID-19, the most critical piece of this is making sure we get vaccinated, get boosted. That is time and time again shown us that it's our safest and surest path to reduce our risk, especially of severe disease, hospitalization and death.
Great. Well, why don't we turn it to Joshua to ask some questions from the chat.
Hey, everyone, thank you for putting your questions in the chat. Our first one comes from someone who asked, is it safe to see family during the holidays, even if they haven't received their booster yet?
Well, great question, Josh. Thanks for surfacing that. So here's what I would say. If you want to get together with family, there are ways to do it and you can reduce your risk at the same time. I'll give you an example with my family. We got together with family over Thanksgiving, something we didn't do actually in 2020. So this was an example of how life has actually changed for the better. But what we did is we made sure that everyone was vaccinated, that they were boosted, and we tested people with a rapid test when they walked in the door just to make sure everyone was negative. And then we felt comfortable with folks being together. If you're getting together with people who are vaccinated but not boosted, and if they're more than 6 months, out of their, past their second shot, then there is a somewhat increased risk that they could have potentially a breakthrough infection, especially with the amount of virus that's circulating in the community right now. And in that setting, if you were getting together with somebody who was not boosted or who was unvaccinated, and make sure that you have a well-fitted, high-quality mask that you're wearing, and that everyone should ideally wear one when you're in that indoor setting. And if you can use testing, also that's a place where testing would be particularly helpful. To help reduce the risk that somebody was walking in with an infection. And certainly, finally, just make sure that everybody knows that if they have any symptoms that could be concerning for COVID, that they let the others know and that they not attend the gathering, because that could put everyone at risk. And those symptoms are similar to the symptoms you may have with a cold or a flu, runny nose, it could be fever. With COVID, you also have, as many of you know, symptoms where people lose the sense of taste and smell, which is somewhat unique to COVID-19. Anyway, any or all of these symptoms would be reasons to ask somebody to hold off on joining because they may be putting others at risk.
Thomas asked, is there any recommended messaging that you have for people who are still reluctant to get the COVID vaccine, particularly for those in the senior population who are reluctant?
Well, that's a really important question because there are still about 50 million people in our country who are not vaccinated. And then there are millions more who are vaccinated but not yet boosted. And so the best way that we have of making sure that people get protection is by family members talking to family members, friends talking to friends, and encouraging them to do that. I'll just give you a simple example, something I did last night. I have a text thread with a bunch of close family friends that I grew up with. It's about 15, 20 of us, and our spouses. And I sent a message to everybody yesterday, especially as the holidays are coming closer and folks are thinking of gathering, just saying, hey, I want to make sure that everyone's gotten their booster shot. And it turns out a few people hadn't, but that reminder, got them to go online, make an appointment, and now they're going to get their booster shot. So this is just a small example of what's happening all over the country, where friends and family are stepping up and reminding each other. Here are a couple of things that I would just keep in mind when you have that conversation. It might be a conversation with somebody just needs that reminder, that nudge, to say, hey, go out and get that booster shot, or go out and get that vaccine. Maybe they're already on board, they just haven't gotten around to it. But there may be a circumstance where they may have doubts about the vaccine. We know that there are a lot of rumors circulating, a lot of myths, if you will, about the vaccine. And these include the myths that say, hey, the vaccine causes COVID, which it does not, or that it contains microchips, which it does not, or that it causes infertility, which is absolutely no evidence that it does. People have heard these rumors and they may not be sure about them. So number one, start by listening to people. Number two, make sure that you're not shaming or judging people. No one's mind ever really got changed because of being shamed and blamed. And third, just share your story with people, help them understand why you chose to get vaccinated. And finally, if people need additional resources, encourage them to talk to their doctor. Send them to vaccines.gov, where we have scientific information about the vaccine. Encourage them to go to their children's hospital or reach out to their local Department of Health. The bottom line is make sure that they talk to a credible source, because there are a lot of sources of information out there which are inaccurate, but they look like they might be legitimate. They're floating around on social media. People are getting them in text chains. Just make sure you warn people that a lot of the information they may be encountering out there may not be necessarily true. It's important they get their information from credible sources.
And then Pam asks, besides masking, social distancing, testing, and hand washing, what else can we do to be protected by COVID?
Well, so that's a great list. And in addition to those items, and just to recap them, hand washing, physical distancing, using testing, appropriately wearing masks, getting vaccinated and boosted, there's one other thing you can do, which is improve ventilation. We know that ventilation is really important because we've seen that COVID can actually spread much more easily in indoor settings where ventilation is poor versus in outdoor settings. We've seen a much, much lower risk. So if you are able to gather outdoors, with sort of heated lamps and such, as many people have done, that's great. If you're not able to do that, just opening windows to make sure that you get some air circulating, having sort of the portable HEPA filters, air filters that many people have started using when they have gatherings to just improve sort of the air quality even further. These are all steps that you can take to improve ventilation. And that, again, is one of the most important lessons we learned from COVID, is just how important ventilation is.
And then I think we have time for one more. Someone posted in the question and answers, is there a risk to those fully vaccinated and boosted to be around someone that is not vaccinated at all?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, if you're fully vaccinated and you're boosted, the risk to you is low. But, and this is an important caveat, with the Omicron variant, this is a different animal, if you will, and we're still learning about the degree of protection that the vaccines give against Omicron. Now, here's the good news. Will be the case, I feel pretty confident that with Omicron, that the vaccinated will still be better off than the unvaccinated. Even if there's a reduced level of protection that the vaccinated and boosted have compared to Delta, it will likely be much higher than what people have who are unvaccinated. So that's why it's still important to get vaccinated. But there is potentially a risk, although it may be small, of a breakthrough infection. And the challenge of the breakthrough infection is as follows. If you're vaccinated, especially if you're vaccinated and boosted, the breakthrough infection, if you have one, is likely going to be a mild infection. That's what we've seen across the board with breakthrough infections, with some rare exceptions. But what is possible, though, is you could pass that infection on to somebody else. And if you happen to have people at home who may be at higher risk, right? Maybe they're immunocompromised. Maybe you've got small kids at home who are too young to get vaccinated. then you put those folks at risk. So that is why I think it's important both for our own health, but also for the people we love around us who may be at risk, to try to reduce our risks of getting an infection, including a breakthrough infection. And that's why if you're going to gather with family, just strongly urge people to make sure that folks are vaccinated, encourage them to get boosted if they can. And again, if you're in a circumstance where that's not possible, use testing, especially same-day testing as a way to make sure that folks aren't coming in with an infection that they could spread to others.
Thank you so much. I know there's so much more that we could cover, but I want to be respectful of your busy schedule. And I understand that at the beginning, maybe our ASL interpreter was not visible to everyone. So I just want to let folks know that we are going to have my opening comments translated, and we'll share that as well as the recording as soon as we can. And we will be putting that up and have a lot of additional information on ACL's webpage, acl.gov/COVID-19. I just want to thank our audience again for coming today and acknowledge the incredible work being done by the more than 20,000 community-based organizations across every state and territory that make up ACL's aging and disability networks. And as we just heard from the Surgeon General, we are making a dent, but we have more work to do to make sure that every American is vaccinated and that every vaccinated American receives a booster. And thank you, Surgeon General, for sharing how important it is that as we are coming to the winter, that we really focus, we don't slow down our pace, and that we do everything we can to protect people with disabilities and older adults. We really appreciate both your partnership, Surgeon General, as well as the partnership of everyone on this call, and we stand ready to help support this important work. So with that, thank you again, Dr. Murthy, and thank
Live look right now at the White House here on this Merry Christmas Eve. When we come back, we'll talk about what the future for space and the NASA program going into the new year and beyond. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
By testing the resilience of our space assets, planning for disruptions to space data and services due to a degraded space environment, and preparing for any unexpected issues. Simply put, space is a key priority, and that is why we're currently updating our department's space policy, which will recognize all the ways in which space-based systems play a critical role in securing our homeland. We look forward to working with this council, Madam Vice President, and thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Next, we will hear from Secretary Jennifer Granholm, who runs the Department of Energy and is really, as a leader, on the forefront of so many of the biggest challenges, but also the opportunities that we face in terms of the work we can do together. On the issue of our national labs in particular, Madam Secretary, do you have thoughts about how we can make data more accessible and usable to a greater number of people? And I know this is part of your lifelong work, is to ensure that all people have access to information that helps them.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Thank you for your leadership, Madam Vice President. Thank you all for being here today. It is really an honor to represent the Department of Energy on the National Space Council. First of all, the Department of Energy has been working in the space science applications space for about 50 years, but one of our biggest contributions, it comes from the data processing capabilities of the 17 national laboratories. Just a few weeks ago, I visited Oak Ridge National Lab and got to see our nation's very first exascale computer, which is named Frontier. It solves calculations at 5 times the speed of yesterday's top computers. The reason why that is important, that supercomputing is a tool to analyze all the data that's being collected from these satellites and other means that you've just heard here, to be able to reflect back on Earth. What are the biggest problems we are experiencing, and how can our computing capabilities resolve those? To your point, let me give you a couple of examples. So at Los Alamos National Lab, researchers have developed these algorithms to make a better sense of the flood information that we get from satellites. So the algorithms merge a range of space-based data to produce this holistic picture of the changes that are occurring on Earth, on the ground, and that allows us to measure, for example, deforestation, gives us a better idea of where global carbon emissions stands. It allows us to track the extreme weather events created by those emissions. Similarly, at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, which I know you know well, we are now pairing these high-resolution satellite images with advanced computer modeling to track groundwater in California, which officials can then use to better manage the state's water resources. And we can also use space-based data to anticipate and react to immediate crises. So Pacific Northwest National Laboratory is leading an effort called Rapid Analytics for Disaster Response. They've got artificial intelligence crunching satellite and aerial data along with social media activity that they are putting together to forecast impacts on energy infrastructure like the transmission grid, which allows us to monitor threats from climate disasters and organize this whole of government approach to emergency responses. So we're already making good use of our national labs when it comes to space-based data, but as what I say, America's Solutions Department, we are eager to explore new avenues of research and innovation and relish the opportunity to working with this council.
Thank you, and for highlighting some of the jewels of our federal government and the investments that have been made over a very long period of time. Our national labs really are part of the real incredible work and innovation that we have produced as a nation. So thank you for that. Our National Climate Advisor is Gina McCarthy. And I want to thank you, Gina, for all of the work you do. You are a leader in the country, if not a global leader on the issue of climate. You've been banging the drum for quite some time, and finally more people are saying, oh, she was right, decades ago. I better start paying attention. So with that, I want to ask you, there's so much that you have to say, I know, but in particular, can you address the priority that I know you've had in your career to make sure that we include all communities, in particular those who are underrepresented, in the work that we are doing as a council and the work that we are doing as a nation, so that the data and the work is accessible to all people?
Well, first of all, thank you, Madam Vice President. And if you're saying I'm incredibly persistent and obnoxious, I totally agree with you, as will all of my colleagues at this table. And thank you for all of your tremendous leadership. As you have heard, I think, from all of us at this point, that access to space and cutting Earth observation platforms are providing critically important climate data. In fact, the climate models that have confirmed the severity of our climate crisis are all based on multiple sources of information, ranging from ice core data to sea level measurements. But satellite-supplied data has been critical to confirm the true extent of the climate crisis we're facing, and even more importantly, to inform the solutions we can bring to the table. Space-based resources allow us to respond in real time to the impacts of climate that we cannot stop and must be prepared to face. Whether that means NOAA tracking hurricanes as they form, USDA spotting wildfires, USGS mapping the severity of droughts, or EPA tracking down methane leaks, or understanding the flow of harmful algal blooms and whose water resources are at risk next. Or DOE, helping to make solar project planning easier and solar energy generation more efficient and affordable to consumers. So thanks in part to satellites, both from the federal government and commercial industries, we have more data than ever before about the climate crisis, and that data will not only allow us to more fully understand the depth and breadth of the challenge that we're facing, but it'll also help us judge the effectiveness of the actions we are taking and the consequences of inaction. Only with this wealth of data can we truly find the path forward that will protect the future for our children and grandchildren and generations to come. I think the challenge before these agencies, along with other agencies on the President's National Climate Task Force, is really to make sure that the data we gather is put to use to inform our strategies and to design our tools that empower our states, tribes, and local communities. And to your point, Madam Vice President, especially the most disadvantaged and vulnerable communities who have constantly been hit the hardest by climate change because they've already been weakened by having to face too much environmental degradation and disinvestment. And it's these communities that need these answers. They need data-driven, science-based solutions, which is exactly what we're all talking about today. And this information is going to give them the opportunity to fully engage, to be fully supported, and fully invested, as other communities are, so they can build back better. And yes, I had to get that in, build back better in ways that are healthier, safer, more secure, and more resilient to the challenges ahead. Thank you again for your leadership, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. And yes, our Build Back Better agenda extends from Earth to space. There's no question. But I do want to emphasize or repeat what Gina just said about the importance of satellite data. One could argue that without the satellites, what would be happening to our climate would be happening to our climate. The significance of it is that it allows us to now confirm what we've been experiencing, what we've been knowing, what certain people have been talking about for a very long time that has not been given the priority that it now is receiving. But the data, so it allows us to confirm, it allows us to then judge our effectiveness, but it does also allow us then, with this satellite technology, with our work in space, to actually mitigate, to actually perhaps have a real substantial impact on the course of what is happening to our climate in a way that will benefit all people. I'm asking the Climate Policy Office, and the Climate Policy Office under Gina's leadership has agreed, in coordination with the Office of Science and Technology Policy and the Space Council staff, to establish essentially a baseline of available space data and decision-making tools that are needed to tackle the climate crisis and to provide that information to all communities with a particular awareness of those who have not historically received this or have access to it or the tools to analyze this data. And the understanding and the work that they will do going forward is to then take this baseline and coordinate the development and implementation of an action plan to increase access to the data and to decision-making tools. I'm also asking the State Department to work with interagency partners to essentially develop a diplomatic approach that will expand the global leadership of the United States to strengthen our partnerships around the world using satellite data and the tools available to us. So I thank you all for the work and your commitments going forward. Our third and final subject for today is the issue of STEM. And understanding the significance and importance of that to our capacity to explore space, but to do all that then space allows us to do in terms of all the areas that we have discussed, from national security to commercial activity to addressing the climate crisis. So our nation's strength on this issue, I do believe, is firmly grounded in our commitment, or lack of commitment, but I believe our commitment to invest in STEM education. And I believe, frankly, that we will risk losing our competitive edge without a priority in that regard. So we are, as a council, prioritizing that as an issue, and thinking of it in a way that also really understands the beauty of space to inspire so many people to engage in the process of education through STEM, to do this important work that, again, is, as much as anything, the most noble work of improving the condition of humankind. So with that, I'm going to ask our Director of the National Intelligence, Avril Haines, to talk a bit about what kind of jobs, where is she? What kind of jobs, Director Haines, require a STEM education in a way that is designed to improve and enhance our nation's security and do the work that we must do and the work that you do.
When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll show you as Kim Potter yesterday found guilty on both counts there of manslaughter in the first degree and second degree. We'll have it for you in case you missed it on Live Now from Fox. Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. We are staying focused here for you on this Christmas Eve. Hi everyone, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Our next story, we go out to Minnesota, where yesterday Kim Potter, the ex-police officer, found guilty of manslaughter on first degree and second degree in the shooting death of Dante Wright. Let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict? Okay. Will the deputy please retrieve the verdict forms and provide it to me for review? Would Ms. Potter please rise? I'm now going to read your verdicts as it will appear in the permanent court records of Hennepin County. In the matter of State of Minnesota versus Kimberly Potter, court file number 27 CR 217490, we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the first degree while committing a misdemeanor on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And the verdict was agreed to at the hour of 11:40 a.m. and signed by the jury person on 12/23/21. The verdict on count 2 is we, the jury, on the charge of manslaughter in the second degree, culpable negligence on or about April 11, 2021, in Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, find the defendant guilty. And that verdict was agreed to at 10:30 a.m. on 12/21/21. Members of the jury, is this your true and correct verdict? So say you one, and so say you all.
Yes.
Okay, you may be seated. All right, I am now going to poll the jury. Juror number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
It is.
Juror number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 7, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror number 13, is this your true and correct verdict? Oh, it's juror 11. And juror 17, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 19, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 21, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 22, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 26, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 40, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 48, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
And juror number 55, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Members of the jury, when you first came into the courtroom, I told you that jurors are the heroes of our judicial system. Well, the 12 of you are our heroes in this case. You might remember that there was a question on the questionnaire that asked whether you wanted to be on this jury. You were to check yes, no, or maybe. A number of you checked no or not sure, and a few of you checked all three. But when I asked each of you if you would be willing to serve if the party selected you as a juror, you all said yes. You said yes even though we are in a pandemic with Omicron spreading in our community. You said yes even though you had concerns about serving given the nature of the case. You said yes even though you knew you would be sequestered during deliberations and away from your loved ones. And you said yes, even though there was a chance that this case could have lasted past Christmas. You were willing to sacrifice much because you believed in our justice system. And then you went into deliberations, and each of you brought with you your common sense, individual perceptions, and life experiences, and you came to an agreement on the verdicts. You did your duty. I'm so proud of you. You should be proud of yourselves. Without civic-minded citizens like you, our system of justice could not function. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifices. I wish you all a wonderful holiday season, and may the peace and beauty of the season be yours throughout the year. At this time, I'd like you to go into your waiting courtroom, and I'll be in just a moment. I'd like to thank you personally and to answer any questions that you have. Okay? Okay, please be seated. All right, Council, we have to pick a date tentatively for sentencing. So for in custody, we'll be taking Ms. Potter into custody and holding without bail. So what is 3 weeks out? I think we probably want to do a tier 4.
So we will be looking at January 13th or 14th. We can do 11:30 on either day.
For sentencing?
For sentencing.
Your Honor, pre-sentence report?
Yes, I'm having a PSI report done.
We are not available on the 13th. I believe we could do the 14th.
I'm in trial the week after that, and it does seem to be a little accelerated given the seriousness of the decisions you're about to make. So later in January would be our preference. We also would like to talk about the bail issue with you before you decide it, before you make a decision to take her in.
All right, I'll hear you out.
Go ahead, no.
You know, I think it'd be easier for the court reporter if you went to the podium.
We both say a little bit, Judge.
Yes.
Well, there hasn't been a motion. I anticipate they would file a motion, but this arguendo, they're going to file a motion to revoke her bail. We will be filing a motion for dispositional departure on the case. She is amenable to probation. Her remorse and regret for the incident is overwhelming. She's not a danger to the public whatsoever. She has made all her court appearances, including all appearances in the court. It is the Christmas holiday season. She is a devoted Catholic, no less. And there is no point to incarcerate her at this point in time because A, you haven't decided what the sentence is going to be. B, the dispositional departure arguments are quite strong on this case. And C, it's not necessary for the preservation of public safety. So for those reasons, she need not be incarcerated whatsoever pending sentencing. You certainly can do it after sentencing, but this is a rather unique case of someone who has law enforcement experience and was never in trouble all her life and is 49, which is beyond the age of most defendants that you see. Plus she has deep roots in the community and her family's here, and there's no evidence that she would flee. So we respectfully ask you to change your mind as to whether she needs to be incarcerated right now. I know Mr. Gray has a couple comments too.
Your Honor, her bail right now is $100,000. She's got that posted. She's not going to run. She obviously is not going to commit any more crimes. She's been convicted of an accident. She's been convicted of being reckless. I just would like to be able to, with Paul, file a motion for dispositional departure in this case. I think there's other facts that didn't come to light during the trial that are important also about Kim Potter and about this case. So I respectfully request that you release her on her $100,000 bail, and that'll make it easier to do the pre-sentence report. We'll get people sending letters on her behalf. And I would ask for the sentencing sometime after, if you release her, sometime. I start a trial January 20th. It should be over by February 20th, I hope, sometime in late February. You know, she's not going to commit another crime. She's not going anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do request that the defendant be taken into custody. The convictions here are for manslaughter in the first degree, manslaughter in the second degree, based on the death of Dante Wright, a young man. In other words, it's a case that involves a death. They are very serious charges. It is customary for defendants to be taken into custody upon a guilty verdicts for those level of crimes, and we don't think this case should be any differently. Your Honor, we also have learned that the defendant is not living in the state. I don't know if that was known and provided for in the original conditions of release, but it presents obviously an aggravating factor for allowing her to remain out of custody. So we are requesting that the state remand her into custody and withdraw any bail or conditions of release. Your Honor, we do have the Blakely issue to resolve, and we would be asking some direction from the court on whether we should submit written arguments or proposed findings, or how the court exactly wants to address that. It would be good to have those findings, of course, for the actual sentencing hearing, and we would request a PSI as well.
Judge, may I respond?
Yes.
It's a serious crime, I understand that, but both of those crimes, there's no intent, no criminal intent. It's reckless and culpable negligence. Many times in my career, I've had defendants convicted of culpable negligence. I don't think I've ever had a reckless one, but it's an unintentional crime by somebody with a clear record, and we have a strong basis for dispositional departure. I asked the court to release her on the bail. She surely will reappear.
Okay. The presumptive sentences in this case are commits, and I am going to require that she be taken into custody and held without bail. And I recognize your arguments, Mr. Ng and Mr. Gray, but I cannot treat this case any differently than any other case. So, I think we should probably set briefing deadlines. I know that the defense would like to make a written motion for dispositional departure, and the state has the argument concerning aggravating Blakely factors then that we should be briefing. How much time does the defense need to put in their motion for dispositional departure?
At least 1 month. We're backed up. Both of us are backed up on trials right now. I start one on the 20th as well.
Okay.
So at least 1 month from at the end of January, preferable.
Okay. Pick a date in January, and I'll give the state what they need to respond.
Well, the January 31st then.
January 31st, that's a Monday.
Okay. And how long would the state like to respond to the motion, the sentencing motion?
Could we have 2 weeks, Your Honor?
You may, and that date would be, Zach?
February 14th.
Okay. And Mr. Frank, I think that the aggravating factors, we did the Blakely on a unitary basis, so no further evidence would be required, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So could you submit your brief on the aggravating factors? How much time do you need on that?
And Kim Potter was taken into custody there. You saw that her bail was revoked. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Those were the highlights from the trial yesterday. Obviously, Kim Potter found guilty on all charges. We brought that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We appreciate all our viewers joining us back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a look at the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans on this Christmas Eve. We appreciate all our viewers from across the country and around the world joining us always right here on the Live Now from Fox stream. We are going to play a little bit from the World Health Organization, an update on the Omicron virus, and we'll also give you some other updates coming up in just a bit as well.
They limit their exposure to this virus. We have governments that know that they need a comprehensive approach to tackle COVID-19. So I'm very hopeful. My concern remains of whether or not we have the stamina to really put in the effort to end it. And I think we can. So there's a lot more to do. I do believe we're still in the middle of this pandemic, unfortunately. But I completely believe that we have the power to end it in 2022. So vaccine equity and getting the vaccines to those who need them most in all countries must be a priority for every single government, not just some. We need to also be able to use tools to drive transmission down, because if we don't, we will continue to see the virus change and the virus threaten us in ways that will bring us closer to the beginning rather than closer to the end. So I choose to use my energy and the energy of all of the experts that work with us around the world to bring us closer to the end in 2022, and I think all of us can do that.
Thank you, Dr. Van Kerkhove, and seeing if maybe Dr. Ryan wants to come into this. Sorry for putting you on the spot in case.
Christian, no, I was just listening to Maria there. I think we have real hopes of doing better next year, especially when we see governments like that of South Africa, Botswana, and others, and the huge transparency that they showed in dealing with the Omicron variant, and the power of science, surveillance, and public health in Southern Africa has really given us real important lead time for the rest of the world to prepare for the spread of Omicron. We will see further variants, and what we really need is to have more sustainable strategies that are agile and flexible and adjustable and scalable, and that we're not lurching from doing nothing to doing full lockdowns. We seem to be in a cycle of hoping that it's over, putting our hands over our ears, and then going from that sort of ignoring the problem to shutting down society. So I do think, and I hope, that we have more sustainable, adjustable strategies. And we've seen that in many Asian countries. Many Asian countries haven't fully locked down at any point during this pandemic. If I recall, Singapore at no point has closed its schools, kept universities and other things open, and made the priorities in society for what society needs to remain open, for example, like schools, and then trading off where physical distance, physical or public health and social measures need to be more intense. So I do think we're not at the end of this pandemic. We're not even close. We have the tools, as Maria said, better tools than we've ever had before, thanks to science. We have a much better understanding about how to deal with this virus. But what we've lacked is that collective will across countries and between countries to be really comprehensive and sustainable in the strategies. And I believe that populations and communities have become confused by all of the changing guidance. And we've also had huge issues of trust, notwithstanding everything that Maria said about vaccine inequity, which is probably the most horrific injustice of 2021. I hope and I pray that that can be improved in 2022.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan. Next question goes to Bayram Altuk from Anadolu News Agency. Bayram, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Christian, for taking my question. Actually, my question for Mr. Tedros, if I may, please. Turkey's domestically developed COVID-19 vaccine named Turkovac has been approved for emergency use. Health Minister Fahrettin Koca announced a couple hours ago in Turkey today. And he said, as of today, Turkey have become one of the 9 countries producing a COVID-19 vaccine in the world. So how does the WHO respond to this announcement, and when will WHO approve the Turkovac vaccine produced by Turkey for emergency use? Thank you so much, and wish you all the best in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bayram. I'll hand this question to Dr. Gaspar, Director Regulation and Pre-Qualification. Rogerio, please.
Thank you. So until now, we had no communication about that and no interaction with any applicant regarding Turkovac. What we can say is that from our side, as we always do, we welcome all the initiatives to develop vaccines that could help during this current public health crisis, provided that a number of standards and requirements are met. So as soon as we have any interaction from the applicant with WHO, we will start to engage and to discuss the conditions that have to meet not only the applicant, but also the regulatory authority of reference, and they are published on WHO website. They are public and transparent. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaspar. I think that answers that one. Next question goes to Jason Beaubien from NPR, National Public Radio. Jason, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thanks a lot for taking my question. I really appreciate it. With the Omicron variant now out, how much concern do you have at the WHO about the effectiveness, particularly of the non-mRNA vaccines against it? There have been some early studies that showed very limited effectiveness of some of these vaccines against this variant. How much concern is there, and do you have any more information about how well some of the existing vaccines are working against this variant?
Thank you very much, Jason. This goes to Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, our chief scientist.
Thank you, Tariq. I can start. Well, this is a question, obviously, that we're very interested in, and that SAGE, the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts in Immunization, is keeping a very, very close eye on. As you know, they are the committee that advises WHO on the policy for vaccines, and they've been making recommendations for each of the vaccines that we have provided an emergency use listing for. As you know, the Novavax vaccine was the 10th vaccine to receive emergency use listing and SAGE guidance. These are all widely used, of course, around the world. And it is important, as each new variant has come along, one of the things WHO has done is to track vaccine effectiveness. A lot of data is coming out on Omicron, as it did for Delta. And it is really important to have a holistic view of vaccine performance and not have to make decisions based only on early data, which is usually laboratory-based experiments looking at neutralization assays, showing almost consistently all of the lab assays have shown a reduction, significant reduction in neutralization with the Omicron variant, which means that what it's indicating is that the Omicron variant needs much higher levels of antibodies in the blood in order to neutralize it. At the same time, there have been studies that have been looking at the other arm of the immune system, which is the T-cell immunity or the cell-mediated immune response, indicating that there is protection that is likely to be retained because the T-cell responses are against a much wider range of antigens on the spike protein, and many of those have not been mutated in Omicron. So chances are that there is still a good amount of T-cell immunity, which should reassure us that vaccines will still continue to protect against severe disease and hospitalization, which is, of course, what we want vaccines to do. Now, is there going to be a reduction in vaccine effectiveness? Is this going to be different? You mentioned mRNA versus some of the others, like the viral vectored vaccines. There are inactivated vaccines being used. And now we have some new subunit protein vaccines, which have still not been used very widely. They're just in a few countries so far. So what we propose to do is to really track the clinical data. I think that's really important, is we have to go beyond the lab and really look at clinical data. And WHO has also set up a technical advisory group to think about the potential for changes in the strain composition of vaccines. We know that a number of manufacturers are already working on Omicron-specific vaccines. It's good to be proactive because we don't know if we're going to need them or not. But in the meantime, WHO's TAG COVAC has been meeting regularly to develop the criteria for when a vaccine strain change may be needed. And if so, what should be that strain? What should be that consensus sequence? Because, you know, even within Omicron, you have a number of different sequences of all of the thousands of sequences being uploaded. So the committee has to select the consensus specific sequence that manufacturers would need to use if there is indeed a need to switch vaccines. And that would happen if the current lot of vaccines are not providing enough protection. We also today published an interim guidance from SAGE on boosters. And again, there is now data, and SAGE has provided a lot of flexibility in heterologous regimens, both for the primary course as well as for the boosting. So countries that have used one particular type of vaccine, let's say a viral vectored vaccine, could opt to use a different vaccine, an mRNA or a subunit protein vaccine, for example, for a booster dose if they chose to do so. So there is more and more data coming out on that as well. But I think this is a time of where the data is evolving. We're learning more and more. It's important that we do not conclude that vaccines are ineffective at this stage. We've said repeatedly, it's very unlikely that a vaccine will become completely ineffective clinically, because that's not how vaccines usually act. But obviously we have to be driven by the data, and our recommendations will change accordingly based on the emerging evidence. Thank you, Tariq.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swaminathan. Next question for Jenny Fink from Newsweek. Jenny, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much for continuing to do these briefings and taking the time to answer my question. I'm just curious, so alpha, beta, and gamma have been accounting for less than 1% of sequence cases for a while now. And so I'm curious if Omicron is as transmissible as early data suggests, could it hinder those variants' ability to spread so much that they're no longer variants of concern? And if Omicron's overtaking the other variants of concern, but largely causes mild cases, could this be an example of what an endemic COVID would be like?
Thank you very much, Jenny, and I'll give to Maria van Kerkhoven.
Thanks for the question. So indeed, you're correct. Since October 20th, less than 0.1% each of the sequences uploaded to platforms like GISAID have been alpha, beta, and gamma. 96% of the sequences available are still delta, and about 1.6% of sequences that have been shared in recent weeks is Omicron. We definitely see increasing growth rates of Omicron where it's being detected. And it's now been reported in more than 106 countries to date. There's a combination of factors that we think are leading to this increasing transmission. First are the mutations that are identified in the Omicron variant. And we know something about these mutations because some of these are present in other variants of concern. So for example, in Omicron, there are mutations that allow the virus to adhere to the cell more easily and infect the cell more easily. We also see immune escape, where we see increasing rates of reinfection in several countries. And then there's some preliminary data that's looking at the efficiency and replication of the Omicron variant in the upper respiratory tract as opposed to the lower respiratory tract in the lungs. So this combination of factors is likely leading to why we're seeing increased growth rates in a number of countries. In terms of how we classify variants of concern and whether we change them, we have actually been having some discussions about whether we need to reclassify alpha, beta, and gamma to change them from being called a variant of concern to maybe a variant of interest, or they become variants of monitoring, strictly because they're not circulating anymore, and because Delta has outcompeted those variants. The discussion that we've been having is how we reclassify them, and once you have a variant of concern, how do you reclassify it as something else when in fact the properties of that variant are really what allowed us to classify it as a variant of concern? What we've done in our weekly EPI reports is we've shifted the way that we present this information so that you look at maps around where is the recent detection of these variants, because we want to be able to put a timestamp in terms of what is circulating where. But I think the virus is changing. You've been hearing us say that Delta would not be the last variant of concern that we would speak about. Omicron is likely not going to be the last variant of concern that you hear us speak about as well, because the virus continues to circulate. I don't think there's any question of whether or not this virus will become endemic. It's certainly on its way to doing so. But endemic doesn't mean that it's not dangerous. Endemic typically means that it has a lower level of circulation and it's really geographically bound to certain areas, and you'll see flare-ups where you see unprotected populations. And I think we're on our way to that. I don't think anyone questions that. But we're very much still in the middle of a pandemic. And we can't go into an endemic situation in part of the world where the rest of the world is dealing with this in a pandemic type situation. So I think there will be a long transition into how this pandemic ends, into how we get into what SARS-CoV-2 will look like going forward. It is a respiratory pathogen, as you know, so we expect to see some kind of seasonal variation, just due to behavioral factors, but we haven't seen that yet. This virus thrives wherever we allow it, and we don't get that reprieve in those summer months or certain times of the year. So there's still a lot of uncertainty of how this virus will behave. We expect the virus to continue to evolve. We expect the virus to become potentially more fit. Whether or not it becomes more or less severe, that remains to be seen. We expect to see populations that are vaccinated to have significantly reduced morbidity and mortality, reduced amounts of hospitalization, reduced amounts of death, and we expect to see flare-ups. It will depend on how big those flare-ups and those outbreaks are as we go forward, but they will occur in under-protected populations, people who don't have vaccine and people who don't yet have their full doses of vaccines. So I think there is some understanding of where this virus is going, but we remain humble to it because I think it still has quite a few tricks up its sleeve.
Thank you, Dr. Van Kerkhove, and Dr. Gaspar, Director, Regulation and Pre-Qualification, to add on.
Just a small add to what Maria said. So WHO is monitoring through 2 technical advisor groups, the TAG-VE for virus evolution and the TAG-COVAC for vaccine composition. And at the same time that WHO is monitoring and preparing for any public health responses that are needed, also behind the scene, the regulators and the manufacturers are discussing the scenarios that if one day needed to be upheld, will be then deployed. So just to say that most of the time, the general public doesn't know about the work that is done behind scenes because it's preparedness work looking at scenarios extensively, but just for everybody to be aware of that, regulators worldwide through ICMRA, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, together with WHO and specifically the regulatory advisor group inside COVAX, which is co-led by CEPI and WHO, that meet regularly with a cohort of those regulators for ICMRA. We have been, since the first day, discussing a number of scenarios if needed to be implemented. So the preparedness is there, but we need to go through the data, as Maria referred, in a systematic manner, not taking decisions too soon, and certainly not taking decisions too late. And this is our concern as the data is coming every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaspar. Next question goes to Donato Mancini from the FT. Donato, please unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for taking my question. Does Omicron lend fresh support to the pooling of intellectual property into the TRIPS waiver, negotiations for which have been described as quote-unquote stuck? Have you spoken to vaccine makers recently after the emergence of Omicron about this, and what have the conversations been like? Obviously, we know that supply is easing and will continue to ease unless there are catastrophic scenarios in 2022, but are you concerned about Omicron targeted vaccines if it turns out that we need them? Thank you so much.
Donato, thank you very much. I'll hand over to our Chief Scientist, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan.
Thank you for that question, Donato. I think the answer is a yes. It's obvious. This is something that WHO, the Director General, has been calling for now for a year. And if we had seen that sharing of technology, that sharing of know-how,
they limit their exposure to this virus. We have governments that know that they need a comprehensive approach to tackle COVID-19. So I'm very hopeful. My concern remains of whether or not we have the stamina.
All right, folks, so when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, the disturbing images from the suspected Michigan high school shooter. These images just being released, and we'll bring it to you next here on Live Now from Fox. And just like that, everyone, we are back here worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox with some breaking news just released right now. The alleged Michigan high school shooter drawings released. This was from the evidence that when he was drawing these images at school. Take a look at this, everyone. We're going to blow it up for you a little bit bigger, but let me first read you these new updates. As chilling new court documents show the Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbley's violent doodles he scribbled on a math handout hours before his deadly rampage at Oxford High School back in November. The 15-year-old later edited the sickening sketches by scribbling over some parts and adding mock cheerful phrases. The documents filed by prosecutors show school administrators had previously disclosed that the drawings were spotted by a teacher on Crumbley's desk, leading to his parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, being called to the office. But the documents filed in the case against James and Jennifer related to their son's mass shooting for the first time revealed the disturbing images made in childlike penmanship on an assignment about triangles. There are sketches of a handgun, a bullet, and a person apparently lying in a pool of blood, according to the images. The thoughts won't stop. Help me, it says right there. He also wrote out the phrases, blood everywhere, my life is useless, and the world is dead. He altered the paperwork after he was confronted about them, prosecutors said. The documents show he scribbled over the gun, the bloodied person, and the words blood everywhere and help me. He added a note, video game this is, the images show, an apparent reference to his justification that the images were ideas for a game. He also added the phrases, I love my life so much. The high school rocks and harmless act. The images were included in records from prosecutors opposing a reduction in James and Jennifer Crumbley's bond from $500,000 to $100,000. The Crumbleys were arrested on involuntary manslaughter charges for buying him a gun just days before he killed 4 people and injured many more at the school. So let's show you just these images a little bit closer, everyone, and you could just see just the sick thoughts right here, just in the middle of a math handout there, saying blood everywhere. You got the gun there, saying the thoughts won't stop. Help me. We got another image that we want to bring to you. This one's just a little bit more faded out right there, but you can see how this was detailed. His thoughts right there on the paper, and the school administrators bought it, that he was saying that this was just for a video game idea and actually not a threat. But now we know that the alleged shooter here had the threat and acted on it. 4 people dead, others injured, and these images just coming to light right now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we have more news and updates to get to.
Bold and brave here today.
Come back here to Live Now from Fox. We take you to the White House briefing, the latest one.
50 million COVID-19 vaccine doses to the world. That is more than one dose to the world for every American and more than any other country. Those 300, oh, wrong chart, other chart. Oh, here's the chart. Okay, here's the chart. These 350 million doses have gone to 111 countries and are part of our commitment to share 1.2 billion doses on top of our work on the ground to turn vaccines into vaccinations and bolstering manufacturing capacity at home and abroad. In the spirit of giving this holiday season, we continue to ask that every country and company do their part to get more life-saving vaccines to the world. I just want to pause because I think there's some sort of tone or ringtone or phone happening. Okay. Okay. Great. All right. Well, we'll figure out who that belongs to. Also wanted to note today we received further evidence that our jobs recovery is one of the strongest ever. The average number of Americans filing for unemployment over the last 4 weeks is near its lowest level since 1969. We've added nearly 6 million jobs this year, the most of any first-year president in history, and the number of people receiving unemployment benefits has dropped from around 20 million to around 2 million since President Biden took office. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and our successful vaccination program, Americans are back at work at a record-setting pace, and we are not in the same place we were at in the beginning of the pandemic. And families have more money in their pockets. Americans on average have nearly $100 more in their pockets each month than they did last year after accounting for inflation. And we're obviously going to continue to build on this moving forward as well. Last piece to announce, today Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg announced $241 million in grant funding to improve ports at 25 projects across the country through the Port Infrastructure Development Program. These grants demonstrate rapid action on commitments in the Biden-Harris Port Action Plan. Investing in our infrastructure will strengthen our supply chains, help speed the flow of goods, and lower prices for Americans. And that's more important. Did you get what I did there? Port, yep. Investments to come thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. I didn't even do that. Someone on my team did, but it's still funny. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So President Biden last night said in sort of the most direct terms that he would support a filibuster carve-out for voting rights. What made him decide to come out publicly with that direct wording? And then is he lobbying any senators to come along with him on that? Obviously, there are people that don't mind.
Sure. Well, to go to, in case you all didn't see the interview the president did with ABC that aired last night, and more pieces were out this morning, the president was asked, and just to, so everyone has the phrasing of what he said, so you support a carve-out of the filibuster for voting rights. Well, I don't think we may have to go to that far, but I would. If it's the only thing standing between getting voting rights legislation passed and not getting passed is the filibuster, I support making the exception of voting rights for the filibuster. So just so everybody has the full context. The president has spoken to his view, his strong view that getting voting rights legislation passed is a fundamental priority for him. It's something that is essential so that people across the country are able to exercise their right to vote, to participate in the democratic process. That's something he has always believed, always been committed to. As he said in his answer last night, we may not have to go to that, but he is prepared to support changes if that's the only thing standing in the way of getting this done.
And then President Putin's press conference earlier, does the White House have a response to his assertion that it's actually the West that is promoting tensions in the region, and also his demands that Russia receive assurances NATO won't accept Ukraine?
Well, facts are a funny thing, and facts make clear that the only aggression we're seeing at the border of Russia and Ukraine is the military buildup by the Russians and the bellicose rhetoric from the leader of Russia. I would also note that also this morning, and I know we just did a background briefing on this as well, in that press conference, President Putin said he was encouraged by, and I'm paraphrasing here, the fact that there will be diplomatic talks, plans for diplomatic talks in January. We also believe that that is the best path and the right path forward. The third thing I would just note is that NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not an aggressive alliance. There is no evidence to the contrary, to suggest anything to the contrary from the United States or NATO members. And of course, our efforts are to work with and defend our NATO partners. Go ahead, Brian Major.
President Putin also said that there has been an agreement to have a meeting in Geneva in January. Can you confirm that?
There has not been a final agreement on the location or timing at this point in time.
Why not? And why do you think he would say that if that's not true? Is he trying to sandbag you?
I can't speak to what President Putin's motivation is at any point in time, certainly not today. We are working towards diplomatic talks. There have been proposals put forward by the Russians. Some we would agree with, some we certainly wouldn't agree with. Obviously, on the NATO example is a good example of that. And we're working to finalize what they'll look like. We also agree diplomatic conversations are the right path forward.
Is this January time schedule more likely than not, since he's uttered it publicly?
We have also said that we are looking ahead to talks in early January.
Why can't you confirm it then?
Because we haven't finalized the details of them yet.
I'm not sure if this has been asked before, but it's getting closer to the deadline of January 5th. Does the administration have a point of view on the alarm raised by the airline industry with the 5G regulations going in and the assertion by some airlines that if they can't use the altimeter at about 40 airports, there will be delays, cancellations, disruptions to the flow of airline passengers and their ability to fly around the country?
I have seen reports of that. I have not actually talked with our team about that. I can do that, Major, and get you a better assessment from our economic team.
Thanks, Jen.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too. Eve.
Eve, yes. So why is the president saying about this new variant, nobody saw it coming, nobody in the world, if that's not true?
Well, first I would say that nobody knew that there would be the number of different variants. Nobody knew exactly how transmissible they would be. We, of course, knew that there would be additional variants at some point coming. We didn't know what they would look like. But we've been preparing for a range of contingencies all along throughout this process. That's why we have had ample vaccine supply. That's why we have had ample mask supply, and why we have worked to ramp up aggressively our testing over the past few months.
Okay, and then about the testing and the contingencies, why is it that you guys are promising 500 million tests next month if you haven't even signed a contract to buy the tests?
Well, we have no concern about the contract being finalized. We're just working to finalize the contracts. We just announced this 2 days ago. But there's we don't see any issue or any halt to getting that done and to finalizing that. That's a natural part of the process. What I can tell you, Peter, about the process to date, because I know there's been a lot of questions about this, is that when we saw a surge in demand in Delta, we took additional actions to expand the over-the-counter test market. You may not remember this, but if you look back to the period pre-Delta, actually a lot of these testing companies, there was so little demand, they were laying people off around the country and around the world because there was not demand. What the president also did was use the Defense Production Act to invest $3 billion to ensure we were upping the market so the market would have the capacity to produce more tests. And also, as you know, the FDA approved 8 tests. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the capacity to do what we're doing for January.
But if it's so easy to get the tests, why don't people have them now? Who here decided that Americans were going to want to have access to these tests in January as opposed to now before they go home for Christmas?
Well, Peter, what we've been doing over the course of the last 4 months, even before the president's announcement 2 days, is massively increasing our testing capacity, quadrupling since the summer. And what the announcement was the president made just 2 days ago was making the biggest investment of any, certainly for us and probably from any country in the world, to address what we see as a surge in demand for tests. This is not just happening in the United States. This is happening all around the world where there is not enough testing capacity, and we have taken steps that are more significant than any country in the world so that we could have the testing needed to meet what people are looking for.
And as we understand it, there's going to be a website that people can go to starting next week. There are a lot of Obama alum that work here. Is anybody that was involved,
don't know any of them.
Yeah. Is anybody that was involved in the creation of healthcare.gov going to be involved in the creation of this new website?
Well, I don't know all the staffing particulars about the creation of the website. What I can tell you is that we've been planning for the website to be ready when tests start to be ready. And the website will ensure tests are available equitably and that they will be obtained with ready access. That is what we're trying to do as we are finalizing the design of the website. We're obviously not going to put the website up until there are tests available.
Okay, and then just one final topic. Is the president taking crime in big cities more seriously now that a Democratic member of Congress, Mary Gay Scanlon, has been carjacked at gunpoint?
Well, let me first say that we're relieved that she was not injured, and the president called her and spoke with her this morning as well. It is absolutely unacceptable for any American, whether they're a member of Congress or not, to be victimized by crime like that. We have been stepping up federal law enforcement efforts for some time now, obviously prior to this carjacking, and we're giving communities historic levels of funding through the rescue plan to fight crime, make neighborhoods safer by supporting programs to interrupt violence, hiring additional law enforcement officers, and providing them with the resources and tools they've asked for. We're also helping communities through initiatives like the COPS program, which is putting 1,000 more cops on the beat. And the president's proposal in his budget is to add almost $300 billion in funding for these programs, more than it was even under the last president.
And so just, if I may, final one, if the president is giving big cities historic levels of funding and members of Congress are going home and getting carjacked at gunpoint, then what else can the president do, or what else is the president going to do to keep people safe?
Well, this is a priority for the president. I want to be clear that this proposal for additional funding for the COPS program has been something the president proposed several months ago. Obviously, we'd love to get that passed in the budget next year. We'd love to continue to step up a range of the programs we've had around the country, strike forces that have been helping individual cities, working with law enforcement partnerships to help individual cities, and that's something we're going to continue to do. The president has never supported defunding the police. He's always been an advocate for adequate funding and ensuring that police departments and community policing programs have exactly what they need. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to follow up on Alex's question on the filibuster, and I'm curious how the White House is going to deal with the slippery slope issue. We obviously already sidestepped the filibuster for the debt ceiling. What is the president going to say to Democrats who say if voting rights is important enough for a filibuster exception, why not gun violence? Why not climate change or immigration?
Well, he's happy to have that conversation with Democrats, and certainly we expect that to be a part of the conversations that will be had in the year ahead. The president was asked about voting rights specifically and the filibuster specifically. He said, I would just reiterate that he doesn't think we'll have to go that far, but he was very crystal clear in his answer that he supports making the exception of voting rights for the filibuster, as was the question. I think the key piece we know at this point in time, which you know, is there aren't enough votes to change the Senate rules at this point in time. There are different ranges of options they're discussing in terms of rule changes, and we'll see where that ends up in January.
So is the president open to also having a filibuster exception for those other Democratic priorities?
I'll let the president speak for himself. He was asked a specific question. I think he answered it pretty clearly.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, everybody. I want to show you this shot here in New Orleans. Oh, the sun is rising on this Christmas Eve. Hope everyone is having a great day so far. No doubt about it, you will on this very Merry Christmas Eve, everybody. We appreciate you continuing to join us right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. In just a little bit, we will be talking to Fox 10 in Phoenix, Danielle Miller, on Christmas flight cancellations because of this COVID-19 surge. And we will be bringing you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to check in with Fox 32 in Chicago for some of their coverage right now.
Isn't the only immediate care that has too much to handle. The holiday demand for testing has been huge because of the recent spike in cases. So let this be a warning to anybody out there. If you need a test today, you should be online already trying to book that appointment or preparing to leave the house and go stand in line at an urgent care like this as early as possible. Now, we just saw the lights went on just within the last few minutes. But once again, the regular sign on the door says they typically open at 9 a.m. and we expect that to happen today. In our next hour, we're going to try to find out, what about the people who are experiencing some other kind of health issue? Should they bother to go to these immediate cares today? What's your best option? We'll take a look into that. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
That's a good point, Roseanne. Thank you. Because of the new surge in cases, the CDC is changing some rules for healthcare workers. It's cutting the quarantine time for hospital workers down to 7 days if they don't show symptoms. It was 10. The CDC is worried there will be staffing shortages if healthcare workers start testing positive and have to be out of work at the same time.
Suburban Cook County following Chicago's lead. County officials now issuing new mitigations that include proof of vaccinations. Starting January 3rd, you have to prove that you have your vaccines or show a negative COVID test if you want to go to a restaurant, a gym, or other indoor places where food or drink are being served. This requirement does apply for everyone over the age of 5. Now, these new rules do come as Cook County is averaging 500 new COVID cases a day per 100,000 people.
We can't take the virus for granted. We know that the vaccinated, particularly those with boosters.
And that was just some of Fox 32 Chicago's coverage this morning as they are talking about the COVID-19 surge as well as vaccinations on demand right there. Let's continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. It is Christmas Eve, so happy Merry Christmas Eve to everyone. And maybe you are traveling today a little bit later or even into the evening, but there is a Grinch out there, and it's in the form of cancellations really across the country. More than 200 flights already canceled because of this COVID-19 surge. Let's go out right now to Phoenix. It's Sky Harbor. We find Danielle Miller with all of the very latest. Danielle, how's it looking out there?
Hey, Mike, good morning. Yes, hopefully not too many people impacted by this, but we're all keeping our fingers crossed for these travelers here today trying to make it to their Christmas destination. So we're at Terminal 3 here, and so far this has been the busiest terminal that we've seen so far. This is security checkpoint right here, 26-minute wait. We've been at the airport all week long talking to, Christmas travelers and things like that, and this is definitely the busiest that I have seen it here. Christmas Eve, these last-minute travelers trying to get to their destination, and already we're seeing the effects of all these cancellations as well as delays here. There are more than a dozen flights canceled already. This comes as Delta and United Airlines both announced Christmas Eve day cancellations. United canceling about 120 flights, Delta canceling around 90 flights. Both airlines are blaming spikes in Omicron cases this week having an impact on these flight crews and people who run the operations center. And the carriers say they have exhausted resources to try to cover as many routes as possible. They also say that inclement weather is also a cause for these cancellations. The companies say they are working diligently to try to contact these passengers who possibly are affected and get them to their destination. So right here at Terminal 3, this is where United flies out of. This is where a lot of the cancellations are coming from, Mike. We see a few from New York. There was Newark, New Jersey, as well as Minneapolis, Denver, Reno, Nevada. There was also a Seattle cancellation. So it's all across the board. It doesn't have a specific area that's been affected. So a lot of these people, and they're trying to tell people, if you do have a flight today or even in the coming days, as we know, if your flight maybe today isn't affected, there's always a trickle-down effect that happens when we have this many delays as well as cancellations. So it is always a good idea to check ahead. They're telling everybody to come here at least 2 hours before your flight. So just got to stay on your toes here for this traveling. And here at Phoenix Sky Harbor, we're actually seeing pre-pandemic numbers. So increased volumes on top of cancellations, and it's a nightmare waiting to happen here on the Christmas holiday.
I know. It's almost, you know what, if there is a silver lining, though, at least there isn't bad weather in some parts of the country. Could you imagine if you had that on top of all this as well? There'd be cancellations left and right.
Yes, that would definitely be what you called the Grinch. Who stole Christmas would be the weather. So, we do have a little bit of rain out here, but nothing that we haven't seen here in the valley so far. So hopefully the weather continues to participate with us. But these cancellations as well as delays will have an effect, I'm sure.
And everyone so far looks like they're in a pretty good mood, though. And they're the smart ones. They're getting an early start here. Once you get into the afternoon, evening hours for Christmas Eve, you kind of get a little bit more rushed and maybe impatient.
Oh, yeah. We were at Terminal 4, which that's Southwest, and that one was a 5-minute wait time, so it was not bad at all. And as I said before, Mike, we've been here all week long talking to travelers and just kind of, seeing where people are going, their destinations and things like that. And I've never seen it this busy so far, this early in the morning. But as we know, as the hours tick on, the airport gets packed.
Yeah, it so does. Safe travels to everybody that is traveling today. And Danielle, happy Merry Christmas to you and to your family.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Thank you. You as well, Mike. Merry Christmas.
You take care, and thanks so much, and we'll continue to check in a little bit later as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break.
To discuss potentially lifting the travel ban on those southern African countries. Is there any update about that?
I don't have an update at this moment. I would just reiterate for you that this was never intended to be permanent. It was intended to be temporary, and lifting it is certainly our intention. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask, I guess the government contracts for the 500 million tests specify that they would be for the January to March period. So does that mean that the goal of the administration is to have them all manufactured and distributed in the first quarter, or just manufactured? Or
it's a great question. What I know here is that we expect to get the first set of the 500 million in early January, and we expect that the rest will come in the weeks to follow. I would be surprised if it was that distribution was required in that time, but I will check with our team to see.
Also, some epidemiologists have criticized the administration for not being as focused on masking, and I wondered if the administration is considering, for example, sending N95 masks to Americans, which would have like a longer use time as opposed to the testing.
We have an abundance of masks at our disposal in the federal government, and we work with community health centers, rural health centers, a range of medical organizations to make sure that people have the supplies they need. And if that's something that, as we're engaging with a governor or local health official, they need, we have ample supply in the government. So we are just addressing needs as they come up, but we have not seen a shortage at this point in time. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, just jumping on what Peter had said, another thing that the president said in his interview was, I wish I had thought about ordering 500 million tests 2 months ago. And I just wondered, I mean, we all knew variants were on the rise, the Christmas holiday season was coming. Why didn't anyone think of it in advance?
Well, I would say we did take steps to rapidly increase our testing capacity as of the summer. And I would just go back to kind of the chain of events here to remind people of, and we forget, June was a long time ago, but before the Delta variant was on the rise, there was not a demand for testing in this country. There really wasn't. Then Delta obviously increased the demand. We also had to take steps as a federal government to build up the market because the market wasn't there to meet if the demand rose. What the president did with the Defense Production Act is to do exactly that, investing $3 billion several months ago to make sure we were building up the market, to make sure we had the capacity. There wouldn't have been 500 billion tests to order several months ago. So the $3 billion investment, the use of the Defense Production Act actually increased capacity in the market. And that allowed us to quadruple our testing capacity and allowed us to get to this point where we're able to make the significant order that we made. I would also note that I said before, though, that, and also the FDA authorized 5 new at-home tests since October. So the fact that there's additional tests available has also meant that there's additional capacity out there and different kinds of tests we can order from. Go ahead.
Jen, just to follow up on that, because it is the president who said himself that he wishes that he had thought about this idea 2 months ago. And public health experts have been saying for months, including 2 months ago, that there was not enough testing supply. So why did nobody think of this, or did the president miss the mark here?
I think what I conveyed just to Alex, but I'm happy to reiterate to you, is that the president and the team did take steps to increase capacity. Of course, if there would have been 500 billion tests and we would have known that there were these, very transmissible variants, that's one thing. But the president knew that we needed to increase testing capacity. That's why he used the Defense Production Act to expand the supply of at-home tests. Without that, we wouldn't have the supply in the market. There have been, I think the facts here are, though, important. I understand what you're asking, but I've answered it a couple of times, and I'm trying to give you the facts and details so you can share them with your viewers. So using the Defense Production Act, without that and without 5 approved tests that have happened since October, there wouldn't have been the supply to order then. Those are all pieces that are important components of the process here. That's what I'm trying to convey.
I guess, is the president not aware that there were these supply constraints? Because he's saying yesterday that he wishes he had thought of this 2 months ago. Is he not aware that there wasn't the supply at the time to purchase those 500 million?
Well, the president wouldn't have taken the steps in September and October he had taken if we weren't aware that we needed to have increased supply. But also there wasn't the demand back in June for it, right? And Delta changed the mentality in the public for understandable reasons. And the fact that there were only a couple of approved tests just before October, there were only about 3 on the market, right, that we could have tapped into. The president, using the Defense Production Act and investing $3 billion, allowed for there to be an increase in production so we could order the huge number of supply that we're ordering now.
Bigger picture here on Omicron. The president acknowledged yesterday that perhaps the government's response has fallen short in some regards. He said nothing's been good enough. You could argue we should have known a year ago, 6 months ago, 2 months ago. So did the administration do enough to prepare for Omicron, or is there now an understanding that perhaps there was more you could have done?
Well, I think what the president was acknowledging, which he said in his speech a couple days ago as well, is that we're not where we need to be on testing. No one is saying we are. That's why we have tried to take additional rapid steps and be as bold and ambitious as we can with the available supply that is on the market. In terms of what steps were taken, when Omicron was discovered, which was right around Thanksgiving, right? We took urgent action on travel, told Americans to get their booster or vaccine. That Monday, the president addressed the country to where we were with the virus. That Thursday, he released a winter plan. CDC has hosted at least 24 standing meetings or briefings on Omicron. CDC established a new standing Omicron conference call that includes more than 250 state, local, tribal, and territorial health officials. And so we've taken a number of rapid steps as soon as we knew that this was a variant, even before it hit the United States.
And lastly, you guys have been sharing former President Trump's message recently on boosters, and I'm wondering, given the former president's apparent change in tune on this issue over the last week, has there been any renewed contact between President Biden and the former president or your teams?
No, but we are grateful that the former president got the booster. We're also grateful that he made clear in a recent interview that they're effective and they're safe. And that's an important message for anyone to hear. This is not a partisan issue. This is about saving lives, communicating accurate information, pushing back against inaccurate information. And in this particular case, the former president did that. Go ahead.
With the former president defending vaccines, Tuesday, President Biden mentioned that's one of the only things that he actually agrees with Trump on. Would the White House consider a partnership with the former president to get some of those folks that are vaccine hesitant to actually get the jab?
I don't know that we think it requires a partnership. I think we believe that the former president being out there and stating what is factually accurate about the efficacy of vaccines, of getting boosted, which he recently did, of course, is a good thing, right? And it's a good thing to have a range of voices out there: Democrats, Republicans, independents, celebrities, non-celebrities, whomever people will be listening to out in the country. We continue to believe that the most effective voices are local voices, local people. That's who everybody listens to, people in their community, your neighbor, your friend, your cousin, your pediatrician. But certainly we would applaud and have the former president's comments.
And with regards to the new initiative, how many tests will each American be able to get?
It's a great question. It's something that we're looking to finalize guidance on, and we'll have that available as soon as it's ready.
So lastly, we talked about the rise in Delta and Omicron and how there were steps taken based off that. Yeah. But what we've heard from some viewers is that, look, they feel like we're back here again because last year, the holidays, people were rushing to get tests. And so for them, this could be predictable just because so many people are trying to gather. And the question is, again, why wasn't there some foresight? Or for them, it seems like there might not have been foresight with meeting the demand of the holiday season.
Well, I don't think last Christmas people were rushing to get tests because I don't think there were, maybe there was one, I'm not sure, over-the-counter approved test. Last Christmas, there were not vaccines available to the country, right? And what the CDC was advising was that people should not even gather with their family members. Certainly, they shouldn't travel. Now we're at the point where 200 million Americans are fully vaccinated. We have ample vaccines, we have ample boosters, we have supply of masks. We just ordered a historic-sized set of tests so that people can have those across the country. And even without that, we've sent 50 million tests out to community health centers. We've opened 20,000 testing sites. We've worked with FEMA. We're opening more testing sites across the country. So people will be able to gather with their family members. Are we through the pandemic? No, we're not. But we are in a very different place than we were 1 year ago today. Go ahead.
Can I ask, Intel found itself in some hot water overnight over a statement they put out around supply chains in Xinjiang, and they're worried. And then they had to apologize to China and the Chinese people. Of course, the U.S. views what's happening in Xinjiang as a genocide, as you called it. How concerned are you that more American companies are going to find themselves sort of trapped in this situation, in particular with the signing of the Uyghur bill today by the president?
Well, I can't speak to the specific situation with one company, but I can say as a general matter that we believe the private sector and the international community should oppose the PRC's weaponizing of its markets to stifle support for human rights. We also think that American companies should never feel the need to apologize for standing up for fundamental human rights or opposing repression. As we've said before, we call on all industries to ensure that they are not sourcing products that involve forced labor, including forced labor from Xinjiang. The reality is that companies that fail to address forced labor and other human rights abuses in their supply chains face serious legal risk, reputational and customer risks, not just in the United States, but in Europe and other regions of the world. So that's broadly how we feel.
Can you just say briefly whether anyone in the administration spoke with any Chinese counterparts before the signing of this bill? Is there a concern that China will be upset by the president signing this bill? Was there any effort to smooth that over or not smooth it over?
We had announced our support or intention to sign the bill. I can certainly check if there was any diplomatic engagement around that, but that was, of course, prior to today. And certainly we have made no secret of our concerns. The president has spoken to them. We worked and gathered the G7 leaders to sign a statement on this about the human rights abuses in Xinjiang. So I don't know that it's a surprise.
Why did he sign it on camera?
He signs bills on camera, off camera, sometimes on camera. We support the bill, and obviously we've been leading the effort in the world to call out human rights abuses. Go ahead.
Yeah, with seeing the spread of the Omicron variant, can you speak to changes that you all here at the White House have made? I know yesterday we saw a number of the CEOs and other folks that the president met with virtually. Have you guys reduced the footprint in the White House, a return to Zoom meetings? Can you talk all about White House changes?
We already had very strict protocols in place here at the White House, above and beyond what even is advised by the CDC. Obviously, we all wear masks. Anytime you're going to meet with the president, you are tested. Anytime you're going to travel with the president, you are tested. There are probably fewer people here as people have joined their families for the holidays, but we haven't made any policy changes at this point in time. If it's advised by the CDC, we would do, and certainly we will continue to evaluate what we need to do to keep people in the workplace safe.
The Zoom meeting yesterday was like a safety precaution, would you say, or was it a logistical reason?
We actually do meetings with CEOs or others frequently on Zoom. Sometimes it's harder for them to travel, but I'm not aware of that decision being made for safety reasons.
And I noticed yesterday the NEC director was wearing a mask as he sat on the stage opposite the president. Was there a particular reason? I know he was like very far away from President Biden.
We wear masks in meetings. That is what we do in the White House, or have been doing in the White House, and that has been our protocol. Go ahead.
Civil rights activists are calling for action on voting rights legislation by MLK Day. Does the president believe that's realistic or possible, and is he committed to that timeline?
The president is going to continue to work with Leader Schumer and his team and other Democrats in the Senate to move this forward. I'm not going to give a new timeline or an additional timeline from here. Certainly know there are a lot of passionate advocates out there who have been out there protesting and calling for movement on this. We agree with and understand that, but we'll be working in lockstep with Leader Schumer's office and moving it forward.
We've now seen the second COVID-19 treatment pill approved by the government. What is the administration doing to make sure there aren't shortages, or that they can address the already existing shortages of those pills? And can you just clarify, will both pills be free for all Americans?
I believe so, and I will quadruple check that.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll have more coverage from yesterday's Kim Potter guilty verdicts. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're back for you right here live on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. We're going to give you more coverage of yesterday's Kim Potter guilty verdicts right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of reporters. This is not being done in front of the typical media gaggle you might see. This is being done just to get him in front of the camera again inside of a lockdown Hennepin County Government Center following these guilty verdicts.
And I would note here, it's not just the Attorney General Keith Ellison and Matthew Frank, but Daunte Wright's parents.
Hello,
They're
everybody.
now joining us.
My name is Keith Ellison. I'm the Attorney General for the state of Minnesota. At this moment, I ask us all to reflect upon the life of Daunte Wright and who he could have been had he had a chance to grow up. At 20, Daunte could have done anything. Maybe he could have gone into the building trades. Maybe he could have started a business. What we know is that he was a young, new dad, and he was so proud of his son, Daunte Jr. We know that he loved his mom, and he loved his dad, and he loved his siblings, and his big, beautiful family. He had his whole life in front of him, and he could have become anyone. All of us miss out on who Daunte could have been. And no one has missed him more than his parents, Katie and Aubrey, and their children. I'm very mindful today that there will be an empty chair at the Wright family dinner during the holidays, and that saddens me. And once again, I extend my deepest condolences to you. With the jury finding Kimberly Potter guilty today of manslaughter in the first degree and manslaughter in the second degree in connection with Daunte's death, we have a degree of accountability for Daunte's death. Accountability is not justice. Justice is restoration. Justice would be restoring Daunte to life and making the Wright family whole again. Justice is beyond the reach that we have in this life for Daunte. But accountability is an important step, a critical, necessary step on the road to justice for us all. I want to thank the jury for their careful attention and deliberation and for their service to the people of Minnesota. I want to thank all of the witnesses who testified and who came forward with what they knew about this case. I especially want to thank my remarkable team. When I took this case, I said it would be difficult to prosecute because history has shown that trying cases like this one is difficult. This team did not shy away from the challenge, and the people of Hennepin County and the American people and the people of Minnesota, what they saw in the courtroom was the fruit of many, many hours of labor and hard work and planning. For my office, I want to thank specifically Mr. Matthew Frank. I want to thank Aaron Eldridge. I want to thank Eric Miller and David Voigt and Dion Dodd. But this team wouldn't be much of anything if it were not for the amazing work of Joshua Larson, Raul Shaw, and Vernona Boswell. Thank you, Vernona. I also must thank colleagues who did not work on the legal matter, but worked on the community, and that is John Stiles, Keon Dosti, and everyone. So thank you to you all for your hard work. I also want to thank the many staff at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension who worked on this case, the staff of the Hennepin County Attorney's Office and Washington County Attorney's Office. Specifically, I want to thank Mr. Drew Evans and those who testified in this case, like Agent Phil, who did a fine job and who put in many long hours. We appreciate their service. The next step in this case is sentencing. And all I will say about that today is that we have to look forward to the court setting a calendar date for that hearing. And at that time, we will make our appropriate arguments within the context of the court hearing. I think we have a date, do we not? What is that one? Anybody remember the date? March 8th. My thoughts are also with Ms. Potter today. She has gone from being an esteemed member of the community and an honored member of a noble profession to being convicted of a serious crime. I don't wish that on anyone, but it would be it was our responsibility as the prosecution, as ministers of justice, to pursue justice wherever it led, and the jury found the facts. My thoughts are also with those who work in law enforcement and public safety. We hold you in high regard, and we also hold you to high standards. We don't want you to be discouraged. Your community respects and appreciates you. We want you to uphold the highest ideals of our society and ideals of safety. And when a member of your profession is held accountable, it does not diminish you. In fact, it shows. It shows the whole world that those of you who enforce the law are also willing to live by it. And that's a good thing. It restores trust, faith, and hope. Well, in the words of Danielle Sered is a noted author who writes on justice issues. Justice exists when all parties exercise their power in a way that is consistent with the humanity of everyone involved and in the interest of the greater good. The humanity of everyone involved includes the humanity of community members and includes the humanity of police officers. And when that standard of justice is not upheld, it must be the job of a prosecutor to step up and then step in and attempt to uphold it and uphold the principle that no one is above the law and no one is beneath the law. Finally, my thoughts are with community of Brooklyn Center, residents, elected officials, and police officers, and all communities that hunger for a better relations between police and community and for everyone to get home safe at the end of the day. I hope today's verdict provides a measure of healing for all of them. I thank you, and we can take a question or two.
Cheryl, as this dragged on to the 27th hour, what was going through your mind and the prosecution team?
That the jury was taking this seriously, that they were going through every bit of evidence, that they were not leaving anything to the side, and that they understood that this matter was of tremendous importance to the Wright family, but also to the Potter family, to the entire community. So I thank them for their service.
Are you guys taking questions?
Let's get Storms. They want questions for the Wright family. Is that okay? Or
Yeah, they can do it.
okay, sure.
I want to ask you guys, and we were sitting right in front of you, but what were you feeling when you heard the word guilty, and what are you feeling now? Have you processed it? What's going through your head and heart right now?
Oh my gosh. The moment that we heard guilty on the manslaughter 1, emotions, every single emotion that you could imagine just running through your body at that moment. I kind of let out a yelp because it was built up in the anticipation of what was to come while we were waiting for the last few days. And now we've been able to process it. We want to thank the entire prosecution team. We want to thank community support, everybody who's been out there that has supported us in this long fight for accountability.
What did you think of Ms. Potter when she was on the stand last week?
I'd rather not answer that question.
Well, the truth be told, what do I think? I want to thank her. I'm going to keep it short.
Mr. Elson, did you expect Officer Potter, former Officer Potter, to take the stand? And do you think that helped or hurt your case?
They said from the very beginning that she was going to testify. They said in jury selection. And she expressed herself immediately after this tragic incident on the scene. So I'm not too surprised. Look, it's a lot. I think it's a good sign that she was remorseful. I mean, what decent person wouldn't be brokenhearted and sad if they were involved in something like this? So I wish nothing but the best for her and her family. But the truth is, she will be able to correspond with them and visit with them no matter what happens. But the Wrights won't be able to talk to Dante.
With 2 high-profile guilty verdicts this year of police, what do you think that sends a message about police accountability?
think that juries admire police, they respect them, and they want to make sure that high ideals and standards are maintained.
I'll ask you really quick, you had even a state witness testified that they may have used deadly force in a similar situation. Were you expecting one of your own witnesses to say that, and did you think that was going to be a hurdle to overcome?
I think that you're referring to the officers on the scene. Oh yeah, so I understand what you mean. We did call them. Well, we had confidence in the law and the facts, and we were very confident that Seth Stoughton was going to give clear testimony, and he did. So I think that's pretty much what we have time for now.
Yep. Really quick, what kind of sentence do you think you'll be calling for here?
A fair one. Sorry, I can't be more specific. But the main thing about sentencing is that the Wright family is going to be able to make a victim impact statement, and the most important thing may be that really for the first time they're going to be able to talk about how this tragic incident impacted them and their lives.
Thanks, we're done.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. See you soon.
Attorney General Keith Ellison there with the family of Daunte Wright after the conviction of Kim Potter on both first and second degree manslaughter. Keith Ellison saying that we have a degree of accountability here, but Paul, he also said this is not justice.
Yeah, no victory lap there, Tim. Keith Ellison sort of somber in what you call victory today. Obviously justice. Katie Wright, I remember her saying it, crying outside the Hennepin County Government Center just days after this shooting. Of course, we were inside covering the Derek Chauvin trial when it happened, and justice, she said at that moment, would be bringing her son back, or having her son. Of course, Daunte Jr., his son, growing up without a father, their holiday table being empty, a chair being empty this year in the Wright household. You remember during closing arguments, Aaron Eldridge talking about Kim Potter's family was coming home for the holidays. She'd have her sons home for Christmas, but there would be this empty chair at the Wright table, and I think you sense that in Keith Ellison. I'm just watching the camera there. Obviously, the crowd gathered outside. I understand a couple of Daunte's siblings are here. Again, I call it rejoicing and celebrating the verdict. Of course, lives have forever been changed. Obviously, you hear the loud music there. I believe that's being pumped up. But Keith Ellison, again, not celebrating. He recognizes the significance of the case, the significance here, even speaking directly to law enforcement, that the Attorney General's office is not after police in general, that we still hold you in high regards in this community. But I do think this will be difficult for the law enforcement community to accept. They really saw in that body camera something a whole lot different than this jury did. They saw a fleeing suspect and somebody that had to be stopped. There was an arrest warrant out for him. There was an order for protection against a woman, and there was a woman in that car. The warrant was for a weapons violation. Was there a weapon in that car? What was happening? Why was he trying to flee there? And it is going to go to the heart of this aggressive policing and what this community will accept. And in that moment, you know, police will argue she made this mistake. She didn't mean to. She was remorseful. The Attorney General said so himself. But in this mistake and in her training and in 25 plus years on the force, Keith Ellison is holding her to a higher standard, that she should know better, that in the moment in time in her career, she never fired her weapon in, you know, quote, real life, of course, on the range, never deployed her taser. And in the moment, in that biggest test of her career, April 11th, a quiet Sunday afternoon in Brooklyn Center, a modest traffic stop, basically only conducted so a training officer could make some public contact. Kim Potter is faced with that moment, and for some reason, She grabbed the wrong weapon, and today the community said it's manslaughter.
And Paul, interesting to note here now that the Attorney General's office is now 2 for 2. Usually these cases are tried at a county level in the circuit court. These are the first, and this was tried in the circuit court, but the prosecution being led by the Attorney General's office, and we have not seen that before, at least in recent memory here in the state of Minnesota. Keith Ellison has now won 2 of these police shooting cases. The first one with George Floyd, very high profile. This one a high profile case too. And you pointed out that part of the audience he was speaking to in the remarks here just a few moments ago was law enforcement. He said, quote, "Your communities respect and appreciate you," end quote. And he said this verdict really means that we have to have officers that respect the community in return. An important message there for the Attorney General that in an era now where, especially after George Floyd, we've seen essentially a third of the Minneapolis Police Department resign and leave. Because of the unique situation that department is under in this post-George Floyd world.
And a couple of thoughts on that. First, sort of, I'll be honest, I have good contacts in the law enforcement community. Police feel under siege, charged in a case like this. The recent police chase where a Minneapolis police officer aggressively pursued a fleeing suspect, a vehicle involved in robberies and carjackings in Minneapolis, and then an innocent motorist getting hit at a cross-section in North Minneapolis back in July. Linnell Frazier killed. That officer, Brian Cummings, charged by Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman, manslaughter because of his actions that day. And there is this line of aggressive policing and where it is drawn, and the Attorney General drew it today. I would also point out into your comments about the Attorney General office handling these cases. There certainly is a desire to get it out of the hands of the county attorneys that have to deal with these police officers, because they're taking the police department cases, and these are potential witnesses that they've worked with in the past, and sort of the conflict of interest. So it would make sense to give it to the Attorney General, but you're talking about budgets and resources going forward, and that's a legislative issue. But I know we want to get outside. So Tim,
we've got Rob Olson, who's standing by outside of the Hennepin County Government Center. Rob, tell us what you're seeing out there and set the scene for us.
This is a crowd that gathered, before the verdict was read and kept gathering. And as those verdicts came down, I mean, just utter silence out here listening to them. And as they were read, erupting into cheers, people were hugging, of course, saying that this is what we wanted. This is justice for Dante Wright. The crowd's still here, too. And Dante Wright's family, members of their legal team have just arrived to give some comments. So we're going to make this really brief because we've got to run down there and get that, too. But this is very much a mood similar to what you saw on the day of Derek Chauvin's guilty verdicts as well. A little smaller crowd here today, partly because of the timing, the weather, the holiday, but certainly the same sort of atmosphere here, too, reacting to these verdicts that they say are what they certainly wanted to see and believe will be part of making change. We're going to run down there now and see what the Dante Wright family has to say. We'll bring that to you later.
Good. Rob Olson coming to us from the Hennepin County Government Center. We don't know at this point if we are actually going to hear from the defense attorneys, both Earl Gray and Paul Eng in this case. To be charitable, Earl has never really been a fan of talking to the media after a case such as this, whether win or lose. But I think we can assume at this point we may not hear from the defense. As we are now approaching more than an hour after the verdict has been read in this case. For those who are just joining in either on the stream or on live television here in Fox 9, Kim Potter, within the past hour, has been found guilty of manslaughter in the first degree, which was reckless use of a handgun. She's also found guilty of manslaughter 2, which is culpable negligence in putting others at risk. All right, we're going to take you now to the remarks outside of the government center. This is Jeff Storms, who's representing the Dante Wright family in the civil matter against the state.
Minnesota and across the country have been sentenced before.
That's right.
Now, we also have to turn our eye towards the system.
Your officer not know the difference between a sidearm and a taser? Why do you have this beautiful grieving family here today and an officer who gets on the stand and just says, I don't know the difference. I don't know what kind of taser I used. I can't remember anything. Those days are over.
That's right, those days are over.
So now, the most important people for y'all to hear from are the family. So I wanted to keep these remarks short. So Katie, would you like to say a couple things?
Remarks short. So Katie, would you like to say a couple things?
Go ahead. The sun is shining. All right.
First and foremost, everybody that is
First off, we want to say thank you to everybody who's out here. You guys helped us make this happen. Today, we have gotten accountability. And that's what we've been asking for from the beginning all the way up until today. And because of that is because of all of you that have stood with us in solidarity, who have said his name numerous nights every day from the day that Dante was murdered all the way up until today. We love you. We appreciate you. And honestly, we could not have done it without you.
We love you.
Today's the 23rd. And just side note, Dante's favorite number was 23, and today is the 23rd. Dante's favorite number was 23, and today is the 23rd.
First of all, I would like to say thank the prosecution because they fought very hard for this. You know, and I would like to say thank you to people for the people because we couldn't have done it without you guys. The love and support has kept us going. There's been a lot of nights where we thought we couldn't make it, and we were reading messages and stuff for people. Everybody here know I really don't talk much, but I want to say thanks for the love and the support that you guys are showing us.
Love y'all.
Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Today, Minnesota has shown that police officers are not going to continue to hold their gun instead of their taser. We made this happen. You made this happen. Dante Wright made this happen.
That's right.
And we're going to continue to say his name along with so many other names until we don't have to say any more names.
I just briefly, before we turn it over to more members of the family, obviously there's been a lot of help from outside Minnesota and throughout this country to come in and make sure we've helped hold people accountable. And you know, those individuals, of course, include some of the lawyers we work with, Mr. Benjamin Crump, who's been a strong source of support for the family and our community, and Mr. Romanucci. But I also know that Reverend Sharpton has prepared some remarks that Reverend Toon from the National Action Network would just like to provide. And then we'll turn the rest of it over to the family.
Make way, make it home, make it home, make it home.
But it would have never happened without the local activists who've been relentless in making sure the justice was served. So let's get up for every local activist who've been relentless in making sure the justice was served. So let's get up for every local activist that have worked with this family and stood with this family from day one. Reverend Sharpton had said a brief statement. He was in D.C. today, and we're working on some other things around this case. Mr. Wright knows what that is, and we will continue to work to make sure not only that she be dealt with in the state of Minnesota, but dealt with in other ways. Reverend Sharpton want me to let you know today that he has gratitude and happy that the verdict of the jury in Brooklyn Central convicting former Officer Potter for the killing of Dante Wright. Happy she was held accountable, but guarded because this unarmed young man is dead. I did the eulogy at the funeral and have remained in touch with the family, and certainly want the family to know that we will always be there for them, and with anything that they may need, please feel free to let us know. Thank you again to this family for how you have stood strong, and certainly to every activist who worked tirelessly to make sure justice was served today.
You're now going to hear from Diamond Wright, Destiny, both of you. Okay, you're going to hear from Diamond Wright and Destiny Wright, the sisters of Dante Wright.
Yes, listen!
Tim Blotz back here in the Fox 9 newsroom. You've been listening to the family reaction to the guilty verdicts of Kim Potter on first and second degree manslaughter from outside the Hennepin County Government Center. Interesting to note there, Jeff Storms, the attorney who works with civil rights attorney Ben Crump, has been representing the family on the civil matter. He joining the family there today, saying this is about accountability. Katie Wright noting that Dante's favorite number was 23. And today is the 23rd. So the family celebrating this victory here today. Keith Ellison saying this goes a long way towards accountability. He says, we have a degree of accountability, I'm quoting him now, but this is not justice, said Attorney General Keith Ellison. So to recap, Kim Potter in the state of Minnesota versus Kim Potter for the shooting death of Dante Wright from the traffic stop on April 11th of this year, found guilty on manslaughter 1 and guilty on manslaughter 2. Paul?
Unbelievable day, Tim. Juror number 48, we found out, white woman in her 40s was your jury foreperson. We were wondering about that. She was an IT project manager growing up on a farm out of state, and she had taken feverish notes throughout. I would just point that out as I finish up reading the pool notes. But again, just remarkable to think about how far we've come since April 11th. You can see her, see the screen there, just pointing out the jury foreperson. It was a woman. She spent, again, a peer, like age group, demographically similar, white woman in her 40s to the defendant here. She was the one who brought in the jury forms, the verdict forms. She was crying in the aftermath. No doubt the deliberations taking a toll on this jury. Sentencing coming up in a couple months, and the question now, where does Judge Chu go with sentencing? Presumed sentence, no criminal record for a defendant found guilty of first-degree manslaughter. It's about 7+ years in prison. Does Chu deviate from that? Both sides will argue. The defense will argue less. The state will argue more. And then Judge Chu will have the ultimate say. We did not hear from the defense attorneys on their way out of the building. I would just point out that it was sort of an awkward setup. The camera was shared, that the parties basically had agreed if they wanted to speak, they would go past the pool cameras, we call it. We're sharing. Only one crew allowed basically inside the lockdown Hennepin County Government Center. Clearly Earl Gray, Paul Lang did not stop at that camera. Keith Ellison and his prosecution team did. We heard from Katie Wright. Again, this is not justice, but this is accountability. They wanted that in the immediate aftermath. That mother rushing to the scene, seeing her son dead under a sheet. She wanted some accountability, and today, Tim, as I mentioned earlier, she got it.
Kim Potter, already in custody, being held without bail now until her sentencing coming up on February 18th. On behalf of Paul Blue and myself and everyone at Fox 9, we are now going to return you to our regular programming. We have a complete wrap-up to today's jury selection, or jury verdict in this case.
And that was just some of the coverage from Fox 9 yesterday. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we will be talking to a legal expert, talking and breaking down everything that happened with this trial, as well as what happened in the courtroom yesterday. You're watching Live Now from Fox, taking that 2-minute break right now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us, and have a Merry Christmas Eve to everybody that continues to watch with us from around the country and around the world right now. It's a new hour, 9 o'clock out on the East Coast. We got 6 o'clock on the West Coast as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. Next story here is we are going to continue to talk about the Kim Potter guilty verdicts that happened yesterday. And we've been really providing you full coverage on that trial, and we want to talk a little bit about it some more. So let's bring in a friend of Live Now from Fox, everybody, Danielle Cohen-Higgins, legal expert, to help break it all down for us. Thanks so much for joining us.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas.
Yes, Merry Christmas to you. All right, so I want to get your thoughts on the guilty verdicts. But before that, what did you think about the jury taking so long?
You know, it is indicative of a jury that was truly struggling. 27 hours of deliberation for one defendant and only 2 charges. You know, when we see these other high-profile cases, for example, the Ahmaud Arbery case, there were 3 defendants, 9 charges each for a total of 27. Look how long that jury took to deliberate all of those charges. Here, with Kim Potter, this jury took 27 hours. This is indicative of a jury that was torn. I'm sure there was a lot of heated debate, a lot of disagreement, and really a very difficult decision that they had to make, where I'm sure that that jury was divided. And it took them that length of time to come to a consensus in reaching both of these guilty verdicts.
Yeah, and when we talk about when they were coming back, I mean, it almost seemed during midweek that they would be deadlocked.
Yeah, I mean, they asked the specific question to Judge Chu: what if we cannot reach a consensus? What if we have what we call a hung jury? That is indicative as well of how difficult of a time they had reaching these guilty verdicts. In this case, it certainly wasn't easy, but listen, this is also indicative of why jury duty is so important, and it's such a wonderfully important civic duty. And there was a lot of responsibility on those jurors. They're determining the fate of Kim Potter, a law enforcement officer, and they are members of her community. So they had a very heavy burden here. Clearly, they were divided, but eventually they did not reach a hung jury. They did reach a consensus, as we learned yesterday afternoon, guilty on both of her charges.
And I'm wondering, going forward now, will we ever learn a little bit more about the jurors and what they were thinking about and coming up with this conclusion? Do we ever hear that after a case like this?
Yeah, sometimes the jurors will make a decision to speak out and give some indication to the press and to the public about, you know, what transpired, what swayed their decision one way or another. That will be up to those jurors to decide. Typically, and as of late, with these cases receiving so much publicity and so much public attention, these jurors are not speaking out. They want to keep their privacy. They want to move on with their lives. They do not want to get bombarded with emails or social media posts, either in agreement or agreement with their decision. So it will be up to these individual jurors on whether they decide to speak out afterwards. But the trend certainly has been to maintain privacy and move forward with their lives.
And what do you think, Danielle, for police now, really across the country? This was an accident, and now the 2 manslaughter charges found guilty there. What does that send a message to really all of the officers around the country about potential accidents at work?
You know, it's interesting because a lot of people see this case as an indictment on law enforcement and say, well, this was just an accident. How could she be culpable for just an accident? I've even seen people compare this to, for example, medical professionals, right? If a doctor makes a mistake during a surgery and, God forbid, causes someone to lose their life, they are not held to a criminal standard. They're held to a civil standard. And even in some states like Florida, for example, where I reside, it's very difficult to even hold a doctor civilly liable for mistakes of that sort. So I'm sure it's going to raise a lot of questions, but this was one individual case. This was was one individual law enforcement officer. I think everyone agrees that we hold law enforcement to incredibly high standards and hold them to, incredibly high regard. But I think even looking at the face of Kim Potter, a former law enforcement officer, when she received that verdict, she almost didn't seem surprised. And again, it's important to take these cases on an individual basis and not see this as an indictment on law enforcement. And the facts of this individual case where that then officer Kim Potter essentially admitted with her words that were caught on camera after this horrific shooting that essentially she was reckless. And I think that those words after the shooting ended up being the nail in the coffin to reach a guilty verdict for her. So again, each case must be taken individually. Law enforcement, has to be continued to be held in very high regard in this country.
Yeah, I'm glad you also brought up how her emotions when those verdicts were read out loud, because it was interesting because when she was on the stand, obviously she was very emotional, crying there, talking about what was happening, her thought process that was going through when that incident occurred. But when the verdict was read out, really no emotion right there at all.
None. I mean, there wasn't a tear. There wasn't a kind of a jerk, kind of a jarring response that indicated she was even surprised. Again, I think that her defense counsel did the best that they could to provide the best defense, which she was entitled to. She was entitled to her defense. However, those words that she spoke right after that shooting, she said, and I quote, "I am going to prison." As a law enforcement officer of 26 years, she knows the law. She knows what reckless handling of a firearm is. Kim Potter, in her own mind, essentially knew that she had made a horrific mistake that would lead to criminal charges, which is why she said, "I am going to prison," which is likely why when she received that sentence, she did not give any expression or emotion of being surprised.
And were you surprised that her bond was revoked and she was put into custody immediately?
Yeah, I did think that was a little surprising, right? I mean, now this is going to end up being a battle come February 18th as it pertains to sentencing. And the question is, what will Judge Chu do, right? It is now entirely out of the hands of the jury. They have done their work. We thank them for their service. It is now in the hands of Judge Chu. She will determine the fate of former officer Kim Potter, and her defense counsel asked for her to be, released so that she could essentially spend the holidays with her family, and the judge was not moved, and she said no, and she ordered her to be taken into custody pending sentencing on February 18th. And so we will see, because there will be another battle to be had in this trial, in this sentencing now phase of this trial, because it is possible under the guidelines of this state, it is possible legally for her to serve absolutely no time. And that's important to keep in mind, because the defense counsel is going to be arguing for dispositional departure of those sentencing guidelines and ask Judge Chu to have Kim Potter serve no time at all. On the flip side, the prosecution has indicated that they are going to try and get as close to the maximum as possible. It's also important to note, if I can mention, she was guilty on 2 charges, but she will only serve on the most serious of the 2, which is the first-degree manslaughter. That is the only count on which she will receive sentencing.
And explain to our viewers what's going to happen in February for this sentencing. We'll hear from Daunte Wright's family, as well as maybe supporters of Kim Potter as well.
Yeah, we are going to hear victim statements. Kim Potter will have the opportunity to address Judge Chu as well. And I would assume, considering the fact that she took the risk of taking the stand, that she will certainly present a statement to Judge Chu on February 18th. And what is Judge Chu looking for? She's looking for Kim Potter to be remorseful. She's also looking for Kim Potter to take responsibility now that she has been deemed guilty by a jury of her peers. We will see whether or not Kim Potter presents that statement. I'm sure there will be victim statements. And again, It is not my supposition. The prosecution has indicated that they are going to move aggressively on sentencing, and it'll be a very strong decision for Judge Chu to make whether there will be absolutely no time issued and whether she will favor the defense and agree with their dispositional departure argument, or whether they will side with the prosecution and go for the maximum sentencing. On this case, it's 15 years for the charge that she was found guilty of, the most serious charge being first-degree manslaughter.
And it looked like the judge wanted to have the sentencing like in mid-January, but for scheduling conflicts, it seemed like February was the better answer. Now, if she, like you said, she has this opportunity where potentially she could have received no sentence. So wouldn't the defense want to try to maybe do this as early as possible, just in case, for that very simple fact?
Of course, yeah, and that's what's very frustrating about our court system sometimes, is scheduling becomes a very real issue, right? As a result of unavailability either of the judge or of the lawyers, Kim Potter is now spending even more time because the judge ordered her in custody until that sentencing hearing. If you're Kim Potter's family, you can imagine that they want that sentencing hearing, ASAP, as soon as humanly possible. But now Kim Potter has to wait until February 18th exclusively as a result of scheduling conflicts. But that is a reality in every courtroom across this country. Everybody's got to get together when everybody is available. And again, Judge Chu has been very measured, has been very fair, has been very balanced throughout this trial. And her voice and her feelings on this case will be revealed on February 18th as it pertains to her issuing her order on sentencing for Kim Potter.
And Danielle, I was wondering during this trial so much when I was watching it and covering it as well. Do you think if say the Derek Chauvin incident never happened, it's not even in history, does this even get brought up on charges? Do you believe?
Yeah, I do, because again, a young man lost his life here, and it's obviously a horrific tragedy for the Daunte Wright family, and there was a lot of kind of public attention. Obviously, that public attention was on the heels of the Derek Chauvin trial, and it was all during a climate of very heightened anxiety and anticipation as it relates to this particular issue. But I do think that absent the Derek Chauvin trial and murder, that this likely would have had charges, because again, a young man lost his life. And I would only hope that charges would have been brought absent the Derek Chauvin murder.
And this really just shows now that really everything is on camera, and so many now police agencies have these body camera footage here. It really just shows you just how technology now, I mean, if this was 20, 30 years ago, it would be maybe a whole different story, right?
I think that argument is accurate, right? We live in a world now where technology not only allows us convenience, it also allows us tremendous access to information, also in the form of body cams on our law enforcement officers. So accountability is now being held more and more often, whether it's a body cam video or somebody videotaping, like with Derek Chauvin, and a bystander or an onlooker videotaping what is going on. And these are important because these cases prior to video surveillance or technology boiled down to, the victim's word or witness testimony versus the law enforcement testimony. And so I think accountability is being had, which is good. It's just for everyone in this country. And I think it also puts a lot more caution in both the public to be careful. Obviously, if law enforcement is issuing orders, it's always a good idea to follow those orders, and also caution in our law enforcement to always appreciate, always understand the incredibly high duty that they have serving to protect us every single day.
All right, and Danielle, any closing thoughts here? The only one that I have here is, did you see her mugshot, her new mugshot that was released yesterday, or maybe even this morning? There was she had a big grin on her face. I was surprised on that one too.
Oh my goodness. No, I have not seen that mugshot. And if she has a grin on her face, that is concerning on all different kinds of levels, because as you know, when she took the stand, we were all moved by her tears. Some argued they were crocodile tears, some called them Rittenhouse tears. I felt like those tears were genuine, at least at certain points. I mean, for goodness sakes, if she's grinning after 2 guilty verdicts and a young man losing his life, that's obviously very concerning. And I think it's important to note, just in closing, that whatever sentence she receives, and I'm assuming that Judge Chu is going to sentence her to some time, the chances of her issuing absolutely no time, I think, is slim to none. But whatever sentence she does receive, and the average for this kind of a crime in this state is about 7 years. With good behavior, right, she's going to serve about 2/3 of that sentence. So she's looking at about 4 years and 9 months if she has good behavior, which we would assume that she would. Some would argue that that's insufficient time for the loss of a young man's life, but those are the sentencing guidelines in Minnesota. And so the reality of what Kim Potter is facing is likely an average of about 5 years prison time, all assuming the decisions of Judge Chu on February 18th.
All right, so we will be looking forward to February, and we'll have full coverage on that day as well. Danielle Cohen-Higgins, thanks so much for coming on here on Live Now from Fox. Always great to speak with you, and a Merry Christmas.
Again, thank you for having me.
No problem. And we'll continue right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes with more coverage from around the country, everybody. We are live for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here on this Christmas Eve edition of Live Now from Fox. Live look right now at the White House. No scheduled events here for President Biden today, so we will not be seeing anything from him. But if that changes, of course, we'll have it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We continue to appreciate you joining us, as always, giving you live updates from around the country and, of course, around the world, everybody. I do want to show you now some holiday travel scams to be wary of.
We've got some warnings whether you're flying or hitting the road. We've talked about some of these things before, but hey, 'tis the season. So let's do a little refresher here. Here are some tips for consumers to, first of all, avoid fraud from those good old gas pump skimmers. If you can, pay inside instead of at the pump. Take the few extra minutes to pay inside with cash. If you pay outside, use a credit card, because that way you're at least protected by the card issuer's zero liability policy compared to a stolen debit card, which could be far more damaging. Always take a close look at the pump itself, too, and avoid any pumps that are open or unlocked, have had that tamper-evident security tape cut or removed. And some newer pumps might also have encrypted credit card readers. So look for a little illuminated green lock symbol right near the credit card reader. And choose the gas pumps closest to the physical building, the gas station itself. You don't want to use a pump that's out of the attendant's line of sight, like around the corner or building. You can always check those credit card statements to be sure, and make sure that you sign up for fraud alerts as well. You know, we've also heard the horror stories about folks booking something that either isn't as advertised or, worse, doesn't even exist. When possible, you want to deal with businesses that you already know and trust, and reconfirm all those arrangements yourself, the airlines, the hotel, the car rental. Just make a round of phone calls to verify your reservations and arrangements. Make sure you ask for details about any sort of five-star resorts or luxury cruise ships to make sure what they're advertising really is high-end. And you also want to double-check, get a copy of the company's cancellation and refund policies before you pay for the trip, and ask, what if I have to cancel? What if I have to change dates? If you choose to get travel insurance, make sure it is a licensed policy. The U.S. Travel Insurance Association has a list for you to check out. Also, ask about any mandatory hotel resort fees. Remember, when you book a hotel room online, extra costs called resort fees can cover services like fitness facilities, internet access, and it can add to the cost per night of your stay. If you're not sure whether a website is showing you the total price, call the hotel and ask about that and any other fees that may apply. Then if you do find out that a hotel hasn't told you the whole story and they don't make things right, you can always file a complaint with the FTC. I'm Sorbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
Thanks so much for that. We appreciate that. And you're watching Live Now from Fox. As we continue on, I want to play out just a little bit more from health officials from the World Health Organization talking about the latest COVID-19 surge.
So there's still a lot of uncertainty of how this virus will behave. We expect the virus to continue to evolve. We expect the virus to become potentially more fit. Whether or not it becomes more or less severe, that remains to be seen. We expect to see populations that are vaccinated to have significantly reduced morbidity and mortality, reduced amounts of hospitalization, reduced amounts of death, and we expect to see flare-ups. It will depend on how big those flare-ups and those outbreaks are as we go forward, but they will occur in under-protected populations, people who don't have vaccine and people who don't yet have their full doses of vaccines. So I think there is some understanding of where this virus is going, but we remain humble to it because I think it still has quite a few tricks up its sleeve.
Thank you, Dr. Van Kerkhove, and Dr. Gaspar, Director, Regulation and Pre-Qualification, to add on.
Just a small add to what Maria said. So WHO is monitoring through two technical advisor groups, the TAC-VE for virus evolution and the TAC-COVAC for vaccine composition. And at the same time that WHO is monitoring and preparing for any public health responses that are needed, also behind the scene, the regulators and the manufacturers are discussing the scenarios that if one day needed to be upheld, will be then deployed. So just to say that most of the time, the general public doesn't know about the work that is done behind scenes because it's preparedness work looking at scenarios extensively, but just for everybody to be aware of that, regulators worldwide through ICMRA, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, together with WHO and specifically the Regulatory Advisory Group inside COVAX, which is co-led by CEPI and WHO, that meet regularly with a cohort of those regulators for ICMRA. We have been, since the first day, discussing a number of scenarios if needed to be implemented. So the preparedness is there, but we need to go through the data, as Maria referred, in a systematic manner, not taking decisions too soon, and certainly not taking decisions too late. And this is our concern as the data is coming every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaspar. Next question goes to Donato Mancini from the FT. Donato, please unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for taking my question. Does Omicron lend fresh support to the pooling of intellectual property into the TRIPS waiver, negotiations for which have been described as quote-unquote stuck? Have you spoken to vaccine makers recently after the emergence of Omicron about this, and what have the conversations been like? Obviously, we know that supply is easing and will continue to ease unless there are catastrophic scenarios in 2022. But are you concerned about Omicron targeted vaccines if it turns out that we need them? Thank you so much.
Donato, thank you very much. I'll hand over to our Chief Scientist, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan.
Thank you for that question, Donato. I think the answer is a yes. It's obvious. This is something that WHO, the Director General, has been calling for now for a year. And if we had seen that sharing of technology, that sharing of know-how, let's say through the CTAP, through the WHO's technology transfer program, then maybe we would have had enough vaccines today, even mRNA vaccines, to have at least vaccinated all of the healthcare workers in Africa. And we know that 3/4 of them are still waiting for vaccines. So clearly, this should have happened a long time ago. We've said it in as many ways as possible. We have, the DG has spoken with the CEOs. We have spoken with heads of state. There's, of course, a parallel process going on at the WTO, where I understand that there are still negotiations that are going on. Of course, their in-person meeting was rescheduled. But at this point of time, we have a number of second-generation mRNA vaccines. So that's the encouraging part, that there are a number of biotech companies around the world who have mRNA vaccine technology that they've developed, which may even be advantageous to the ones we have currently being used today, that are willing to share the technology with us. But they are all at an earlier stage of development, just completing phase 1, some of them completing phase 2. We still need to go through the clinical development pathway before they are approved. So we're looking at several months down the line, and then to do the technology transfer and to scale up manufacturing. So, of course, what we need right now is technology transfer, and we hope that we can still see that happening with the existing vaccine platforms. And certainly mRNA has the advantage of, first of all, of course, generating a very strong immune response, but also of being able to pivot and to be able to tweak the vaccine composition relatively more easily than some of the other platforms can do. They are more expensive, and they can be more made more user-friendly in terms of, the temperature storage and so on, which is what's happening with the second-generation vaccines. But I think it's still not too late, and we would be very happy to work with any company that wants to come in and share the technology through the mechanisms that WHO has set up. Thank you. And I wonder if the DG or anyone else would like to add to that.
I think we're very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Swaminathan. Next question goes to us, again, somebody we haven't had yet before, I think, and that's Ali Forescu from Sky News. Ali, please unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you for taking this question. You've called Omicron an unprecedented challenge, and we've seen further restrictions in many European countries, Netherlands, Denmark, Ireland. Do you think that the British government are unwise to wait to see more data before going further with restrictions in England?
Well, we'll go to Maria van Kerkhove first, and then see maybe Dr. Ryan wants to add.
Thanks for the question. I mean, I think Omicron is definitely, it's a variant that is anticipated, as were the other variants of concern that are emerging. I think our recommendation has been not to wait to act. The information that we are receiving from South Africa, and again, we thank our colleagues there, who've been really tremendous in providing information almost in real time as data are generated, are giving us some clues into how Omicron is behaving. It is a certain population, it's a different population. Delta was in low-level circulation. It is important to see how Omicron unfolds in other countries, and we are seeing that across the world right now. The big question is whether or not Omicron will outcompete Delta, whether or not Omicron and Delta will co-circulate. But you have to remember that in Europe, Europe was seeing a huge wave of infections that began in June and had been increasing steadily since June. And we have repeatedly said to countries, not just across Europe, but to put in targeted, layered approach measures so that transmission can be reduced. And particularly as we lead up to the holiday seasons where we see people, spending a lot of time with each other. As we enter the winter months into the Northern Hemisphere, will people spend more time indoors than outdoors? I think we've been very clear on asking everyone, really to not wait to act. We also appreciate that decisions that are made are not just based on health, they're based on other reasons as well. So we issue the guidance, we issue the considerations that need to be taken, but countries need to take the decisions that they feel are correct. What we are learning about Omicron is certainly we have this increased transmission, but the information on severity is still uncertain. We don't have that complete picture yet, and it is too early to conclude whether or not Omicron is less severe than Delta or is as severe as Delta. Now, we do have some data suggesting that rates of hospitalization are lower, some information that people who are hospitalized don't need as much oxygen or invasive ventilation. But again, we have not seen this variant circulate for long enough in populations around the world, certainly in vulnerable populations. We did learn some information this week that Omicron, as it enters older age groups, older people with Omicron tend to have more severe disease. That's unsurprising. We know people have died from Omicron. It's too early to conclude. And I think that's really critical right now because the data is a little bit messy. And it's not messy because there aren't amazing scientists around the world working on this. It's just because it's being generated right now.
We will take another quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
Cautious and to really think, especially as these holidays are coming up. And there are very difficult decisions, as the DG said on Monday. There are very difficult decisions that need to be had in terms of making sure that we keep ourselves safe. There's plenty of ways that we can celebrate holidays, and I know that none of this is ideal. I speak personally for myself, and we've made changes to our own holiday plans. But these are difficult decisions that we have to make, each of us, and I hope more people are seriously considering what they should do in their own context and make the right decisions for them. But for us, our statements are around, don't wait to act. Use a comprehensive approach. Put in the measures that are targeted, that are layered, that are time-bound, that are not lockdown. It doesn't necessarily mean lockdown. And then adjust them as necessary, as you learn more, as the situation unfolds. We won't be in this situation forever. That we can certainly say. But it will be difficult for the time being.
Thank you very much, Dr. Van Kerkhove, and Dr. Mike Ryan, please.
Sorry, I'm having difficulties. Sorry, I know. I think Maria has really answered that question extremely well. Governments are accountable to their own population to provide what they believe, based on scientific advice, is the best form of care and the best strategy to protect those individuals. I just hope in this case that we're not, again, as I said in my previous answer, we need comprehensive, layered responses that we can turn up and turn down as we need, and not necessarily panaceas or hope is in this case is not a strategy. We need to be putting in place the necessary measures to be able to reduce transmission to the minimum, while recognizing, and we need to recognize this, the inherent social and economic costs of such measures, and governments have to balance both. And there is a difference between science, evidence, and policy. Policy comes when governments are able to look at both the health, economic, and social consequences of any particular decision. But it's certainly from the perspective, we saw this last winter in many countries, the idea of saying, well, we'll see, we'll do nothing now and then we'll see what we do in the new year. That certainly to me does not ring of an approach that's science or evidence-based. So I would much rather, if governments were to take the decisions they have to take based on the evidence they see before them, taking into account the the social and economic consequences of those decisions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan. And we'll move to Simon Ateba from Today News Africa. Simon, please unmute yourself.
Thank you for taking my question. This is Simon Ateba with Today News Africa in Washington, D.C. It's been 6 weeks since the Omicron variant was first detected in Botswana on November 11. I was wondering if you can tell us how many confirmed cases of the Omicron variant do we have now globally and especially in Africa? And how many deaths have been directly linked to the Omicron variant globally? And if I may quickly add, here in the US, despite President Biden's ban on only Africans nation, the Omicron variant has become the dominant version of COVID-19 here. As you look back, is this further proof that outright bans are indeed not effective, not based on any science, and only give us a false sense of security? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. And Dr. van Kerkhoff, please.
Hi, Simon. Nice to hear your voice. I actually cannot answer your question with as much specificity as I would like in terms of how many cases of Omicron have there been, how many deaths have been due to Omicron. The reason for that is because to be able to detect Omicron, we need sequencing, or we have a proxy with one of the tests with this S gene dropout. So I don't have a number for you. What I can say is where it is circulating. It's been detected in 106 countries. Many of those have been travel related, but we do know that there's a bias right now because of the announcement of Omicron as a variant of concern. The amount of testing that's happening among travelers or sequencing among travelers also changes, so the picture is a bit mixed. We do know that there is some community transmission of Omicron in a number of countries, and we're tracking those and getting information from a number of those countries. And we do know that people have died, people with Omicron have died. So it is difficult to give an answer to that because we don't have the complete systems in place globally in terms of linking surveillance for the PCR and the antigen-based testing, the links with the sequencing of those people who have tested positive from PCR tests or antigen-based tests, and having that information reported to us. So there's also a time lag with that. But it is circulating. And we do see the full spectrum of disease with Omicron, everything from asymptomatic presentation, asymptomatic infection, all the way through hospitalization, severe disease, and death. The big question is, what is the proportion of those individuals who are infected with this variant that are mild, that are asymptomatic, or that go on to severe disease and die? We do know that people who are vaccinated have a much lower risk of developing severe disease and death to both Delta and Omicron. So we stress the importance of vaccination when it is your turn. Regardless of what information we do find out about Omicron and the different vaccines that are in use, it is better to be vaccinated than not. So if you hear anything from us today, please hear that and get vaccinated when it's your turn and fight like hell for vaccine equity for everybody else around the world. I don't know if your second part of your question was on travel. Was it on restrictions? Is that right, Christian? I mean, certainly we have seen, the use of travel restrictions. I think we've answered this question many times now in terms of the use of travel restrictions and how they have been applied, particularly to this variant. We do know that, restricting movement can delay but cannot stop the spread of these types of variants. And certainly as more Omicron is detected, as sequencing is done, it's likely that this variant had been circulating for a little bit of time at least. We don't know for how long. But what has been, quite striking with this is the let's say, inconsistent or a strange use of travel restrictions in this particular situation, and targeting only some countries that had detected Omicron versus not. And what is really critical for WHO is that we have surveillance systems and reporting systems based on trust, that people know that they can report this information without being penalized. And I think the Director General has been very, very clear in his messaging around this and from the organization around not penalizing countries for reporting this type of information.
Thank you very much, Dr. van Kerkhoff. Next question, and that might then just be the last for today. Let's see how we go about, is for Helen Bransfeld from Stat News. Helen, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Christian, and thank you for taking my question. Happy holidays to you all. I wanted to circle back, if I could, to Dr. Swaminathan's answer a few minutes ago about the fact that the TAG COVAC is working to develop criteria on that could be used to determine when the strain in the vaccine should be updated and what that strain ought to be when that decision is made. And I'm wondering if you could tell me, Dr. Swaminathan, do you have buy-in from the manufacturers that they will take part in or follow the guidance of the WHO on this? Or do you think at this point that they may make their own decisions based on what they see as an economic advantage?
Thank you very much, Helen, and of course, Dr. Swaminathan.
Thank you, Helen. That's a very important question, and I think Dr. Ryan may want to come in as well because of the experience that WHO has had with the influenza vaccine program, whereas it's the WHO that provides the strains for influenza vaccines for the northern and southern hemispheres every year, and certainly the manufacturers work with the WHO and wait for the WHO to pronounce that before they actually go ahead and make their vaccine. So I think that's really worked very well. Now here we're talking about, of course, a new virus, lots of unknowns. We have new platforms now, the mRNA platforms, which clearly the manufacturers are able to make these variant-specific vaccines. And we know, for example, that many of the manufacturers had started making vaccines for beta, for example, for the beta variant of concern, and even for the Delta. And so it's a question of making a prototype vaccine. I think they've started. I do think that many manufacturers want guidance from WHO because of the fact that WHO has access to a lot of information, a lot of expert groups and expert advice on what sequence or sequences would be best positioned to be in such a vaccine. But this is still an evolving area just because of the fact that, as Maria was saying earlier, this is not, we know this won't be the last variant of concern. And if you have to make a decision between going with an Omicron consensus sequence, which is very far away from the original Wuhan strain, are you still going to get that cross protection? Because tomorrow we may have another strain that's closer to the original Wuhan strain, and so on. So there are lots of questions, and I think what the committee is now going to dig deep into is really looking at the correlations between the genotypic changes, the mutations, and the phenotypic changes, and trying to come to an agreement on which are the most critical changes in the virus that end up changing its phenotypic properties, whether it's transmissibility or immune evasion. And perhaps it's those sequences that would need to be included so that a future vaccine could provide protection. But again, it's complex. There's only so much you can do in a vaccine, as you know. There are limitations to what can be done. And so I think what the committee is also doing is actually inviting manufacturers to their meetings. And I know that last time, for example, there were at least 6 manufacturers who participated in their meeting, and they're meeting every week. And so through this dialogue, I think there'll be a much better understanding. And I think it's important that the WHO committee, which has been tasked with this, should really be the one that tells the world what vaccine sequences should be used for targeting. And of course, then we also have new generation vaccines coming along, and other types of vaccines like the nasal vaccines and so on. So at the same time, and the DG mentioned the Solidarity Vaccines trial that has basically been set up in order to test the vaccines that have still not gone through phase 3 and generate enough data, including on the nasal vaccines and so on, so that we can think about, we can generate more data on whether those are being more effective. So I don't know if I've answered your question entirely, but I'm sure that as the committee continues to meet and deliberate, we'll put out the minutes from their meetings as well as their guidance from time to time. Thank you, Tariq.
Thank you, Dr. Swaminathan, and Dr. Ryan, please.
And season's greetings to you as well, Helen. Yeah, no, and I think we have been, I mean, Rogerio was on earlier. I mean, there's a huge collaboration going on between regulators. The Research and Development Blueprint for Epidemics continues to engage thousands of scientists from around the world on the upstream research regarding, what we understand about this new variant, what we understand in terms of vaccine escape, and what may be needed in terms of new target product profiles for any evolution of vaccine. We have the tag for virus evolution, which is really tracking working with us to track the evolution of the virus. And then obviously the tag COVAX, which is really looking at COVID vaccination and composition of vaccines. And that's very much aligned and in parallel to the work we do on influenza, which I know you're very well aware of. The tag COVAX, I think, has over 30 experts on it. These people are vastly experienced, both in terms of what we do in flu, but also what we do in coronaviruses. And as Sumia said correctly, they're really looking now at what are the phenotypic behavior of this virus, how it behaves in the real world antigenically, to see whether or not the current vaccines are providing the levels of protection that they need to. And again, a lot of the data up to now has been protection against infection, not protection against severe disease, hospitalization, and death, which the vaccines were really set up to prevent. So we still have to see what that is, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing work in the meantime. The tag COVAX, I think, will meet again tomorrow, and we'll also meet again tomorrow with the manufacturers to have that continued discussion. And again, if we cast our minds to the 70-year history of influenza surveillance around the world, this is truly, truly, truly a partnership between science, between member states, and the private sector and the manufacturing pharmaceutical companies. And everyone plays their part. And twice a year, we get together with all of that data, all of those scientists, and then create a selection of vaccine composition, which is then passed on to manufacturers. And manufacturers are absolutely outstanding in the way that they engage with WHO, with our advisory groups on that work. And we believe that we help people through getting the right composition of vaccine. We also help manufacturers by creating a very transparent process of selecting the strains for each year's vaccine for North and South, allowing all manufacturers to participate on an equal footing. And we believe now there are many, many potential manufacturers out there for COVID vaccines as well. And also, Sumia referred to some of the new vaccines that are in trial, nasal vaccines and non-injectable vaccines and other things. So we need to have the manufacturing world, the pharmaceutical world now is much broader than it was in terms for these vaccines for now and for going forward. And it's really important that we engage with the broadest range of manufacturers and create that level playing field, that transparency around what WHO and its experts believe are the most effective designs for vaccines. And in the short term, looking at variant-specific vaccines or combinations of those. And again, as Sumia said, looking in the longer term at new vaccine platforms and new types of vaccines that may give more conserved protection against a broader range of epitopes in terms of the virus itself. So there's both work to do in the short term and the long term. But again, we right now, and if we lurch into producing Omicron-specific vaccines, we could lose effectiveness against currently circulating strains as well. So I think Gaspar put it, Rogerio put it really well. We have to be fast enough to make a good decision, but at the same time, we have to be able to consider all of the relevant data. So it's finding that combination of careful consideration of the data and making that decision in time to be able to give the right information to industry to be able to produce the appropriate vaccines. And this needs to be a strong and deepening partnership between the public, the private, the academic sector in order to get these decisions made in the most timely way.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan. Now we come to the end of this briefing. I thank you all for your participation. A quick note, we are trying to give you all a break for next week and did not schedule a regular press briefing yet. But as you know, things are constantly developing, so if there's a need, we will call upon you. But for now, the plan is to give you a week off, so to say, for next week. That means this was the last briefing of this year, and I thank you all very much for being with us for this whole year, and thanks to the translators here who've been with us too. We'll be sending the audio files and Dr. Tedros' remarks right after the press conference as usual. The full transcript will be posted on the WHO website tomorrow morning. And with this, thank you, and over to Dr. Tedros.
Thank you, Christian. I just have one correction from the statement I read earlier, where I said the global priority must be to support all countries to reach the 40% target as quickly as possible, and the 70% target by the middle of next year, not this year. So I said this year, I'm sorry for that. It's 70% target is for next year. And then maybe just one issue, we had the first question actually about the virus and what do we know and what the challenges are. I think 2 years, we know the virus better now, and based on that, we have very effective tools. And going forward, there is hope, and that's why in my statement said we should end this pandemic by 2022. The reason for that is because I have, and we have, as WHO, confidence that we know the virus now very well, and we have all the tools. The issue is implement all the tools we have as, comprehensively. Vaccines plus the other public health measures. And when we do that, we should also take care of equity, because unless we vaccinate the whole world, unless we apply the comprehensive approach all over the world, I don't think we can end this pandemic. But I think, I would repeat again, we know the virus better, we have effective tools, and we need to add to that comprehensive implementation and equity, and hope 2022 will end this pandemic. So thank you again, and I would like to wish all who celebrate it a very Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, and see you in our upcoming presser. Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country coming up next. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us right here. Well, now the age-old question, everybody. Is the movie Die Hard a Christmas movie? Take a look.
I'll be home for Christmas.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Absolutely, it's a Christmas movie.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's a Christmas Eve party at the Nakatomi Tower.
Die Hard. I can't say because I've never seen it.
8 Lincoln 30 to dispatch.
8030, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a wild goose chase over here at Nakatomi Plaza. Everything here is okay. Over. But nobody has no place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie, absolutely, because it's around Christmas time, and it's just a great movie just to see.
I would say yes, because I like to watch it at Christmas time.
It's an action movie. I don't know, maybe not.
To each their own.
I say it can be both. It can be an action movie and a Christmas movie.
It's set during the Christmas time, a holiday spirit. It doesn't have to be all about Santa Claus and all the wishes and elves and all that. A little bit of action, a little bit of comedy, a little bit of fun. Nothing wrong with that during the Christmas holiday time.
Because it's based around Christmas. Like, there's a lot of movies that are just based around Christmas, and they're considered Christmas movies, and Die Hard is based around Christmas.
In my opinion, no. But whatever you make a holiday tradition for you can be a holiday movie.
Oh man, for those people I say, hey, think again. It is definitely a Christmas movie.
Correct.
It happens during Christmas. Like it's a Christmas movie.
I say that they just need to hold the spirit of Christmas joy in their hearts as Alan Rickman falls from the top of Nakatomi Plaza every year.
Absolutely. Live look right now, Santa Tracker. It is Christmas Eve, everybody, and right now, last seen, Santa was in China. So soon he will be coming to the United States later tonight. So make sure that the kids are in bed early because he can't come to your home if the boy or girl in your family is still up. They will have to skip it. So don't let that happen. We've heard reports of that happening, and it's just devastating for the kids waking up and finding out Santa. We're back here on Live Now from Fox, always in demand here for you. We appreciate you joining us here today. Well, Christmas Eve means a lot of Christmas travel here to get to family and friends right before the big holiday tomorrow. Earlier today, I checked in with Fox 10's Danielle Miller live at Sky Harbor, breaking it all down about the travel as well as concerns of flight cancellations. How's it looking out there?
Hey, Mike, good morning. Yes, hopefully not too many people impacted by this, but we're all keeping our fingers crossed for these travelers here today trying to make it to their Christmas destination. So we're at Terminal 3 here, and so far this has been the busiest terminal that we've seen so far. This is security checkpoint right here, 26-minute wait. We've been at the airport all week long talking to, Christmas travelers and things like that, and this is definitely the busiest that I have seen it here. Christmas Eve, these last-minute travelers trying to get to their destination, and already we're seeing the effects of all these cancellations as well as delays here. There are more than a dozen flights canceled already. This comes as Delta and United Airlines both announced Christmas Eve day cancellations. United canceling about 120 flights, Delta canceling around 90 flights. Both airlines are blaming spikes in Omicron cases this week having an impact on these flight crews and people who run the operations center. And the carriers say they have exhausted resources to try to cover as many routes as possible. They also say that inclement weather is also a cause for these cancellations. The companies say they are working diligently to try to contact these passengers who possibly are affected and get them to their destination. So right here at Terminal 3, this is where United flies out of. This is where a lot of the cancellations are coming from, Mike. We see a few from New York. There was Newark, New Jersey, as well as Minneapolis, Denver, Reno, Nevada. There was also a Seattle cancellation. So it's all across the board. It doesn't have a specific area that's been affected. So a lot of these people, and they're trying to tell people, if you do have a flight today or even in the coming days, as we know, if your flight maybe today isn't affected, there's always a trickle-down effect that happens when we have this many delays as well as cancellations. So it is always a good idea to check ahead. They're telling everybody to come here at least 2 hours before your flight. So just got to stay on your toes here for this traveling. And here at Phoenix Sky Harbor, we're actually seeing pre-pandemic numbers. So increased volumes on top of cancellations, and it's a nightmare waiting to happen here on the Christmas holiday.
I know. It's almost, you know what, if there is a silver lining, though, at least there isn't bad weather in some parts of the country. Could you imagine if you had that on top of all this as well? There'd be cancellations left and right.
Yes, that would definitely be what you called the Grinch. Who stole Christmas would be the weather. So, we do have a little bit of rain out here, but nothing that we haven't seen here in the valley so far. So hopefully the weather continues to participate with us. But these cancellations as well as delays will have an effect, I'm sure.
And everyone so far looks like they're in a pretty good mood, though. And, they're the smart ones. They're getting an early start here. Once you get into the afternoon, evening hours for Christmas Eve, you kind of get a little bit more rushed and maybe impatient.
Oh, yeah. We were at Terminal 4, which that's Southwest, and that one was a 5-minute wait time, so it was not bad at all. And as I said before, Mike, we've been here all week long talking to travelers and just kind of, seeing where people are going, their destinations and things like that. And I've never seen it this busy so far, this early in the morning. But as we know, as the hours tick on, the airport gets packed.
Yeah, it so does. Safe travels to everybody that is traveling today. And Danielle, happy Merry Christmas to you and to your family.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Thank you. You as well, Mike. Merry Christmas.
And we'll continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox in just moments. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Another quick 2-minute break. We take it back out to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going out to Tampa right now. Officials talking about the future of the tanker aircraft fleet at the MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. Let's listen.
I'm going to step a little closer.
Yeah, just step down. Yes, ma'am. There you go.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Tampa-based Congresswoman Kathy Castor. I'm joined by the commander of MacDill Air Force Base, Ben Johnson, Colonel Ben Johnson, also Colonel Matthews, Colonel Kurt Matthews, the commander of the 927th Air Refueling Wing here, the Reserve Wing here at MacDill, and also our outstanding community partners, including Kelly Flannery, the president and CEO of the South Tampa Chamber of Commerce, Donna Honeycutt with the Tampa Bay Defense Alliance, Andy Mates with the Greater Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce, and there's someone who is not here. There are a few who are not here, including retired General Larry Martin, who texted me last night about his excitement. He's in Minnesota, but wanted to convey his excitement about our announcement today. So, just to set the stage here, you all are aware that MacDill's 6th Air Refueling Wing is central to the U.S. Air Force's global vigilance, global reach, and global power mission. Air mobility is the backbone of our national security, especially with air refueling and logistics. The Tampa Bay area and MacDill have been home to Air Force missions for about 80 years. It was in World War II when they activated the base to train World War II airmen to fly and operate the B-17 Flying Fortress and the B-26 Marauder. And this proud legacy in support of America's national security has evolved over time. MacDill now is home to the air refueling mission with over 25 years of exemplary service of the 6th Air Refueling Wing and using the KC-135 tankers. You've seen these large tanker jets fly over our community, fly over Tampa Bay, and I think this community has an appreciation for the men and women who keep them in the air, who serve their country with great distinction. Well, what they may not know is these KC-135 tankers have been around since President Eisenhower was president. That's a long time. These tanker jets have been flying since the late 50s, since the 60s, and it's a real testament to the talent and expertise of the maintainers here at MacDill and across the country who have kept those KC-135s flying over time. But they've reached the end of their useful life. Despite the talent of the maintainers and what they've been able to do. So over the past years, the Congress and the Air Force has had an eye to updating, modernizing this Strato tanker. And indeed, we have funded now the new KC-46 Pegasus aircraft. About 10 years ago, I brought together local leaders, including the South Tampa Chamber of Commerce, the Tampa Bay Defense Alliance, the mayor, the Greater Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce, in an effort called MacDill Means Mobility. Remember, the base here, Air Refueling, is part of the larger Air Mobility Command that is the backbone of our national security here. So today, we are thrilled to announce that the Department of Defense has chosen MacDill Air Force Base as the 6th main operating base for the new KC-46 Pegasus tankers. We will be a main operating base for 24 of those new modern tanker aircraft. Along with that, we will be able to maintain the missions of MacDill Air Force Base for decades to come. We will continue to have amongst us the bravest and finest that serve in the United States Air Force, the folks that maintain these modern, beautiful tankers, the pilots, all of the support folks who come with it, all of the civilians who support the missions here at the base. This is a very exciting announcement. We weren't sure when it was going to come. We were in competition with Fairchild Air Force Base in the state of Washington. But I'm pleased to announce that thanks to our local partners, thanks to all of the airmen who serve here, we made the case to the Department of Defense and the Air Force now and have been selected as the preferred alternative. The Department of Defense over the next year will study, begin some infrastructure improvements here, and then confirm MacDill as the final main operating base, the 6th main operating base for 24 tankers. The KC-46 mission factors that they considered are central to what our partners do every day. They were looking at the capacity of MacDill, they were looking at environmental issues, and they were looking at support from the community. How do we support our military families? And I think our partners are going to talk a little bit about that today. There is no other community in the country that values the service, the patriotism, that is so proud. We're one together in our support for the folks who work here at MacDill. So, Colonel Johnson, I'm so proud that we could announce this here at Christmas. I think everyone wants some kind of toy airplane for Christmas, or some kind of gesture now in this uncertain world that what we're doing here at MacDill Air Force Base will now be maintained for decades to come. Thank you for your service and welcome.
Well, thank you, Congresswoman Castor, and thank you for your support, your continuous support to all of our service members and our missions here at MacDill, and our families, as you mentioned, who have found MacDill Air Force Base and the surrounding Tampa Bay community such an incredible place to live and to be stationed, and really represented here by these leaders, but by the many more community partners who have supported us over the years. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the men and women of MacDill. Thank you for this incredible community support that again has found itself represented in this announcement. And really, this basing action and the KC-46A Pegasus coming to MacDill is representative of the commitment to air refueling and air power and what this does for our country. As Congresswoman Castor mentioned, air power, and specifically the air refueling support that enables that air power, is not only, it's the backbone, as she mentioned, it's the lifeblood that enables us as a country to project air power anytime, anywhere around the world. It enables us to respond to crises and contingencies globally. In fact, we have air refueling tankers, 8 of them right now, and about 80 airmen from MacDill in the Middle East, providing deterrence against Iranian aggression and being able to protect our service members on the ground, as well as we provide it globally and enable us to protect our homeland. So to be able to do this for decades to come, it shows the importance of that refueling capability and what it means for our nation and our nation's defense. And it means that it's going to be happening right here from MacDill Air Force Base by these airmen and by the airmen and service members and civilians that follow us. So thank you again, ma'am, and we are excited for this big news at MacDill.
Well, thank you again, Colonel Johnson. Next, I'm going to ask Colonel Kurt Matthews, the commander of the 927th Air Refueling Air Force Reserve Wing. The reserve and the active duty folks here who maintain and fly these tankers are integral. So Colonel Matthews, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Congresswoman Castor, Colonel Johnson. Very proud and excited for today as a member of the Air Force Reserve Command and the commander of the 927th Air Refueling Wing. Our citizen airmen are so proud to be partners here at Team MacDill with the 6th, and looking forward to supporting the transition, just as we do this mission right now, transition to the future with the KC-46 and the strategic air refueling capability. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Well, we couldn't do this without our local partners. Kelly Flannery, the president and CEO of the South Tampa Chamber of Commerce, has been one of our co-chairs for the MacDill Means Mobility effort. She's worked hard over the years. She understands what this base means to our community. Kelly, thank you for your outstanding advocacy for the base, for MacDill Means Mobility, and I understand you're an honorary base commander as well. So welcome and thank you for all of your efforts here for the new KC-46.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Castor. What an exciting phone call to receive yesterday afternoon as we go into the holiday week. And as was mentioned, we're all here today as MacDill celebrates 80 years as a part of the Tampa Bay community, home to the 6th Air Refueling Wing, the 927th Air Refueling Wing, United States Central Command, United States Special Operations Command, and more than 31 other joint mission partners. And what an exciting time for us to get to be a part of the next chapter of history for MacDill. It is because of the strategic location and the global reach that MacDill has. It is because of the outstanding leadership that ensures that our airmen are mission ready each and every day. It is because of the dedication and the sacrifice that our airmen make. It is because of the support of our military families, making sure that our airmen can do their job. It is because of the love that this community has for MacDill that there is no better location to be the new home of the KC-46. On behalf of the Tampa Bay community, we are so excited to be here. Congresswoman Castor, thank you for your advocacy, not only for this initiative, but for all that you do to support our service members and their families. Congratulations to Team MacDill. We know that this was not a decision that was made overnight. This is the culmination of years of hard work to get us here today for this announcement. To my fellow partners as part of the MacDill Means Mobility, it's been such an outstanding year to get to work alongside community leaders. And to our community partners at the South Tampa Chamber of Commerce, the Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce, and the Tampa Bay Defense Alliance, you are the reason why Tampa Bay is the best community to live, work, play, and serve. On behalf of the Tampa Bay community, we are thrilled to welcome the KC-46, the airmen, and the families that will come along with them, and we look forward to the day when we will have a new bird in the sky flying high over Tampa Bay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. And next I'd like to ask Donna Honeycutt to come up with the Tampa Bay Defense Alliance. Donna and the Tampa Bay Defense Alliance have been central to support of our military families, the spouses who come through MacDill that are often looking for jobs, the schools, including Tinker, K-8 here on the base, but the larger effort here in the state of Florida to ensure that our families are fully supported. So Donna, thank you for everything that you have done. I hope you'll talk about a little bit about your work supporting our military families.
Thank you, and thank you to the Congresswoman who I would really like to reinforce her centrality to the effort to attract the KC-46 fleet here to Tampa Bay. She brought together a task force, a community task force that allowed us all to pool our energies and really showcase what a fantastic place the Tampa Bay area is. MacDill Air Force Base is geographically and really culturally at the heart of Tampa Bay. And this community doesn't just support the Department of Defense and the military. This community is of the Department of Defense and the military. I'm a military spouse. My husband is a veteran. Veterans tend to vote with their feet. It's just astonishing the number of people that retire out of the military and decide to make their lives here in Tampa Bay. So as a Tampa Bay Defense Alliance president, we are going to continue to support these families. One of our big initiatives right now is working with the Florida Defense Alliance to ensure that Florida laws make it very easy for military spouses to come into Florida and continue to practice their professions. We want to make sure that the influx of service people into Florida and into Tampa is as seamless as possible. And we will continue to work with all of our fellow organizations here that do such a great job weaving together the commercial, the municipal, and the political support system that all appreciates and supports MacDill Air Force Base. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you, Donna, for everything that you have done and the Tampa Bay Defense Alliance in support of military families, including families here at MacDill Air Force Base. Well, the Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce from the very get-go was one of our lead partners in the MacDill Means Mobility effort. Andy, it's been quite a long road of 9 years. I want to thank the Military Affairs Committee from the Chamber and Nick Lover with advocacy and all the folks who have day in and day out advocated for our base. We understand this is one of the premier economic engines in addition to being central to America's national security. So Andy Mates, the new chair of the Greater Tampa Bay Chamber of Commerce, is here to cheer us on as well. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, and on behalf of the Tampa Bay Chamber's Board of Directors, our near 1,400 members, thank you to you, Representative Casper. Congratulations. You've always been just a fantastic champion for this Tampa Bay area. So for our whole region, from St. Pete, Tampa, this whole area, it's a fantastic day for us. And thank you for advocating so strongly for us up in D.C. on behalf of Team McDill. This new mission will have positive impacts on the Tampa Bay region, our business community, and it will allow us to be more fully equipped to be ready to support the mission of the 6th and the 927th, and also to support our airmen. This new mission helps further secure McDill's position as a lead installation within the military, and enhances its impact as a lead economic driver in the Tampa Bay region. So our chamber is all in for the military. We're here to partner with our airmen and the leadership on every step of the way as we implement this exciting new opportunity. So congratulations to everyone, and I know so many people have worked so hard. I just came into this role and I get to be up here and be at the mic today, but it's really all the people that work so hard to make this happen. So, hey, give them the guns.
Great, thanks, Andy. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't also thank the Department of Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who knows McDill very well as a former commander of U.S. Central Command. Also thanks to Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall, the Deputy Gina Ortiz-Jones, the Air Mobility Commander General Minahan, and President Biden and the administration for their faith in McDill Air Force Base in the Tampa Bay area. We're happy to answer any questions about the future main operating base for the KC-46 Pegasus.
Congressman Castor, at the end of the day, when the KC-135s are changed out and the C-46s are here, will there be an increase in total number of personnel? Do we know yet?
I'm Colonel Johnson. Let's ask the Colonel to weigh in on this.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a great question. We had an initial site visit that came. The short answer is details to follow. It's going to be a one-for-one aircraft swap or recapitalization here. So it'll be, as we have 24 KC-135s assigned, we'll have 24 KC-46s assigned. It's approximately the same number of people, but there may be some changes and more to follow in the months to come. We have actually just almost immediately following this announcement, we'll have a site activation task force that's coming here just within the next few weeks, and they'll be doing an in-depth study on all the things they initially looked at here for military construction and specific requirements to bring in those aircraft.
Just a follow-up question on that. Will new crews be brought in and old crews taken away, or will old crews be retrained on the C-46?
So we're obviously not the first base to go through this transition, and essentially there will be a very methodical approach to that. But I'm a KC-135 pilot. I'm not qualified, although I have flown a simulator for the KC-46. But it is a different qualification, so it requires total retraining. And we have a KC-46 schoolhouse. It's at Altus Air Force Base, and all of those crews and mechanics, not necessarily to Altus Air Force Base, but there's new qualification training for everyone that's operating or fixing this aircraft. So everyone would have to go through that training. It will probably be a little bit of both. We'll have some people that'll go through it before they ever get here. We'll have some people that get to go through it and come back. So all of that will kind of be programmed into the transition.
How long do you think all that will take?
At this time, it's unclear the exact timing, but again, as the site activation team comes and as our headquarters programs all this out, we'll have more details in the months to follow. Thank you.
Can you describe some of the structural changes that will need to be made to accommodate these aircraft, and also maybe what the environmental impact study?
So just on the structure, so the KC-46 is a larger aircraft than the KC-135. It's about 25 feet wider and longer, and so that obviously has just some very practical implications for places like we're standing right now. So again, as the site activation task force comes, they'll look at all of the structural changes, to include parking spots and how the configuration will be across the base. Maintenance facilities, all these things will be a part of that. So just the fact that it is a larger aircraft and it has different capabilities, so all those things will be needed to be supported. And so again, those teams will examine that and build that all into the planning effort.
So much like the new hangar to replace
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country, but probably the biggest story of the day and into the evening, it all has to do about where is Santa? And look here from the official Santa tracker, everybody. He was last seen in Australia, and we want to remind you that we will have special coverage here of Santa as he makes his way into the United States airspace coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern time today, right here on Live Now from Fox. So get your kids all ready for this very, very fun time as we track Santa live right here on Live Now from Fox as he comes to America later this evening. We'll have full coverage for you right here as always. When we come back here, we'll take you out to Scottsdale, Arizona, where an Italian restaurant is getting ready for the very festive and fun Italian 7 dishes on Christmas Eve. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It's 7 dishes of fish coming up next. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Merry Christmas Eve to everybody watching, and we thank you for watching. And just a special reminder as well, coming up 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, we will have special coverage of Santa coming to inside the United States airspace. Let's take a live look right now for everyone watching, and he is truly around the world right now. He was last seen in Australia and making some moves here, and we're getting special reporting from inside of Santa's press pool, and they're just putting out this reminder to all children for Santa to come to your house today. You're going to have to be in bed there, sleeping there. You can't do it when you're still up there. I know it's very, very hard because the anticipation of Santa coming with your special gift is always so exciting. But once again, folks, we'll have special coverage coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. Now I want to go out to Scottsdale, Arizona. This is the restaurant called the Italian Daughter. They are having a very special feast today. It is the Italian Feast of the Seven Fishes. Let's go to Danielle Miller with the very latest.
Hey, good morning, ladies. Yes, the Italian Daughter here in Scottsdale. They are already preparing for a packed house here tonight for this traditional Italian Christmas Eve dinner. We're talking to Melissa. She's the owner here this morning. Tell us about this tradition.
So the Feast of the Seven Fishes is a very old Italian tradition. It started in the Catholic Church, where Catholics abstain from eating meat and dairy during the holiday season. And typically in every household in Italy tonight, and many Italian households, people will just be enjoying luxurious plates of different seafoods.
And what type of seafood are we talking about? We have chef back here, and I wish you guys could smell it in here this morning. I'm already craving Italian food at 8:30 in the morning, which is not typical, but
I know that's what happens when you work in a restaurant. There isn't anything specific. You can have whatever you'd like, but we're doing traditional cioppino, we're doing stuffed calamari, we're doing a swordfish spiadini, which is one of my dad's traditional stuffed swordfish on a skewer. We're doing bacala, which is a very Sicilian dish, and crab. We've got crab, clams, mussels, you name it, we're doing it all here at the Italian Daughter. It's actually more of the feast of the 20 fishes here. It's not really the 7.
I was going to say there's plenty of plates over here, but no matter what, it's just all based around seafood, correct?
It is. It's all based around seafood, and depending where you're from in Italy, you do different things. I'm Sicilian, so we really are very heavy seafood eaters to begin with, so this is just almost like every other night at our house.
Oh my goodness. And Chef over here whipping it up. We could talk to Chef. What is this you're making right now?
We're making cioppino. It's a kind of Italian soup with some squid linguine. We have some lobster tail, shrimp, calamari. It has mussels, clams. It's a really nice plate for Christmas Eve.
In this holiday for you, what's your favorite thing to cook?
My favorite thing to cook for my holiday is swordfish in Boltini, because they're stuffed with a lot of stuff. It's really good. We made it right as we used to make in Italy on Christmas Eve.
That's amazing. And then Melissa, you said, you guys are expecting a very packed house tonight.
We are. So I'm hoping that it just automatically stops raining today. Can you do something about that? Can you talk to your
Let's talk to, Celeste is doing weather today. So Celeste, can you hear this?
Help me out, Celeste.
Oh my goodness. And then what time are you guys open?
At 1 o'clock today.
Okay, perfect. Well, we are going to come up in about 20 minutes or so. We're going to have the entire feast laid out here for what you can expect if you want to come and have some dinner tonight. Girls,
that looks really, really good, and I don't know about you, but I could have a really Italian dish at any time of the day there, and if that's that early in the morning, that's okay. Looking great there, Chef. And that was from Fox 10 in Phoenix. Danielle Miller reporting there, and what a great assignment for this Christmas Eve. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right here with more coverage from across the country. Looks like we're going to have a New York governor update as well. So we'll have all of that featured right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We welcome you back right here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going to go out right now to the New York governor making some remarks right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Her contributions. As we knew the numbers would continue to climb, we foresaw this. This is not a surprise, and this is a very, very contagious variant. And I will repeat this once again. This is not the same situation we had in March of 2020 or even last winter's surge. We've had more testing. We've had more opportunities, but also we know that hospitalizations are continuing to rise. So our winter surge plan, which was activated months ago, making vaccines and boosters and testing widely available, continues in full throttle here. So let's take a minute and go through some of the latest numbers. First of all, we've had 44,431 new positive cases, and part of that is because we've had such widespread testing. That's out of nearly 360,000 tests just done in one day. The testing demand continues to increase. There are about 200,000 tests requested just a little over a month ago, just before Thanksgiving. So with a lot of testing, the upside is that we're getting a handle on where the cases are and how we can control that spread. And we expect that many people who do test positive, they won't show symptoms or even just very mild symptoms that won't require them to go to a hospital or even see a doctor. They can be managed at home. But we'll still see numbers going up, and that's something that is continuing to be concerning. You can see the cases per 100,000 people, which is how we've been tracking the numbers very intently for months now. I mentioned hospitalizations, but also the people we've lost, 69 individuals. And our hearts go out to their family members just on the verge of this beautiful holiday. And to know that there'll be an empty seat at the table has to be incredibly painful for them. So let's keep them all in our prayers and all the individuals we've lost, not just in New York, but the over 800,000 we've lost since the beginning of this pandemic. We had 4,744 New Yorkers hospitalized just yesterday. Again, some context here. We had nearly 7,000 in the hospital this very time last year. So hospitalizations are up. We're preparing for this. We've been ready. It is still a dynamic that is very hard on the individuals who are in those hospitals, working day in and day out to keep people healthy. So again, last year we knew what the numbers were, nearly 7,000. We've been addressing this since we first announced our winter surge as early as October 5th, and we're going to talk about where we are right now. Our vaccines, we've had nearly 3.5 million vaccines administered since December 1st. This is not over a year. This is just in the last few months. And we reached a new milestone just yesterday. So let's talk about that milestone. This is very exciting news. I've been waiting for this number to be able to announce to all of you. And we didn't do this alone. We did this with New Yorkers. We hit 95% of New Yorkers over the 18 have had at least one dose. So let's give a round of applause to all New Yorkers. And I'm so proud of the individuals who stepped up and did their part to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. But one dose isn't going to be enough. You need to get that second dose. If you've had Pfizer or Moderna, please get that scheduled, get that on your calendar. Don't miss the date when you can get the second one. And then start planning for that third shot, the booster shot. But this is an extraordinary number, and I'm really proud of it. The boosters, we keep talking about the booster shots, and we know with this variant, Omicron, it has some breakthrough situations with respect to people may have been vaccinated. Certainly even one dose does not give you the protection you need. But these boosters have been doing an incredible job and keep people safe. Not that you won't test positive, but the effect is much more diminished than it would have been for people who didn't have the booster shots. So we've had over 4.1 million booster shots already. So here's a recap of some of the steps we've taken during our winter surge preparations and where we are right now. Again, the timeline, we talked about this October 5th, and I knew Halloween was coming because I started seeing the candy show up in the stores and the costumes, and I thought this is a reminder of what happened last year. So I wanted to address that early on so people could start anticipating what we expected to happen. We talked about the rising numbers, particularly upstate. This was a time when the numbers were fairly flat in the city, New York City, but also they were starting to rise elsewhere. We talked about deploying more vaccine sites. We did this. November 11th, we started talking about schools that were seeing an occasional case and how they can adopt, if they wanted to, a Test to Save program, which is all about keeping the healthy kids in school. We announced that in November, but this is something I'll be mentioning. We'll be talking about even more, hoping that'll become the case statewide on January 3rd. November 26th, which is the first day that the World Health Organization even named Omicron as a variant and a concern to all of us. We're just watching what was happening in South Africa and before it came here. At that time, I signed an executive order in anticipation that I might need the powers that I did not have at the time to be able to be nimble, to be able to secure more testing kits as we've now been able to take advantage of, to deploy people elsewhere, to bring in our National Guard. At the time, we didn't know exactly that would happen, but I knew I needed to be prepared, and that's what I did by signing that executive order. At that time, again, before we even had a problem, we directed hospitals with 10% capacity or less to be starting to stop their elective surgery. Gave them a runway that they could work with and make sure that they could have all the resources. It's not about how many beds they have. It's about whether those beds are staffed, and that's been a challenge throughout this whole process. Also on the 26th of November, we required all nursing homes to make booster doses available. First of all, vaccines. Every nursing home made available to the residents the vaccine as well as their staff, and now we want to make sure that they knew we thought boosters were very, very important. So we wanted to make sure that happened so we could ease the stress on our hospital systems because we knew people in nursing homes really are the most vulnerable population. National Guard was sent to nursing homes on December 1st to ease, again, the stress there. And on December 10th, we implemented our option for businesses to either have a vaccine mandate or to require that people wear masks inside. This was, again, confronting the rising case numbers that we saw even a few weeks ago. December 17th, we announced in addition to the vaccination sites that had already been standing up throughout this process, that we'd actually add 40 new ones and more booster sites, and also launching money for counties that would participate as partners with us in enforcing the vaccination or mask mandate. And the directions have gone out to them on how to apply for this funding. That was December 17th. December 22nd, we announced that we were able to acquire 37 million free take-home tests. They've all been ordered. They're not in possession yet, but we've had them arrive, and I've visited counties the same day that many of these doses have arrived, and that's a very positive day. Also recognizing what's going on in New York City, we have now allowed for testing, created an opportunity for testing to go on at some of our MTA stops to meet the increased demand. So here's what we have. There are 1,800 testing sites in the state of New York. That's quite extraordinary. That includes the New York State sites, the ones where we partner also with the local governments and the county governments, the pharmacies, the doctors' offices, pediatricians, and we're continuing to launch even more. Even though it's been a challenge to find the staff, we are going to continue searching for them and make sure we can staff up sites. So we're announcing another 13 new testing sites that will be available this upcoming Wednesday. So we're focusing on high-need areas, but also our smaller communities that may not have had the resources to put these up. And we're also focused on making sure we continue to support New York City, a place that, because of its dense population, we know is more vulnerable. So what do we do for New York City? Let's go back quickly to the day we first learned of the very first Omicron variant in New York was December 2nd. Literally that day, I did a press conference. I went to City Hall to meet Mayor de Blasio. We talked about our collective readiness, how we would partner in this our attack on this variant, and our expectation at that time that certainly more cases were coming. And since then, we've rolled up our sleeves. Our health department is almost embedded with theirs. We're working very closely based on existing relationships. And again, our thanks to Dr. Mary Bassett and our entire health team for that outreach, which is just ongoing and continuous. And as a result, working in partnership with the city, literally in the last 48 hours, we delivered over 600,000 tests to the city, so their Department of Health could have resources to get them out. So we're continuing to bring resources to them directly. And again, Wednesday next week, we've already announced 5 more testing sites that'll be opening, 1 per borough at this point. We're going to continue to ramp this up. Again, we launched more pop-ups too. These are the ones that may go on after a church service or at a community center, at a school. We've had over 37 new pop-ups just since the beginning of December, and we have 17 more planned in New York City alone coming up. So that's what's going on in New York City. We're watching their numbers, working closely with them, working with FEMA and New York City to meet any additional requests that come to us. Another dynamic that has been an area of great anxiety for individuals, particularly employers and people who work in healthcare and are essential workers. How do we make sure that all of our operations are running? And what happens is, because there are so many positive cases don't necessarily mean that you are too sick to be, and you require hospitalization. We just have to, again, manage. This is not Delta. This is not the first variant. This is Omicron, which thus far, and again, I have to qualify this, thus far has demonstrated, as we've watched around the globe and other places where it hit first, that it's not as severe in its impact, and therefore we want to make sure that our critical workforce, who we've relied on from the beginning, and my heart goes out to them filled with gratitude, that our workers can get back, and that includes our health care, elder care, home health care, sanitation, grocery stores, pharmacies, restaurants. You know who you are. You know you're the ones that got us through the first many months of anxiety. We need you again. We need you to be able to go to work. So today, I'm issuing new guidance on returning to work for our critical workforce after they've tested positive, and employers may allow healthcare workers and other critical workforce members who've had COVID to return after 5 days if they are fully vaccinated, again, fully vaccinated, and are asymptomatic, or their symptoms have been resolving and they have no fever for the last 72 hours, and they don't have to be taking medication. So in this select group, and we also say that when they come back to work, they have to wear a mask. So we've working closely and seeing what the CDC guidance is. We waited for this to make sure that the longer period, the 10 days that was required, when we didn't have as much information, and we also had a different variant, and now this is the predominant variant. Different circumstances, again, we're always trying to adapt to changing data as we receive it and process it. So this is a new announcement from the CDC. We immediately wanted to translate that into the New York State workforce and people all over the state, mainly focused on making sure that we can get people back to work. So these critical services that New Yorkers need, healthcare, transportation, grocery stores, all the things that we've identified are as important, that they can get back to work as soon as it is safe to do so. Again, vaccinated, wearing a mask, asymptomatic, and that is being released shortly after I conclude this presentation. Get people back to work, keep kids in schools. And I've been talking about this for the last 4 months, literally. And I wanted to make sure that we had a strong plan. We required students have to wear masks. There is an end in sight at some point, but it is just not now. It does not make sense for us to remove that. I know some parents are frustrated, but others are grateful to know that their children will be safe, particularly as we approach this vulnerable time. Here's what we have. Kids have now left the school where they're contained with the same number of individuals, the same people, day in and day out through this fall, and we've had very few cases in schools, which has been a blessing. Now they're back home. Now they're playing with maybe older siblings who went off to college who are coming back, visiting grandparents. So there is a vulnerability that we saw coming. So we want to keep our schools open when they're supposed to open January 3rd. We want healthy kids to stay in school. And we've been providing regular information since October, at the time giving options on how counties can deploy Test to Stay. There was an experiment that was done in Grand Island, which is not far from my original home was in Buffalo. They embraced this. They worked very hard. They had a very good outcome. And so the CDC just confirmed that Test to Stay works. And now we are highly recommending that counties and school districts implement this. And we'll work with them. I have a call coming up in a few days with all the school superintendents. My team has been in nonstop communication with our counties, as well as our local public health departments and the school districts, bringing all these partners together, working around the clock to make sure that when school starts, we have the tests to be able to give to the schools. So when parents will know, we want their kids to go back to school, that there'll be tests waiting for them, that they can take them home in their backpack. If someone in school tests positive, they don't all have to stay at home if they're asymptomatic, have not been exposed directly, and also we'll get them tested. And that's what's been missing, this opportunity to test the kids to keep them in school. So we truly hope that this will be a plan that makes sense. We all saw the negative impact on the growth of children in terms of their educational development, but also emotionally. What this did to everybody from kindergartners on up to high school kids. It had a devastating effect, and we cannot take any steps backward. I think everyone understands, professionals, parents, teachers, will keep a safe environment. We have the testing available. That's why we ordered such an extraordinary number. We'll have them available to get out to schools and work with them closely so they can stay open. This is also a time of year when we want to visit our loved ones in nursing homes. If you reflect back on the pain of last year, the inability to visit people that just sat there looking out the window day after day after day, wondering where their loved ones are, their grandchildren, their children, why they had to be alone during the holiday times. And to all the nursing home workers who had to deal with the emotional trauma that everyone was going through, I am so grateful to you for staying open, being there, and literally holding their hands at a time when they felt so isolated and lonely. This is a different year, and what we have done, we've done an extraordinary job doing everything we can to keep these individuals safe. And we required that vaccinations be made available to every nursing home. And in fact, we made sure that every nursing home offered booster shots made available starting right around Thanksgiving, the 26th of November. So there is no reason why every single occupant or someone who works at a nursing home is not vaccinated and is not boosted. But the numbers are not where they should be. I think they should be at 100%. They're not quite there, and as long as there's people unvaccinated in nursing homes, this is an area of vulnerability. So in some cases, family members need to give consent so the individual who lives in a nursing home can get that shot if they're not able to make the decision themselves. So please step up. If you want to visit them, make sure they're safe. And I'm encouraging all the visitors, please be vaccinated or boosted, and keep your mask on. We're not mandating it, but we really, really, really encourage you to do that. Think of the most vulnerable person that you love deeply and what you would do with the guilt if something happened to them because you wouldn't take these precautions. We know what to do. This is not that hard. We have so much more available to us than we had last year, and that's why you can visit them, but keep distant. Wash your hands, wear the mask, and please, I'm urging you, be vaccinated and boosted if you're already vaccinated before you go see your loved one. We all know we got the vaccine, not just for ourselves, but for our loved ones. And think about them as you're just making this life or death decision when you visit people in nursing homes. We also have people in congregate settings where they are gathered, such as correctional facilities. We know this is a time for increased visitations with people who are visiting family and friends. We also want to protect the staff, the corrections officers, the entire staff, and the incarcerated population within our facilities. We have made vaccinations available for staff and incarcerated individuals beginning last February. That is almost a year ago. They've been available to anyone who wants one, so they all could be 100% vaccinated. And there have been people who've made a decision not to. It is hard to protect them when they refuse to make that decision because that is in their hands. We believe they should, but on December 27th, the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision is going to require visitors to at least provide proof of being fully vaccinated or a negative COVID test within 48 hours of the test. And the reason we're doing this is a population where this could run through like wildfire, and that is not sustainable. We cannot have staff getting sick because there's not an alternative. There's not a lot of people in reserve who will go into our correctional facilities to do the very challenging work that they do day in and day out, and we're grateful to them. They are truly essential frontline workers as well. And what we're going to do over the next week is to have a supply of at-home test kits in these facilities so people can be tested. We're doing all we can. The easiest thing, vaccinated and boosted, but we'll provide supplemental tests to make sure that this could not spread through our correctional facilities. It's a very critical way to keep people safe while we continue visitations. Instead of shutting them down, we're trying to be very conscious of the emotional need to connect with loved ones, whether it's in nursing homes, correctional facilities, and elsewhere. We're taking these steps, though, but asking New Yorkers to do the right thing. This is how we're going to fight the surge. Many people are traveling. I'm not traveling. I'm here in Albany, but that's okay. There's always next year. My family will gather and we'll do a nice Zoom get-together like we did last year. But those of you who remember how hard it was last year and are making those steps to travel, If you're vaccinated and boosted, wear that mask. You're fine. You should be fine. Embrace your family, love them. But let's just talk about how we can keep people safe. Just don't put your grandparents and people who may be going through chemotherapy and other treatments, don't put them at risk. Just, you're in the house, keep the mask on, keep the distance, visit somebody maybe outdoors a little bit. I know it's chilly, but just be really smart about this, be really smart. And all the data from experts are now telling us that unvaccinated people are 20 times more likely to die than the vaccinated. That is staggering. Let me just repeat that. The unvaccinated are 20 times more likely to die from this pandemic, from this virus, than people who are vaccinated. So start now. What are you waiting for? Please do this. Get the booster. Pharmacies and clinics and state-run vac sites. And for all my friends in this New York City, stop by your MTA stop and get boosted. We're going to continue pushing this out. We have been. We've talked about this since early October. And certainly know, as you travel, be conscious of crowds. It's hard to address this if you're heading on a train or a plane, but we want to keep people together. We don't want to have people isolated from each other. That's really important. And also to support the businesses during this time. If you had reservations, try to keep them, but spread apart. I mean, let's not make it any harder on the businesses who've been struggling so hard during this whole time. So there is a way to strike the balance. We couldn't have done this before. We didn't have vaccines and boosters and testing kits available. We have all these tools in our arsenal, and that's why this should be a very different holiday. But let's be smart. We are still dealing with the pandemic. So if you are also just feeling a little under the weather, just stay home. That's a time for you to say, I'm going to take care of myself. I'm not going to spread this. Don't be that person. Don't be the one that everybody talks about at your next get-together and say, oh, that was the one who was sniffling or not feeling well and feeling a little feverish, and they still showed up because they wanted to. That, my friends, is selfish. That is a selfish act if you still go out when you're showing symptoms, because you could harm someone that you deeply care about, and they won't be happy about it. So no unnecessary trips to the emergency rooms. Keep wearing the mask. Wash your hands. And I'll say, as I wrap up here, this has been an extraordinary 4 months for me personally, but I was very engaged in this over the process beginning back in March of 2020. So this has been a long journey. And I just want to say the people that I saw from the very beginning who still to this day are being called to do the extraordinary, way beyond what they ever thought they would have to do when they signed up for their jobs and their careers and their professions. And yes, this is a season of hope. I want this to continue to be a beautiful season. Christmas reminds us of hope, also gratitude. So those are still on the front lines, these healthcare workers. And I've met individuals every day this week reaching out and just looking in their eyes and saying, we know you're tired, we know you're exhausted, we know you're exasperated because you knew it didn't have to be this bad because we have a vaccine and a booster shot. But I thank you from the bottom of my heart for continuing to show up, leave your homes, put on your uniform as you did from the beginning. We would not survive this without you. So to all the nurses and doctors and aides and administrators in hospitals and nursing homes and our congregate settings and our group homes, we are so grateful for what you do. But also the individuals and the National Guard who show up. I just thank them and say, whether it's a hurricane, it's flooding, going overseas to defend our freedoms in Afghanistan, or just keep people alive in your home state, we are grateful for our National Guard and all the staff at the vaccination sites that I've visited, and so many other people who are doing the right thing. And to the people who work in pharmacies, filling those prescriptions, administering the shots, the grocery stores, people that are still out there letting us buy things for the holiday season, I want to thank you. And I wanted to end on a quote as I think about who I'm grateful for. And I'm grateful for a very patient family. We'll see you next time, I promise. My dad, who was in this room exactly 4 months ago here today as I was sworn in, and my children, and just they lift me up, and I want to thank them, particularly my husband, New York's first gentleman, Bill Hochul, who's been the wind beneath my wings for so long. But we found a quote that says, to accomplish great things, we must not only act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe. New Yorkers, I believe we will get through this. We will get through this stronger. We'll have a safe and healthy season, a season of gratitude, grateful for those who keep us alive, grateful for the privilege to live in the great state of New York. I personally am grateful. I know many of you are, but please extend that to others who may feel that this is just, they feel taken for granted. So please thank everyone you see in the stores, the restaurants, the transit workers. Thank them for what they do. You cannot imagine what that simple word of gratitude will do. It may just lift their spirits and remind them that what they're doing is an extraordinary thing during these extraordinary times. So we're going to continue to spread holiday cheer, not COVID. We're going to keep things open. We're going to do the right things, but we'll not get complacent. We are going to get through this battle, my friends. We're smart. We know how to do this. We're not shutting down business. We're not shutting down schools. And we're going to get through this safely because we're going to continue to look out for each other and truly show what New Yorkers can do when we have been knocked down. We come back stronger, more resilient than ever before. And I look forward to meeting all of you again literally in a couple days, and thank all of you for your support of me, our administration, as we enter this holiday season. Merry Christmas, happy holidays to all of you.
That was New York Governor Kathy Hochul giving a COVID-19 update as well as some well wishes on this Christmas Eve. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to track right now Santa. Let's see, last seen in Vietnam right there. So, of course, we'll continue to track Santa all day long. And then in the evening, of course, we will have special coverage for you right here on Live Now from Fox starting at 9 p.m. Eastern there. So we are looking forward to that right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. We'll get an update from earlier on the situation at Sky Harbor in Phoenix. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today on this Christmas Eve as we take a look right now at the current conditions across the country when we're talking about temperature. And you can see it's a pretty mild Christmas Eve right now because you look at 46 degrees right now in Chicago, just 36 degrees in New York, and both of those spots will not be having a white Christmas there. We got 73 degrees in Miami, and what is making some unique Christmas Eve memories right here for us in Arizona. Take a look. We're getting a lot of rain right now, pushing through Phoenix and the valley right now at 54 degrees, but the rain continues to come down this morning. And, well, it's probably a good thing, though, that we're not having snowstorms across the country, because to add to that, with canceled flights as well, I want to go out to Fox 11 right now. We're in Los Angeles. They are covering the canceled flights because of this COVID surge.
On their flight crews and operations, Delta has canceled at least 110 Christmas Eve flights, saying they exhausted all options and resources before being forced to cancel. Additionally, Alaska Airlines said in a statement that it had to cancel 17 flights because of Omicron, and even more cancellations are possible today. Now, bringing it back here live to LAX, as always, allow yourself plenty of time, but today more than any other time, if you're flying out, be sure to check the status of your flight before heading to the airport. That will save you a lot of headaches and a lot of wasted time in case your flight has been canceled. Reporting live at LAX, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you.
8 minutes after 8, there are a lot
no
of
doubt about it when you're talking about the situation right now with these canceled flights because of the COVID surge. I want to now go back out to Danielle Miller, and this was earlier this morning. I talked to her about the situation that was happening at Phoenix's Sky Harbor because of these cancellations. Let's listen to that. Looking out there.
Hey, Mike, good morning. Yes, hopefully not too many people impacted by this, but we're all keeping our fingers crossed for these travelers here today trying to make it to their Christmas destination. So we're at Terminal 3 here, and so far this has been the busiest terminal that we've seen so far. This is security checkpoint right here, 26-minute wait. We've been at the airport all week long talking to, Christmas travelers and things like that, and this is definitely the busiest that I have seen it here. Christmas Eve, these last-minute travelers trying to get to their destination, and already we're seeing the effects of all these cancellations as well as delays here. There are more than a dozen flights canceled already. This comes as Delta and United Airlines both announced Christmas Eve day cancellations. United canceling about 120 flights, Delta canceling around 90 flights. Both airlines are blaming spikes in Omicron cases this week having an impact on these flight crews and people who run the operations center. And the carriers say they have exhausted resources to try to cover as many routes as possible. They also say that inclement weather is also a cause for these cancellations. The companies say they are working diligently to try to contact these passengers who possibly are affected and get them to their destination. So right here at Terminal 3, this is where United flies out of. This is where a lot of the cancellations are coming from, Mike. We see a few from New York. There was Newark, New Jersey, as well as Minneapolis, Denver, Reno, Nevada. There was also a Seattle cancellation. So it's all across the board. It doesn't have a specific area that's been affected. So a lot of these people, and they're trying to tell people, if you do have a flight today or even in the coming days, as we know, if your flight maybe today isn't affected, there's always a trickle-down effect that happens when we have this many delays as well as cancellations. So it is always a good idea to check ahead. They're telling everybody to come here at least 2 hours before your flight. So just got to stay on your toes here for this traveling. And here at Phoenix Sky Harbor, we're actually seeing pre-pandemic numbers. So increased volumes on top of cancellations, and it's a nightmare waiting to happen here on the Christmas holiday.
I know. It's almost, if there is a silver lining, though, at least there isn't bad weather in some parts of the country. Could you imagine if you had that on top of all this as well? There'd be cancellations left and right.
Yes, that would definitely be what you called the Grinch. Who stole Christmas would be the weather. So, we do have a little bit of rain out here, but nothing that we haven't seen here in the valley so far. So hopefully the weather continues to participate with us. But these cancellations as well as delays will have an effect, I'm sure.
And everyone so far looks like they're in a pretty good mood, though. And they're the smart ones. They're getting an early start here. Once you get into the afternoon, evening hours for Christmas Eve, you kind of get a little bit more rushed and maybe impatient.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were at Terminal 4, which that's Southwest, and that one was a 5-minute wait time, so it was not bad at all. And as I said before, Mike, we've been here all week long talking to travelers and just kind of, seeing where people are going, their destinations and things like that. And I've never seen it this busy so far, this early in the morning. But as we know, as the hours tick on, the airport gets packed.
Yeah, it so does. It so does. Safe travels to everybody that is traveling today. And Danielle, happy Merry Christmas to you and to your family.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Thank you. You as well, Mike. Merry Christmas.
You take care. And more Live Now from Fox will continue in just 2 minutes, everybody. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are taking you out to San Antonio, Texas, where this event just popped up here for us. This is a missing girl vigil where a 3-year-old, it's a case that has all eyes on San Antonio right now, as a 3-year-old disappeared on Monday night while on a playground at her family's apartment complex. There's now a $75,000 reward from the Islamic Center of San Antonio for anyone who can provide information to bring this young girl home. So let's listen to some of these remarks here as community members come together here in hopes of finding this missing 3-year-old. The San Antonio police and the FBI are searching for any possible clue as to where the young girl could have disappeared. There is also an interfaith prayer vigil for her return that is happening right now, and we are going to be listening to see if they'll be making any remarks here in just a moment. little more information on this case here after we just told you about the $75,000 reward here. A command post was set up on the nearby USAA corporate campus, and throughout the day, dozens of police officers combed neighboring apartments looking for the little girl. Earlier on Wednesday, the San Antonio Police Department sent out a tweet written in the native language for many refugees coming from Afghanistan. The executive director for the Center for Refugee Services says that this could be a big help in getting the word out. Language is a major barrier, and a lot of women who speak no English, so we need to have people communicating with this community in their own language here. So let's see if we could listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
لینا د برتا مسونه راستندل لپاره دوا لپاره راځي ډلې موږ د دوی چیرې ګورو چې دوی څومره فاصله راغلي ولته د لپاره چې دعا وکړي راټول شوی او د اتحاد او اتفاق یو سمبول دی دا درخې چې موږ څومره متفق یو نو امید ده چې ان شاء الله لینا برتا زر راستانه شي کوته.
We'd like to now have a few words from our Chief of Police, Chief McManus.
Thank you, Patricia. Good morning, everybody. First, let me thank the people who were here for being here this morning. Guardians of the children, you're always here. You're always caring about the issues that are going on in the community. I've known you all for a long time. Thank you for being here. Congressman Castro, thank you. Our county clerk, thank you for being here. Let me say this, if I may, and there's a lot of other people that and organizations that need to be thanked. Everyone has stepped up, from USAA to HEB, offering assistance in any way they can. Let me just run through real quickly how this all developed from our perspective. So the minute that we got word that Lena was missing, we called out every resource that we have. You couldn't go in and out of the complex, as you know, those of you who live there, you couldn't go in and out of that complex without being your car being searched, your name and license plate being recorded. We searched every single apartment unit in that complex. It was just under 300 units. And we not only searched them once, we searched them multiple times. We talked to specific individuals in there multiple times. The night of, well, we asked the FBI for their assistance straight on. And then that evening, I spoke to the special agent in charge, Chris Combs, and asked him to send in their national child abduction team, which they did. They were on the ground the next morning, which was pretty amazing. There were 2 command posts set up, one at USAA. There's one also at police headquarters that the FBI is running, and it's pretty amazing to see the work that's being done. It's a training room, probably bigger than this pavilion right here, and it's packed with agents. It's packed with electronic equipment that we're using to try to track down Lena. The walls are plastered with pictures and posters and information that may help us find Lena. It's just amazing the amount of work that is going on, and we're not stopping. I read on social media a couple questions about what about the border crossings. There's not a law enforcement agency in this country, in the middle of the country or at the borders, that doesn't know that Lena's missing. So if they try to cross the border with Lena in the car, we'll be aware of that. But we're not giving up hope. Unfortunately, I don't have any good news for you right now. We don't have any further leads on this case, but we are hard at it, even at this moment. They're working this case. So just want to let you know that, and the family and the Afghan community can be assured, rest assured, that we are working as hard at this case as I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of operations for missing persons, for wanted persons, and none of them that I've been involved in has been more intense than this one. So rest assured with that, and again, thank you all for being here.
لټولو مننه دلته څونه دوستان چې راغلي خاصتاً ښاغلی کاسترو چې د کانګرس غړی دی او یو ګروپ دی د اطفالو د حمایې دفتر هغوی نه ټول نه منندوی چې دا تاسو دلته راغلي څونه چې د کیس اړوند مسله ده موږ ټول هغه امکانات شته امکانات چې له هغه په کار واچول دوه یونټ هم موظف کړل چې یو د سی بانک په ساحه کې یو د دوی په مرکزي دفتر کې حتی اف بی آی نه مستقیم پوښتنه وشوه چې په دې مسله کې داخل شي په زمن کې هر هغه یونټ چې هلته یا اپارتمان چې تقریبا 2 ځله یا د دې نه اضافه هر یونټ وکتای شو هر اپارتمان چک شو هلته وتلو نتل چې څونه کسان به بیرون تلل د کمپلیکس نه برانتول ټول بار غونه پوښتنې ګرځېږي کېدلې د ټولنیزو شبکو له لارې هم ټول هغه امکانات په کار اچول شوي دي البته زه په دې اوس موجوده وخت کې ښه خبر تاسو ته نه لرم چې هغه خبر وي چې موږ کوم یو مثبت هغه مختلف خو دومره ویلی شم چې موږ تر اوسه پورې هم پلټنې مجریان لري او ناامیده نه یو او بلې موضوع ته اشاره وکړه
We've been listening to this update here in San Antonio. The family of this young girl just hoping to find her and bring her back home safely here, as there's now a reward of $75,000 from the Islamic Center of San Antonio for anyone who can provide information to bring this young girl home. It's made up largely of donations from the community. The reward has grown exponentially since first being announced as $10,000 as of Wednesday afternoon. San Antonio police and the FBI are searching for any possible clue as to where Lena could have now disappeared to. The chief just said that they're combing through videos and searching wooded areas. He added that the 3-year-old is still considered a missing person at this very moment there. So we will keep an eye on this story here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, it's a surprise from President Biden. This is happening right now, and we'll bring you the sights and sounds of President Biden and the First Lady visiting patients and families at the Children's National Hospital in D.C. We'll have that next here for you on Live Now from Fox. We are back live here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you Santa coverage, the official tracker right here of Santa that is very busy right now. Last that he was seen was in Russia. And just a special reminder to everybody, we will have full coverage of when Santa gets into the U.S. airspace starting at around 9 o'clock Eastern. And we'll have that coverage there for you as we'll be giving you the updates and letting you know just where exactly he is and making those very, very special delivery for so many children, not only across our country, but around the world. He is very, very busy right now, and that energy level has to continue for Santa. That will be going into the early morning hours. He started early today and will continue to do so for all of the kids that have been very good on his list there. And we're learning that a lot of kids are on that good list as well. So that is very good. And from the latest poll reports there from inside of Santa's tracker, we are learning that all of the reindeer right now have full energy still. So they are expecting maybe to be a little ahead of schedule as of right now. So that means for all the kids out there, it's best to get to bed as early as you can because you got to be sleeping in order for Santa to come in and give you those presents that you all deserve. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everybody, we're going to continue our coverage. A very special surprise from President Biden today and the First Lady visiting patients and families at the Children's National Hospital in Washington, D.C. Let's listen right now here on Live Now from Fox.
For making me feel better. So thank you to all the nurses and docs who are here for making them feel better. Oh, because that's what she's
How old are you? How old are you? Oh, God, love you. You be out of here. When you get out of here, I want to see you right now.
These are like blueberries, actually. So they'll put a candle, a tea light inside. Oh, yeah. And in the dark, yeah, in the rooms, and illuminate all the wonderful things that they do. Oh, that's right. You know what? In our house, where we live in Wilmington, one of the things we do is we put those bags down the driveway and we put candles in them so that when we come back from church, it's all lighted as we come down to our home. So wait till you see them in your room. They'll look so beautiful. And Bo, what are you doing? Is it Bo? Yes. Yeah.
We have a son named Bo. Yes. We have a grandson named Bo.
And so,
same spelling.
yeah. Buddy, what's a little bit about your project? You made a bicycle screen.
Yeah, and you know,
A snowman. That's so great.
Oh, and look at the dog. Is that
I love the dog on there, Bo. What a great job you did.
Great job, Bo.
Yeah.
Good job.
That's really cool.
And how about you, Samuel? What did you make? Oh, this is his family. Look. See his family? How great that is. I love that.
You did a great job.
You have a lot of people in your family, do you? Yes? This is great. I love this.
He also has a stash here.
Oh, yeah. Goldfish.
Watch out, I was still one.
You never know when you're going to get hungry.
Hi, Lauren. How are you? Nice to see you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. What's in your bag? Or what's on your bag, I guess I should say. A Christmas tree. Yeah. And look at all the people on the screen. I don't know whether they can see us. They can see you. So that's our witness. Oh, look. Joe, come here.
These are our kids in the hospital.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you. Merry Christmas.
So, kids, do you want to hold up your projects so that everyone can see? Yay.
Beautiful.
That's
of over 300 kids, and so all of the kids in the hospital have received books, and they also have received some of the art projects so that they can be working on them as well.
Wow. How about you guys? What have you done here? Yeah. You want to tell me about yours today? Tell me about your bag. Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. I love how you say that Children's National, how you light that up, right? Because it's a good thing. It brings light to your life. That's really beautiful. You hope 100. They helped him when he was down. Well, we hope we brought you a little bit of joy today.
You're bringing us some joy.
Yeah, you're bringing us some joy, for sure. How about you, Abdullah? What are you doing? What's your bag say?
So basically, I have made pictures with words on it. So the first one is
That's great.
Our home twice.
Cool.
And I did people. No.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. Wow, you guys are great artists.
Wait, did we get two up here?
Oh, Leon, tell us about buddies. Good buds.
Well, this is about when I put them one of my favorite games called laser tag.
Oh, you like
Laser tag. We know
Our
laser
granddaughter
tag.
loves laser tag.
Yeah, our kids did laser tag.
This is show that my family likes called Paw Patrol.
Oh, Paw Patrol. We know Paw Patrol.
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, do you know we just got a new dog? Yes. His name is Commander. And this morning he was eating my slippers. And how about you, Kyle? Oh, you make snow. I love that. It's orange and red. And the house with snow. I know. Wouldn't you have a little bit of snow for Christmas?
Yeah.
I know. Dr. Mike, we have two more kids here. Just look up a picture of the dog. Okay. This is Mel. Hi, Mel. Can you see the dog? Sure. Show me a picture of our dog. Isn't he adorable?
He's 15 weeks old.
Yeah. He's just a baby. He's this big.
But maybe in the summertime you guys will be home.
Yeah. So, Mel, tell us what you're doing.
Whoa.
You do a beautiful job of it. Wow. What words did you write? You want to talk to the press as well? Tell them the words that you put on your bag.
Joy, laughter, together, belonging.
Gifts from the heart, right?
And then I drew a little blank book here for 2022 to have a new story for 2022.
Oh, right.
A new story, yes, we're hoping for a new story.
I need you to come and work for me in the White House.
You kind of have to get back. This is the house. Hi.
So I drew a Christmas tree because it's Christmas, and I drew a lot of snow because
because I like snow.
I know.
So I want it to snow maybe soon.
Well, hold on, hope, right?
I drew the children's national there because it was a children's national that I was this year, so it was like really nice time. And everyone was really nice. So.
Everybody's here, right? How long have you been here?
A month and
A month?
a month and a half.
A month and a half. So this is kind of your home away from home, right? For the time being, just for the time being.
And then I drew a Christmas box, and I drew what I want. Like, I want my family to be happy. I do video games because I like them.
You love video games. Is this your mom?
Yes.
Yeah. So guess what she wants?
The Christmas gift.
She's telling you in many ways, right?
Thank you. And then I do cake because I like cake.
And now, Dr. Biden, I think we're going to go have a seat.
Oh,
And we're going to hear a Christmas story.
Okay.
Yes, I need to take a seat.
President Biden.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So y'all, you don't have to look at me. They don't have to. Okay. Well, so how many of you know this? How many of you, know Frozen, Olaf, and yes? Probably, right? Most of you. All right, so this is Olaf's Night Before Christmas. Joe, have you read this before?
Ready to go to bed.
He reads it along with his briefings. Okay. All right. Well, most of this you probably already heard. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Stockings were hung by the chimney, but why? Had they gotten too wet? Were they left there to dry? All right, I know you guys know the answer. Why were the stockings there? Why? So Santa could fill them. Yes, we have our stockings hung already. Elsa was sleeping all snug in her bed while glittering northern lights danced in her head. Anna snorts softly while I counted sheep, settling myself for a cozy night's sleep. When out on the fjord there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I tumbled and rolled. I pushed out the shutters and brrr, was it cold. A full moon was out and it lit up the night, while snow flurries made the world sparkly and bright. So that's what you all were wishing for, the snow. Then grabbing an icicle, what did I spy? 8 little Svens flying high in the sky. The Svens pulled a sleigh. There was something inside. Could Sven and his Krista be out for a ride? This is this other version from that we usually know. Straight toward the castle, the flying sled came. While the man, was it Krista? Called out some strange names. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen. On Comet, on Cupid, on Dancer and Blitzen. To the top of the turret and over the wall. Now dash away, dash away all. He sounded so funny. Who was this big guy? What was a turret, and how could Sven fly? And then with a ringing, I heard on the roof the thumping and bumping of each little hoof. Then from behind me there came a strange sound, and the whole chimney shook as 2 feet hit the ground. His boots were all black and his pants were all red. But where was the rest of him? Where was his head? So who is it? Who? Liam? Santa. That's right.
There he is.
Then out of the fireplace, the man's face appeared. He had kind, crinkly eyes and a fluffy white beard. Christoph, he wasn't. This man smelled too nice. Like snowballs and cookies and Christmassy spice. He placed a large bag filled with gifts on the floor. Was a sale going on at Old Oakley's big store? He brushed up his clothes and began to unpack, pausing for crumb cake left out as a snack. So how many of you leave something out for Santa? Okay, so what do you leave? What do you leave out for Santa? Cookies, okay? Liam, what do you leave out for Santa?
Cookies, carrots, and soda.
Carrots?
Carrots. Is he sharing them with the reindeer, you think?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea, carrots, because we just leave out cookies and milk. We should leave out.
Well, Abdul had a good idea.
Abdul, what do you leave out? The same thing, the cookies and the milk? I think that's what everybody does too, right? They eat some of the cookies. All right, okay. This stranger had presents for Anna and Sven, for Christoph, for Elsa, for all of my friends. I reached for his coat and gave 2 little tugs and said, my name is Ola, and I like warm hugs. So I'm sure we all like warm hugs, right? We can't wait to get back to hugging one another. He turned with a start, then let out such a giggle. I had to laugh too when I saw how he jiggled. He gave me a hug, such a wonderful gift. Then he rose up the chimney, all lively and swift. Okay, come on, CJ, come on up. You read the last couple pages. Here, you want to? Here. Go ahead, turn towards them, Susan. Here we go.
And I heard him call out as he was, and Christmas to
Amen.
All right.
Well, thank you all for being here for the Christmas story, and let us come and visit.
First Lady there, Jill Biden, reading the Christmas story there, and President Joe Biden watching and taking part with the patients and families there at the Children's National Hospital. A very nice moment there indeed on this Christmas Eve, and it really puts things into perspective just how lucky we all are in this country here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We want to kick it out right now to Fox 10 in Phoenix, where they are talking to the Salvation Army as they get ready for the meal preps for the big Christmas Day morning meal to those that are less fortunate.
Well, tomorrow, the Salvation Army will feed thousands of people who have no place to spend Christmas. And this is so much more than a meal.
Yeah, Scott Johnson with the Salvation Army joining us live this morning. Scott, good to see you. Merry Christmas to you.
Good to see you. Thanks, Renee and Celeste. Yeah, a lot going on tomorrow. And that's one thing I want to emphasize. All this is happening tomorrow, not today.
Wow. Okay, that's
We're
good.
here at the South Building of the Phoenix Convention Center, which is on the southeast corner of 3rd Street in Washington. And right behind me, you'll see the doors. That's where people will enter the building tomorrow. The doors open at 9:30, and we'll have lots of activities. There will be music. There will be free haircuts, games for the kids. We'll have some beverages and snacks, and then at 11:30 is when the sit-down meal will begin in the dining room. So the sit-down meal goes from 11:30 until 1 o'clock when the doors close, or until the food runs out. Hopefully that's not the case. But we want to also emphasize too that face coverings will be required for anybody coming in the building tomorrow, and they will be provided for anybody that does not have any. You see some of our volunteers here right now, which will be helping us set up today. Also at 10:30 tomorrow morning, there will be a drive-through pickup on the west side, or on the east side, I'm sorry, of the South Building on 5th Street between Washington and Jefferson. And we ask people to please not come until right at 10:30. There's a lot of construction down here, and we've got people that are picking up meals to take to our homebound neighbors. So there's going to be a lot of traffic down here. We want to keep it moving smoothly. And those meals coming to the homebound, we're delivering about 4,000 of those tomorrow. And we expect about 3,000 people in our dining area, about 500 that'll be picking up drive-up meals. So about 7,500 meals that we're going to be serving tomorrow. And that's about 1,500 more than we had for Thanksgiving. So it is definitely one of our biggest events of the year.
You know, Scott, and I think you've seen firsthand how great the need is, right, this year during this time, especially after a couple of years of the pandemic. What have you witnessed there working with the Salvation Army, and what is different that you've seen this year, let's just say, for example, in comparison to last year?
The need is very great. The need always outweighs the means, unfortunately, and the Salvation Army does the best that it can with the resources at our disposal. And we have had people that have been so giving throughout this whole pandemic. Donations that have come in, people that have volunteered. They know that there are a lot more people hurting than there normally are, and the people that can help really dig deep and want to help. We've got about 1,000 volunteers that are helping make this dinner happen between early prep, the volunteers that are here today that'll be setting up, the volunteers that'll be here tomorrow serving. Another thing that I have seen is people are so grateful for what the Salvation Army is doing and other nonprofits around the valley. And the nice thing is, as opposed to last year, we didn't have this sit-down meal last year, and that's a big deal because people like to come in, sit down with their family, have a nice meal. They're served just like they are in a restaurant. So that is big, and it makes us feel good as well. And we're going to have all the safety measures in place, social distancing. We'll have hand sanitizers all over the building. But to be able to have people sit down and enjoy the meal rather than just grab and go is really important to us.
Scott, if people want to get involved still or want to help, is there any way that they can still do that? Or are you still looking for volunteers or anything like that?
Well, actually, the amazing thing was that about a week ago, we were short more than 500 volunteers. And you find folks at Fox 10 and the rest of the media around the valley got the word, and we have all the volunteers we need right now, so that is fantastic. However, there's always opportunities to volunteer throughout the year. So if you go to salvationarmyphoenix.org, find the volunteer tab, you'll find all sorts of opportunities around the valley to help out.
All right, Scott, thank you so much for your time. And I know next hour, Scott, we're going to see you. We're going to go into the kitchen where you guys have been making a whole lot of preparations for this big meal coming up tomorrow. So thank you for all you do for the community. We'll see you in a bit, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow the Salvation Army feeding thousands of people who have no place to spend Christmas.
So this is so much more than a meal. Initially, you think, wow, they're going to set this whole thing up at the Phoenix Convention Center, but it is so much more than that. So the executive chef, Patrick Kaylor, he joins us live this morning. Patrick, good morning to you. And I know you have been working tirelessly on this very big meal. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me, and Merry Early Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you. Tell us a little bit about what you're serving today. Or tomorrow,
Yes,
what you're prepping today.
Let's call it like it's kind of been one of those years where everything's just a little bit different. So we can say it's kind of silent night here, per se. We are, with all the amazing volunteers that were able to join us and my team, we've been able to complete 8,500 meals yesterday. So we are ready to just fire the food and get ready to plate. So what we did is, I'm gonna take you to my walk-in really quick.
Okay.
And I'm gonna show you that we have the desserts, 8,500 of them, ready to go. This is pie, cranberry sauce, butter, and there's a little roll that you can't see, but there's a little prayer that we put on a little sticker on to say thank you. And these ones in the foil containers will go to the home delivered meals, and we're gonna do 4,500 of them. And then we did 2,500 of the ones for here. And we are all packaged up, ready to go. So tomorrow when the team comes in, we'll distribute these desserts to the proper place, and they'll be delivered and they'll be served here. If we can make our way over to the other cooler, I'll show you with our amazing team, we have everything staged and ready to fire tomorrow. The turkeys, the vegetables, all the stuffing's made. I made 2,000 little Jello cups for the kids tomorrow, and we have plenty of extra rolls to hand out. And so tomorrow morning, when we come in around 2 in the morning, we'll start firing all this hot food, and then we'll start to plate around 5 in the morning. The volunteers will come back, and we'll set up the line, and they'll start plating just like we've seen in the past. And we're going to end up doing a total of 8,500. That's about 4,500 pounds of turkey. There's 1,200 pounds of mashed potatoes, 1,200 pounds of stuffing, 900 pounds of vegetables. And like I said, with the amazing support of the Salvation Army volunteers, thank you all your volunteers who are watching, and the convention center and my kitchen team, we've delivered early this year. So
my goodness,
crazy year, lots of new stuff. But
Right.
yes, we're delivered early.
Chef Patrick, you are the calmest chef who's created thousands and thousands of meals and put them together on the day before Christmas. How do you do it? Did it take a week? Did it take 3 days to put something like this together? Because you are ready for Christmas.
Yes, we got all the food was delivered on Saturday, and we had all our volunteers and our team start working on Monday. So we worked tirelessly Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have the little break today, and then tomorrow we'll come in and basically seal the deal.
Yeah, that looks like a chef's kitchen right there too, because it is absolutely clean, ready to go. Organized. Look at that.
I pride myself on cleanliness and getting A's all the time. But yes, we are ready, and I do enjoy it, and I'm very calm because our volunteers have just really done such a great job, and they've come out in full force. So thank you.
Chef Patrick, congratulations on getting this whole thing ready for Christmas Day. And we so appreciate you and all of the work of all the volunteers. So thank you again for speaking with us this morning. Have a Merry Christmas, and we'll talk to you soon.
Merry Christmas to you too, and thank you everybody.
Many thanks there to Fox 10 Phoenix. We'll check back in with them a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look here at the weather conditions across the country when it comes to temperatures here. And, well, 37 right now that you have in Seattle. Look at Denver, though. Really mild, 45 degrees. And then right here in Arizona, we are experiencing rain showers for most of the morning. They're strong at times, 54 degrees. You got 57 there in Los Angeles for a couple of days. They were dealing with rain showers there as well. 73 in Miami, one of the hottest spots in the country right now. And then to New York, you got 36 degrees, and upstate New York there at about 28 degrees right now. So we'll continue to track the weather for you, because it's the all-important forecast, because for this guy, Santa, yep, this is where he is currently on the track to come to the U.S. here. Special coverage right here on Live Now from Fox starting at 9 o'clock Eastern this evening. We'll feature it for you and get you all the updates, as NORAD will be helping him come into our airspace and making sure that he has the proper escort to make all those wishes a reality for children. I know they had a lot on their wish list, and he's going to be coming through and making those big-time deliveries. So we'll be featuring that for you at 9 o'clock Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to in just a moment, reset here at the top of the hour. You're taking a live look right now, right outside of Fox News World Headquarters in New York City. That's Fox Square. You got the great Christmas tree. They're all set up there on this Christmas Eve, day before Christmas there, and we'll feature and get more updates from across the country here in just moments as we reset just in moments. And it's a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here at the top of the hour. Live look right now in New York City, right outside of Fox News World Headquarters, as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. A live look right now at our studios here in Phoenix, Arizona, as we get you all set up here for the big stories of the day. Thanks again for joining us. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be here with you, and all day today and tonight we will be tracking Santa. Take a look at the official Santa tracker going on right now, and we will be featuring this from time to time, giving you looks and updates as he gets closer to the U.S. So we'll have that for you in just moments. I do want to go out, though, to feature some news from across the country. Let's go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles with this good news updates.
To create a space for only good news. And this was a result of working as a journalist for over 10 years and seeing that the good news wasn't as prominent. So I thought, let me change that.
Today, 3 million people follow her. Michelle says she's not surprised by this because people want to hear.
We have breaking news right now. Multi-vehicle accident near downtown Los Angeles.
Yeah, let's send it right up to Stu Mundell in Skyfox. Stu.
Good morning, Tony and Brooke. This is not the Christmas type of news we want to bring to you. A fatality accident here on the southbound 5 freeway right before the 110 multi-vehicle. There's actually 11 vehicles involved in this, 3 of them big rigs. You'd see a lot of that damage right there. We know at least 8 people are being taken to the hospital right now, and sadly 1 person passing away here on scene. Now you can see the California Highway Patrol on scene, as well as LA City firefighters and paramedics. 1 lane is open right now. The traffic really not so bad. It is actually a holiday light out here, but it definitely is slowing as you're making your way southbound on the 5 this morning. Again, though, sadly 1 person losing their life in this 11 vehicle crash. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Stu, certainly not good news on this Christmas Eve. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. We're going to have more on this, of course, coming up on the Fox 11 News at noon, but right now we're going to send people back to our very special edition of Good Day LA. Merry Christmas.
On their days off to braid hair and make patients feel special. It's out of your face now.
Oh my God. Thank you. You are welcome.
Stories that immediately put a smile on your face. A 107-year-old mother offering her 84-year-old little girl candy. Moments that will make you laugh, like this little girl and her eyebrows.
What did I did? Wonderful!
These moments that make us pause and appreciate the world around us. Just scroll through the feed and you will be surrounded by good people doing good things and spreading good news.
What was your first post? What was the first story?
You know, I don't actually remember what my first story was. I do remember what kind of started us going. Tom Brady had seen a picture of a man whose house burned down in California in the wildfires. And the only thing the man saved was his Brady jersey. And Tom wanted to get in touch with him. And I thought, well, I'm a journalist. Let me look into this. So I reached out to the man and said, hey, Tom Brady wants to connect with you. And it turns out that Tom Brady donated some money to help the guy get back on his feet.
Well, Michelle, let me just say that I am so happy you created this because I'm surrounded by oftentimes things that don't make me smile, unfortunately. And these are the moments where I pick up my phone and go specifically to your handle on Instagram and find something that makes me feel like there is hope in the world and there are good people in the world. And when we surround ourselves with that, then it really has this domino effect about how it makes you feel and how you want to make others feel. So thank you for existing. And I'm so glad I met the mystery person behind the Good News movement.
Yeah, I don't show my face too often, but I love showing it to LA and hope that everyone finds a little good in the world.
Alex Rosales was a failing community college student until one of his professors pulled him aside, told Alex that he believed in him, and even gave him money to pay for textbooks. Well, Alex went on to graduate from UC Berkeley, got a graduate degree from the University of Michigan, and now he's giving back, hoping to change lives one taco at a time. It may be hard to imagine, but this tiny restaurant in Los Angeles is serving up more than just delicious tacos. It is helping to feed the dreams of thousands of students whose futures might otherwise be less certain.
You want a corn flour crunchy or the nachos? Surprise you. All right.
It's called Tuition Tacos, and what they're cooking up here is priceless.
We have resources here, and we're just going to do the best we can to show love. At the end of the day, it's just showing love.
Alex Rosales knows how hard it can be to stay in school when you can't afford even the basic tools you need to be successful.
People in the lower income brackets, 60% drop out because they don't have access to a laptop.
And that's why Alex and his wife Michelle created Tuition Tacos. It started out just providing free tacos to low-income kids, but the couple felt that wasn't enough. Eventually, they were able to start giving away computers, over 1,000 so far, and scholarships to students like Mia Tamayo.
My plan is to go to medical school, and with that major comes a lot of studying, so I'm very grateful for the computer as I've been able to take notes during my lecture.
Jair Lopez says Tuition for Tacos has made an indescribable difference in his quest for success.
Because it gave me a laptop, and my family hasn't always had enough money, so this was really helpful, especially now with college being online. You know, I use it every day.
Pouring much of their profits back into the community has turned out to be a recipe for prosperity for Tuition Tacos. The business now has several stores and has become one of the largest catering services in the Southland.
50% of the profits go to provide for these laptops. The other 50% goes back into the business to try to grow more locations.
Living a purpose-driven life is their business mantra. Delicious food for thought for all of us.
If we can take one student from the path that they're currently on and actually have them focus on schooling and focus on their education, we just need one.
We met a truly incredible collection of folks like Alex this year, people who are change makers with vision and heart and determination. We're going to introduce you to a few more of them when we come back.
Closed captioning made possible.
And we will take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More coverage from across the country and, of course, around the world as we track Santa. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you this breaking news out of Los Angeles right now. Sky Fox video just showing just devastating images right now of a 11-car pileup. And unfortunately, we heard that it has gone into a deadly accident right now. And you could see just this horrible crunched up cars right under the trailers here. And investigation will be happening right after they make sure that everything else is secure here, but this is now closed on the southbound 5 freeway. At least 8 vehicles, including 2 big rigs, involved in the collision near Stadium Way. Los Angeles Fire Department saying in this news alert here, and you can see that is just causing mass problems there as backups for miles right now. And you're taking a look here just at the scene right now, and hearts go out to everybody involved here, as well as the family and friends on this Christmas Eve. It's never a good time to be in an accident like this, but when it's just one day before Christmas, it really hurts there a little bit more as well, especially for the grieving families now at this time here. So once we learn more information, of course, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But this is the scene there as you're taking a look here at this pile-up accident that has gone now deadly. There are at least 8 cars involved. There are 2 big rigs and many more probably also involved with some sort of fender benders there as well. But look at that damage there. Hard to see it right there. All right. So once we get some more updates, we'll continue to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here as we continue to bring you the top stories, headlines, and of course, as you can see, there are breaking news that we bring to you in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. Always great to be here with you on this Christmas Eve as we will really go from coast to coast, bringing you these story updates. But I want to go out to Fox 10's coverage that they had a little bit ago earlier this morning. You can never go wrong with Santa, and you can never go wrong when he wants to surf a little. Take a look at this, everyone.
Well, lots of sun, sand, surf, and Santa's on Florida's Cocoa Beach this morning.
That's right. And Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell joining us live to tell us all about these surfing Santas. Good morning.
Good morning, Celeste and Renee. I'll tell you, it is a beautiful day to be here in Florida, and it's crazy because it doesn't feel like it's winter. It doesn't feel like tomorrow is Christmas, except for the reminder that there are hundreds of Santas around me. There are plenty of them in the water surfing. This is a Surfing Santa event, but there are large crowds here of spectators that came out to watch these Santas surf today for a good cause. They're raising money for the Florida Surfing Museum, but also an organization that helps cancer patients and helps provide or helps them pay for transportation to get treatments and such. But like I mentioned, there are a lot of people here. If you take a look, this crowd, it goes on and on. I'm told 3 blocks, or really a span of 6 blocks of people. They believe it's about 10,000 people here in attendance. Now, right in front of me, I have Cambry, Jacob, and Kyler. How are you guys doing? I'm told you guys have been coming to this event. You surfed today. How was it out there in the water?
It was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool?
And very shivering because I didn't have a wetsuit.
You didn't have a wetsuit? It's kind of chilly out there.
Yeah, at least I had my my elf looking Christmas crew.
You have some dry clothes to change into. Now tell me, what was your favorite part of the day?
Honestly, I would say to dress up.
To dress up? What was your favorite costume that you've seen out here?
Probably pajamas. People are wearing pajamas.
Okay, what about you? What is your favorite thing out here today?
I like the Krispy Kreme donuts.
Oh, donuts. I didn't see the donuts. Okay. Now, what about the pro NFL player, Doug, jumping out of the plane?
The plane? Yeah, I thought that was really cool. Yeah, I was like right basically under it. And then I saw it get so low and I was so confused. And then someone just jumped right out of it.
Oh my goodness. Well, you guys had fun today. Thank you for talking with me, guys.
Have a good day.
Y'all too. Okay, now I'll tell you, people are having fun out here. They're dressing up. They've had costume contests today. Again, they're surfing and just enjoying the music. But like I mentioned, Doug, he is a pro NFL player, or former pro NFL player. He jumped out of a helicopter today. He was also a big part of making awareness of this event and helping to raise those funds for those important nonprofits in this area. But most importantly, it's all about smiles. The founder, he told me they have a lot of people that they reach with this event and just make people smile. Back to you guys.
How long, Brandy, do you think all these people and all the Santas will be out there today?
Well, the event, it ends at 12 o'clock. They've been out here since 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. But I'm told a lot of people normally stick around longer than 12.
Yeah, it's one of those, it seems like, community events.
Well, this is one of those.
Yes. There's a lot of people from the community and up far.
Brandy, this looks like another place that can kind of share the tradition with Arizona here, and not looking like a white Christmas, you know, no snow except for in the high country for us. So you've got waves there. That's beautiful. We appreciate the look at all of that.
Yes. Of course. It's a beautiful day.
It is. Brandy, thank you so much. Oh, we see some folks wanting to walk behind you. She's like, oh, I don't want to be on camera this morning. Have a Merry Christmas.
Beautiful shot there and so much fun, no doubt about it. All right, our next story right here is really, okay, tomorrow, big day is Christmas. You open up the presents. It's a big event, and then, well, you're going to be hungry. But what about some Christmas morning recipes, some inspiration? This is Fox 10's Danielle Miller out in the Phoenix area with this one. Man, she had some good events today. She was at an Italian restaurant, and now this one right here for your morning inspiration breakfast on Christmas morning. Take a look.
The market, a staple here in downtown Gilbert. Anybody who's eaten here, it is fantastic, delicious food. Talking to the main man here, David, this morning. Hello, good morning.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Teach us what we're going to be doing here, and what is this pull-apart bread?
This is called monkey bread. You can make it, we're making it with our cinnamon roll dough, but you can make it with any kind of dough you can buy. Cinnamon rolls, biscuit dough, just making little pieces.
Okay.
And then my daughter here, Nicolina, is going to put them in the cinnamon sugar. And you just roll them in the cinnamon sugar. It's super simple. You can do it today and throw it in the refrigerator and have it for tomorrow morning if you want. So real easy dish to make. Cinnamon sugar, spray this with whatever you want so it doesn't stick.
And what type of pan is that? You can put it like in a loaf?
Just a loaf pan. Okay. Yeah, you can use any pan you want. So, and we'll line that, and then we will pour just a little hot right here we have a little quick caramel that we made.
Oh my goodness,
We'll
what is
pour
in
over
that?
the top. This is just butter and brown sugar.
Oh my goodness.
So you can do more, but if this was full, we would just pour this right over the top.
Oh my goodness.
Right when it was done, and then I popped it out of the pan. I might have popped it out of the pan a little too early, but you were coming, so I needed to get things on the
Sped
plate.
you up a little bit. And
Just
then
a
what
little,
is in
yeah.
this mixture right here? What are you going to be
This
dipping
is just
it in?
a little bit of sugar and cinnamon.
Okay.
So it's super simple. I mean, it's super flavorful. Great tasty thing for tomorrow morning or this afternoon or maybe.
And
yeah.
this could be any type of dough. This does not have to be.
Doesn't have to be like I'm fortunate. I have a pastry chef who can make me cinnamon roll dough. So this can be Bisquick. This can be those cinnamon rolls you get in the store that you bang the cylinder and pop them out, and you can chop those up. Anything you can bake. So whatever you can make it with your own biscuits. You can make it with anything you'd like to put together, as long as you have good cinnamon sugar and butter.
And then in terms of how big these
Yeah.
pieces should be, how big?
Like I like them a little chunky. So I think the bigger the better. If they're too small, they burn maybe a little too much. So just a little. What is that? That's like a big,
like a donut hole size.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's throw them in.
Okay.
It's fun. Nicolina likes doing it. You can get a whole assembly line of people together and
amazing.
just have a lot of fun.
Delicious.
You
And
know?
can we show how this actually works here? We're going to put it down here. And what do
Yeah.
you do here?
So-
It looks.
I just then put, because how much more sweet can you want things? I put a little bit of cinnamon roll icing over the top. So then you just dig in and go to town. Have a
And
great
it's
cup
just like
of
a
coffee.
little quick-
Just pull, pop in your mouth. Eat it.
Hence the word pull apart. Delicious.
They're good.
Well, this recipe, if you guys are interested, it is on our website, fox10phoenix.com. Coming up, we're going to have another delicious meal idea that you can put together very quick, very easy. It's kind of like an egg bake, so stay tuned for that. We're coming back.
Oh, yeah. Make it easy on yourself on Christmas morning. Danielle, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. So Danielle is out making some Christmas morning breakfast recipe ideas.
Oh, yeah, with a chef at Liberty Market in Gilbert. Hey, Danielle.
Yes. Hey, ladies, good morning. Yes, it is amazing in here this morning. Smells good. It smells like Christmas breakfast. These are all easy ideas that you can even do the night before. So tonight, pop it in the oven, Christmas morning, bada bing, bada boom. You're all set. And what is this one, the egg bake?
This one is an egg bake that I got a old school casserole dish, and I put some tater tots in the bottom. And I sprayed it first, put some tater tots on the bottom. Then I sprinkled some chopped sausage, and then a little bit of roasted red bell peppers that I chopped up. And then I sprinkled some cheese and a little bit, a wonderful kind of mixture like we were talking about. There's rosemary everywhere in Arizona. A little more cheese here. I like to put it in the corner. It gets super crispy when you go to cut it out, and those are my favorite parts, those corner parts. And it's just super simple, 35 minutes, 45 minutes in the oven, watch it, and then
At
you're
what
ready to go.
temperature?
350 degrees.
350. Okay. And then if somebody maybe doesn't like one of these ingredients, I'm sure you can put pretty much anything in an egg bake.
Anything you want. I mean, you can use any kind of potatoes you want. You can not do potatoes. You can do vegetables. You can do any variety of things you want. As long as you bake it in the oven and you like eggs, then it works.
And you were saying somebody could do this tonight. They could even do this pull-apart bread. We talked about that before.
They could do all this tonight, stick it in the refrigerator. You could even, if you wanted to really get ahead, bake it tonight and just warm it tomorrow morning.
That's a great idea.
So,
and this serves a bunch. I mean, you can even do several of these
I'm
dishes.
serving today my whole family of 17 people. So
We're like, you're so lucky to be able to come to this restaurant and serve your family. You don't have to clean up, all that good stuff,
I have a
right?
big dishwasher in the back. It's
Hey,
super simple. Yeah.
That is amazing.
Mhm.
And talk about your hours really quick. We have his awesome family here this morning.
Right now, we are closed for Christmas Eve, closed for Christmas Day, and then we are open back up at 8 a.m. on the 26th.
Okay. And then what about next week for New Year's Eve?
Next week for New Year's Eve, we are open for regular hours, except we open an hour later at 9 a.m. on Christmas Eve, on New Year's Eve day.
Got it.
So-
All right. Well, let's hear from the family here. How do we like the egg bacon cinnamon rolls?
It's incredible.
So families out there, take these recipes and
And we're eating the recipe.
hey, there you go. Right? Amazing. Hey, guys. Hey, everyone. Got the family here. How was it this morning?
It's so good. I mean, Dave is just an incredible cook, and he always has been. And yeah.
You guys are very lucky to be in this family. I think I would be about 1,000 pounds. But...
Yeah, it's great.
That's awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. And if you guys are interested in learning more about the recipes, maybe you didn't catch it very quick on this morning, we have all of the information, all the details on our website, fox10phoenix.com.
That looks good, no doubt about it. And take a look at this site here in Los Angeles. You just got to cue up some Lenny Kravitz music, and you got definitely some sights and sounds right here. Take a look at this beautiful shot from Skyfox high up above in the clouds on this Christmas Eve. And speaking of Christmas Eve, we're getting some pool reports right now from Washington, D.C. that soon we will see another sighting of President Biden. He's going to be at a Christmas tree. We're just learning of that right now. And as soon as we get some visuals, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Look at our Santa tracker as we continue on right now as he is around the world and soon, later tonight, be making his way to the U.S. And it's kind of nice to know what his view is like, to just take a look at the one in Los Angeles. Just picture this one, but at the evening. And that's a nice sight there for Santa, no doubt, tonight. So we'll be keeping an eye on that all evening long for you right here on Live Now from Fox. 2-minute break right now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking you out to Chicago right now for this event. This is a Christmas toy surprise. This is from the founder of I'm Telling, Don't Shoot, along with the Chicago Police Superintendent delivering and some early Christmas presents. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And I want to, although she doesn't want mention anything, I do want to thank Carrie of Angela's Care Services for providing my sleigh today. Also, thank you to CPD for assisting as well. Glenn, Superintendent, for always coming to the rescue when we asked them as well.
One more question. Isn't this like what Christmas is all about, you know, making people smile?
Well, absolutely. I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, it's so much violence in the world. It's so much shooting, so much killing. So this is what Christmas is about. This is what Christmas is all about. It's about making kids' dreams come true, putting smiles on their faces. I mean, you know, of course, you know, nobody deserves violence. Nobody deserves, you know, the negative things that go on in the world. But to try to alter that is what it's about. So thanks to my team, my staff that are behind me that always help out as well. So, that's what it's about.
Okay. For any follow-up, you guys have my phone number, but it's all about Aubrey. And I think that's it. Can the helpers just make sure everything gets to the Sprinter van?
Okay, cool.
And then we're done. Any breakaway interviews, feel free to help yourself. Thank you so much.
This Christmas surprise, some context here. On August 15th of this year, a 7-year-old that you saw right there was her friend was shot to death and her little sister seriously wounded as they left their grandma's house. And they're just coming together right now to surprise this little girl that has gone through so much. And a nice moment right there from police and community group members. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here on Christmas Eve. We'll have much more stories from across the country when we come back. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we appreciate you joining us here today as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines from across the country. Next story that we want to go out to is back in San Antonio, where a missing 3-year-old has been missing since Monday. Let's get the latest from police.
Pulled every resource that we have, and we set up a command post at the apartment complex. You didn't come in or leave that complex without having your car searched, without having your name and your license plate taken down. We searched almost 300 apartments in that complex, not just once, but twice and sometimes even more than that. We brought in search dogs from over an hour and a half away that same evening. We requested assistance from the FBI. They responded very generously with their agents. A command post was established on the scene at the complex. It was later moved to USAA, where it exists today. We set up another command post at police headquarters, staffed primarily by. Well, I'll let the Agent Garris talk about that. But we spared no resource in trying to find Lena. This was probably one of the most intense searches that I've seen. I was reading on social media where folks were asking, what about the border crossings? As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, there's not a law enforcement agency in this country, be it federal or be it local or state, that doesn't know that Lena's missing. So if anyone tries to get across the border with her, hopefully the agents will pick that up at the border. We will continue this search until we go completely cold. But we are not stopping. We still have hopes that we will be able to recover Lena, hopefully safe and sound. But it's been a very, very intensive search with no resources spared. And again, we'll continue that until we run cold.
Residents at the apartment have pointed out that there's a lot of gaping holes around the complex. There are gates that are broken, pedestrian gates that don't even have locks in them. Is anything being done now for the people who are still there and who are afraid to secure all of the various places where people can come and go? I mean, I know you've got the front end covered.
Sure. We had all of the entrances and exits covered that evening and the following day. That's something that we'd have to take up with the management of the property about fixing fences and whatnot, but we had all the entrances and exits covered that evening.
You don't think she's still on site, though?
I don't know. I just don't know. We don't know.
What's it going to take to elevate this from a missing persons case to something that's not?
You know, someone asked that the other day, and what's the difference whether it was an abduction case or whether it's just a missing person? And what we're doing right now, there is no difference. What would change is if we got information about a possible suspect or a possible vehicle, we would be following up on that as well. So that's what the difference is. Right now, we're doing as much as we would do, even if it's an abduction, even if it were an abduction case, we're doing as much as we would do, minus looking for some specific person.
I'd like to talk to your colleague.
Pardon?
I'd like to talk to your colleague.
Yes.
Mr. Garris?
Sure.
Mr. Garris. Can you start by introducing yourself, sir?
Yeah, gladly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Garris. I'm the acting special agent in charge of the FBI San Antonio field office. I'd like to thank the community for their unwavering level of support, especially the Afghan community, the individuals that live in the apartment complex, which we continue to search, our local, state, public, and private partners. They've done a phenomenal job. Today, we're here to support Lena and her family and show our continued commitment to the San Antonio Police Department's investigation. We encourage anyone that has tips or leads or information, if they can give those to the San Antonio Police Department ASAP, and just any continued support that the community can give us, we greatly welcome it.
What is the process looking like right now? I mean, I know that there was some process going inside SAPD. Can you tell us what that process looks like in terms of the search? I know there's video camera footage that was being reviewed. What has been seen on that? Any information about suspects? No suspects identified yet, but what are we looking at right now?
So I just want to reiterate what Chief McManus said. We've had 2 command posts, one at USA, and we have one downtown. The one downtown, we have hundreds of agents and officers thoroughly examining video evidence or video media, I'll leave it at that, going through hundreds of leads, and we're doing our best to locate this missing girl.
As an American, I want to believe that the FBI has brought special tools that maybe the locals don't have, like super spy things, and I would hope that you guys are stepping up the game a little bit. Do you bring things to the table that they just don't have here?
So we do, which is why we're supporting San Antonio Police Department. Chief McManus asked us within the early hours to assist them with the investigation. We have a phenomenal relationship with the San Antonio Police Department. They're the consummate professionals and premier law enforcement agency. We brought in our child abduction response team within hours, like Chief McManus said. They have very unique capabilities and background. We also brought in our behavioral analysis unit out of Quantico. We also have data exploitation units here, and then we are doing some other sensitive things that I cannot discuss.
Heart goes out there to the family and friends of this missing 3-year-old girl. We'll have, if we get any more updates, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox Everybody. Well, another big story that we have been covering, obviously, the Kim Potter trial ending yesterday with the 2 verdicts coming back as guilty for the former police officer there of Brooklyn Center. Earlier today, I spoke with a legal expert on the next steps here in this Kim Potter trial and how February will be a big month for Kim Potter and her defense team. Listen in.
Indicative of a jury that was truly struggling. 27 hours of deliberation for one defendant and only 2 charges. You know, when we see these other high-profile cases, for example, the Ahmaud Arbery case, there were 3 defendants, 9 charges each for a total of 27. Look how long that jury took to deliberate all of those charges. Here, with Kim Potter, this jury took 27 hours. This is indicative of a jury that was torn. I'm sure there was a lot of heated debate, a lot of disagreement, and really a very difficult decision that they had to make where I'm sure that that jury was divided. And it took them that length of time to come to a consensus in reaching both of these guilty verdicts.
Yeah, and when we talk about when they were coming back, I mean, it almost seemed during midweek that they would be deadlocked.
Yeah, I mean, they asked the specific question to Judge Chu, what if we cannot reach a consensus? What if we have what we call a hung jury? That is indicative as well of how difficult of a time they had reaching these guilty verdicts in this case. It certainly wasn't easy, but listen, this is also indicative of why jury duty is so important, and it's such a wonderfully important civic duty. And there was a lot of responsibility on those jurors. They're determining the fate of Kim Potter, a law enforcement officer, and they are members of her community. So they had a very heavy burden here. Clearly, they were divided, but eventually they did not reach a hung jury. They did reach a consensus, as we learned yesterday afternoon, guilty on both of her charges.
And I'm wondering, going forward now, will we ever learn a little bit more about the jurors and what they were thinking about and coming up with this conclusion? Do we ever hear that after a case like this?
Yeah, sometimes the jurors will make a decision to speak out and give some indication to the press and to the public about, you know, what transpired, what swayed their decision one way or another. That will be up to those jurors to decide. Typically, and as of late, with these cases receiving so much publicity and so much public attention, these jurors are not speaking out. They want to keep their privacy. They want to move on with their lives. They do not want to get bombarded with emails or social media posts, either in agreement or agreement with their decision. So it will be up to these individual jurors on whether they decide to speak out afterwards. But the trend certainly has been to maintain privacy and move forward with their lives.
And what do you think, Danielle, for police now, really across the country? This was an accident, and now the 2 manslaughter charges found guilty there. What does that send a message to really all of the officers around the country about potential accidents at work?
You know, it's interesting because a lot of people see this case as an indictment on law enforcement and say, well, this was just an accident. How could she be culpable for just an accident? I've even seen people compare this to, for example, medical professionals, right? If a doctor makes a mistake during a surgery and, God forbid, causes someone to lose their life, they are not held to a criminal standard. They're held to a civil standard. And even in some states like Florida, for example, where I reside, it's very difficult to even hold a doctor civilly liable for mistakes of that sort. So I'm sure it's going to raise a lot of questions, but this was one individual case. This was one individual law enforcement officer. You know, I think everyone agrees that we hold law enforcement to incredibly high standards and hold them to, you know, incredibly high regard. But I think even looking at the face of Kim Potter, a former law enforcement officer, when she received that verdict, she almost didn't seem surprised. And again, it's important to take these cases on an individual basis and not see this as an indictment on law enforcement. And the facts of this individual case were that Officer Officer Kim Potter essentially admitted, she admitted with her words that were caught on camera after this horrific shooting that essentially she was reckless. And I think that those words after the shooting ended up being the nail in the coffin to reach a guilty verdict for her. So again, each case must be taken individually. Law enforcement, has to be continued to be held in very high regard in this country.
Yeah, I'm glad you also brought up how her emotions when those verdicts were read out loud, because it was interesting because when she was on the stand, obviously she was very emotional, crying there, talking about what was happening, her thought process that was going through when that incident occurred. But when the verdict was read out, really no emotion right there at all.
None. I mean, there wasn't a tear. There wasn't a kind of a jerk, kind of a jarring response that indicated she was even surprised. Again, I think that her defense counsel did the best that they could to provide the best defense, which she was entitled to. She was entitled to her defense. However, those words that she spoke right after that shooting, she said, and I quote, "I am going to prison." As a law enforcement officer of 26 years, she knows the law. She knows what reckless handling of a firearm is. Kim Potter, in her own mind, essentially knew that she had made a horrific mistake that would lead to criminal charges, which is why she said, "I am going to prison," which is likely why when she received that sentence, she did not give any expression or emotion of being surprised.
And were you surprised that her bond was revoked and she was put into custody immediately?
Yeah, I did think that was a little surprising, right? I mean, now this is going to end up being a battle come February 18th as it pertains to sentencing. And the question is, what will Judge Chu do, right? It is now entirely out of the hands of the jury. They have done their work. We thank them for their service. It is now in the hands of Judge Chu. She will determine the fate of former officer Kim Potter, and her defense counsel asked for her to be, released so that she could essentially spend the holidays with her family, and the judge was not moved, and she said no, and she ordered her to be taken into custody pending sentencing on February 18th. And so we will see, because there will be another battle to be had in this trial, in this sentencing now phase of this trial, because it is possible under the guidelines of this state, it is possible legally for her to serve absolutely no time. And that's important to keep in mind, because the defense counsel is going to be arguing for dispositional departure of those sentencing guidelines and ask Judge Chu to have Kim Potter serve no time at all. On the flip side, the prosecution has indicated that they are going to try and get as close to the maximum as possible. It's also important to note, if I can mention, she was guilty on 2 charges, but she will only serve on the most serious of the 2, which is the first-degree manslaughter. That is the only count on which she will receive sentencing.
And explain to our viewers what's going to happen in February for this sentencing. We'll hear from Dante Wright's family, as well as maybe supporters of Kim Potter as well.
Yeah, we are going to hear victim statements. Kim Potter will have the opportunity to address Judge Chu as well. And I would assume, considering the fact that she took the risk of taking the stand, that she will certainly present a statement to Judge Chu on February 18th. And what is Judge Chu looking for? She's looking for Kim Potter to be remorseful. She's also looking for Kim Potter to take responsibility now that she has been deemed guilty by a jury of her peers. We will see whether or not Kim Potter presents that statement. I'm sure there will be victim statements. And again, it is not my supposition. The prosecution has indicated that they are going to move aggressively on sentencing, and it'll be a very strong decision for Judge Chu to make whether there will be absolutely no time issued and whether she will favor the defense and agree with their dispositional departure argument, or whether they will side with the prosecution and go for the maximum sentencing. On this case, it's 15 years for the charge that she was found guilty of, the most serious charge being first-degree manslaughter.
And it looked like the judge wanted to have the sentencing like in mid-January, but for scheduling conflicts, it seemed like February was the better answer. Now, if she, like you said, she has this opportunity where potentially she could have received no sentence. So wouldn't the defense want to try to maybe do this as early as possible, just in case, for that very simple fact?
Of course, yeah, and that's what's very frustrating about our court system sometimes is scheduling becomes a very real issue, right? As a result of unavailability either of the judge or of the lawyers, Kim Potter is now spending even more time because the judge ordered her in custody until that sentencing hearing. If you're Kim Potter's family, you can imagine that they want that sentencing hearing, ASAP, as soon as humanly possible. But now Kim Potter has to wait until February 18th exclusively as a result of scheduling conflicts. But that is a reality in every courtroom across this country. Everybody's got to get together when everybody is available. And again, Judge Chu has been very measured, has been very fair, has been very balanced throughout this trial. And her voice and her feelings on this case will be revealed on February 18th as it pertains to her issuing her order on sentencing for Kim Potter.
And Danielle, I was wondering during this trial so much when I was watching it and covering it as well. Do you think if the Derek Chauvin incident never happened, it's not even in history, does this even get brought up on charges? Do you believe?
Yeah, I do, because again, a young man lost his life here, and it's obviously a horrific tragedy for the Daunte Wright family, and there was a lot of kind of public attention. Obviously, that public attention was on the heels of the Derek Chauvin trial, and it was all during a climate of very heightened anxiety and anticipation as it relates to this particular issue. But I do think that absent the Derek Chauvin trial and murder, that this likely would have had charges, because again, a young man lost his life. And I would only hope the charges would have been brought absent the Derek Chauvin murder.
And this really just shows now that really everything is on camera, and so many now police agencies have these body camera footage here. It really just shows you just how technology now, I mean, if this was 20, 30 years ago, it would be maybe a whole different story, right?
I think that argument is accurate, right? We live in a world now where technology not only allows us convenience, it also allows us tremendous access to information, also in the form of body cams on our law enforcement officers. So accountability is now being held more and more often, whether it's a body cam video or somebody videotaping, like with Derek Chauvin, and a bystander or an onlooker videotaping what is going on. And these are important because these cases prior to video surveillance or technology boiled down to, the victim's word or witness testimony versus the law enforcement testimony. And so I think accountability is being had, which is good. It's just for everyone in this country. And I think it also puts a lot more caution in both the public to be careful. Obviously, if law enforcement is issuing orders, it's always a good idea to follow those orders, and also caution in our law enforcement to always appreciate, always understand the incredibly high duty that they have serving to protect us every single day.
All right, and Danielle, any closing thoughts here? The only one that I have here is, did you see her mugshot, her new mugshot that was released yesterday, or maybe even this morning? There was she had a big grin on her face. I was surprised on that one too.
Oh my goodness, no, I have not seen that mugshot, and if she has a grin on her face, that is concerning on all different kinds of levels, because as you know, when she took the stand, we were all moved by her tears. Some argued they were crocodile tears, some called them Rittenhouse tears. I felt like those tears were genuine, at least at certain points. I mean, for goodness sakes, if she's grinning after 2 guilty verdicts and a young man losing his life, that's obviously very concerning. And I think it's important to note, just in closing, that whatever sentence she receives, and I'm assuming that Judge Chu is going to sentence her to some time, the chances of her issuing absolutely no time, I think, is slim to none. But whatever sentence she does receive. And the average for this kind of a crime in this state is about 7 years. With good behavior, right, she's going to serve about 2/3 of that sentence. So she's looking at about 4 years and 9 months if she has good behavior, which we would assume that she would. Some would argue that that's insufficient time for the loss of a young man's life, but those are the sentencing guidelines in Minnesota. And so the reality of what Kim Potter is facing is likely an average of about 5 years prison time, all assuming the decisions of Judge Chu on February 18th.
All right, so we will be looking forward to February, and we'll have full coverage on that day as well. Danielle Cohen-Higgins, thanks so much for coming on here on Live Now from Fox. Always great to speak with you, and a Merry Christmas.
Again, thank you for having me.
No problem. And Live Now from Fox, so we'll continue in just moments here. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will continue our Santa tracker here, give you the latest updates on where Santa is. And we're not the only ones that are wondering where he is. President Biden right now is calling up NORAD to get the official presidential update on Santa Claus to make sure that he has his on-time arrival in the U.S. That's coming up next here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're back for you here on Live Now from Fox. The first family getting an official Santa presidential update on just how so far the track is there for Santa and making his way closer and closer to the U.S. as the day goes on and, of course, when the evening comes. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
We'll have no shot.
Okay. All right.
Okay, sorry we had a bad connection. I hope you could hear us. Merry Christmas.
Yep, Merry Christmas.
Hello, we are connected with Griffin, age 11, Spencer, age 8, Tiger, age 4, Penelope, age 2, from Oregon.
Oregon.
Okay, Penelope. So Griffin, Hunter, Piper, and Penelope, is that correct? Okay.
That is correct. Hello.
Hi. Go ahead.
How are you?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Who's this?
This is Jared.
Hi, Jared.
I assume you're Dad?
Hi. Yes, sir.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, Dad.
Dad, what do you want for Christmas?
Maybe
Lots of luck, Dad. Well, you know, Dad, we have a Hunter too.
Yeah.
We have a son named Hunter and a grandson named Hunter.
Oh, yeah, you have a grandson named Piper. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do.
We do. She told me we don't. We have a grandson, I promise you. The grandson named Hunter is 16 years old.
I was thinking of the baby.
That's Bo.
Oh, my gosh.
Anyway. Well, how old is Griffin?
Griffin, you want to say? 11.
11. What'd you ask for Christmas? What do you want Santa to bring you?
Piano.
A piano? Holy mackerel. Well, I tell you what. We had trouble hearing you, Dad.
I was going to say you have to cut some trees down to get a piano.
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
Well, and what's Hunter want as his big gift? Switch, is it?
A Nintendo Switch.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Nintendo. Great.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
How about Piper?
Well, Piper actually left the room before you guys picked up. A Barbie here, but...
Barbie. I still have my Barbie, and Santa... Trying to think, I think Santa brought my Barbie. My Barbie was the first Barbie. My Barbie's ancient Barbie. She's now grandmother.
Well, maybe she'll bring her granddaughter. She'll bring her granddaughter.
And how about Penelope?
Well, Penelope, she's only 2, so I think she'd be happy with this time.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, oh, that's wonderful that you have a 2-year-old. Well, have a Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful Christmas.
And by the way, you guys have to be in bed by 9 o'clock, you know, and asleep between 9 and 12 or he doesn't show up.
This isn't to you, Jared. This is to the kids.
I hope you have a wonderful Christmas.
Yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well.
Thank you.
Christmas, and let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way, where are you in Oregon? Where's your home? I think we lost him.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. General, do you have another family?
We'll now be connecting you to 9-year-old Evan, 6-year-old Dustin, and 2-year-old Nora.
And where are they?
They're located in North Carolina. You're now connected.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Merry Christmas.
Hey. We're keeping an eye on Santa here. He's just going by Iran, the country of Iran, Iran, and he's heading our way.
Although he'll be in Azerbaijan in 51 seconds.
So at any rate, we're keeping an eye on him. NORAD.
Tracking him.
So what do you guys want for Christmas? Legos. All right.
Very popular gift this Christmas.
That's what our grandkids. One of our grandkids wants is Legos. What else?
How about you, Nora? What do you want?
She was a baby doll.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, I hope Santa has that in his sleigh because Santa's already delivered a whole lot of presents. He's delivered over 2,285,000 presents since he left the North Pole. I don't know how he does it all, man. He is working hard. But we're watching him not watching him personally, but we're watching where the sleigh is.
Yeah.
We can see it, and he is moving quickly.
And your third child, is it Justin?
It's
Dawson.
Okay.
How old Dawson? 6. That's a cool 6. I tell you.
All right, so that was the feed.
Take care of Mom and Dad, kids.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, this is General Manager. Thank you so much for your support.
Of course.
Well, I tell you what, what we're thinking most about is those military families that have an empty chair tomorrow at the table, where they have somebody deployed. I know you think about it all the time, General. And we want to thank the military families. I really mean it from the bottom of our heart.
Yes. Praying for you all during the holiday season and always.
Thank you so much. We wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
God bless you.
All right, so that was the update there from President Biden as he was calling some children from across the country on this Christmas Eve, and it's the official Santa tracker right now. We continue to bring you the updates. Just a special reminder, everybody, 9 p.m. Eastern, LiveNowFox.com. Go check it out. We are going to have a special show where we will be tracking Santa as he comes into U.S. airspace. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great evening. Family fun as well right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a first break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today on this Christmas Eve. Our next types of stories coming up are all feel-good types on this Christmas Eve. We're going to go out to Fox 26 in Houston for some of their coverage.
Sort of. Hopefully we're at the right house. Hello, good morning. Hi. I'm looking for Dave Murphy. Is that you? Do you know who I am?
You look like Santa.
Close enough. I'm Ruben Dominguez from Fox 26, and it is day 11 of the 12 days of Christmas. That means we're going to bring you some Christmas cheer this morning. Are you ready for that?
Certainly.
All right, so we've got some surprises happening all morning long for you. We've got Walmart coming.
Oh my goodness.
We've got exclusive furniture coming.
Oh my goodness.
And we've got Chick-fil-A coming, so I hope you're hungry.
Well, I will be.
Are you excited?
I am excited.
Are you really excited?
Yes.
All right, good deal. So here's the deal. Go on back there, shut the door, and get ready because in about an hour, it's all going to get going.
Okay, all right.
All right, we'll see you in a little while.
Thank you so
Okay, you got it. All right, here we go, guys. So here's the deal. Right over here, check this out. I've got Glenise from Baker Ripley, our wonderful partner. Talk a little bit about Miss Murphy.
So Miss Murphy is one of our elderly clients, and she just has the gentlest of souls. She enjoys interacting with people, and because she's a single person, we thought that she would be blessed by this opportunity.
Well, we're going to make it a Christmas she is never going to forget. We can't do this without our wonderful partners. We've got Walmart here. Walmart, are you excited? Oh, yeah! That's what I'm talking about. All right, guys, coming up in the next hour, the gift giving begins. Come on back for that. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll see you then. All right. So I have these custom made by a group of elves in the North Pole. I can give you the website if you're interested. But yeah, absolutely, yeah. Everyone will be wearing them next year. Yeah. Clear. Good job. Boom. Thank you, guys.
Y'all say hi to the Fox 26 Facebook Live.
Hello, Fox 26
Hi.
Facebook Live. How you doing?
Hey, tell us about the family this morning.
What's happening?
We can talk to Baker Ripley.
We have a single person today. Come on over here, Glenise.
This is Glenise from Baker Ripley.
Yes, tell everybody about Miss Murphy.
So Miss Murphy is one of our elderly clients, and we absolutely love our elderly clients, and she is part of our utility assistance program. This program services Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties. You can Google utility assistance and you will find us, or go to bakerripley.org.
Yep, y'all hear that? If you guys know anyone who needs some help, or you guys are in need of help, just go to bakerripley.org, and
or you can donate.
Or you can donate, and you can help everyone out without even leaving your couch.
I love it.
Yep.
Day number 11.
Day number 11. You guys tune in all morning long.
Keep it going. Let's keep it going.
Okay, so that was a little behind the scenes look at Fox 26 in Houston as they were doing the 12 days of Christmas, going and gifting people out in the community. And that's the beauty of the holidays, people going out and helping others out there. And the Salvation Army is doing just that. They're getting prepared for Christmas. Fox 6 in Milwaukee went out there and saw the preparations underway. Here's a segment from them.
Hey, it's not Christmas without a hearty meal. The Salvation Army gearing up for their annual Christmas family feast. Our Brett Vickery shares with us how they're going to feed thousands for the 32nd year in a row.
We started with 250 turkeys.
This is Chef Bernie. He's been the head chef of the Salvation Army Christmas Family Feast for 2 years now.
Last year was very interesting. It's so much easier this year because we actually have a game plan based from last year.
Normally, the Salvation Army would welcome families for a sit-down dinner at the Wisconsin Center on Christmas Day. Due to COVID-19, they're doing pickup and drive-through meals instead.
It was always inside dining, and we do, I think, close to 7,000 people then. And God willing, I think we'll be able to do that next year.
4,000 meals are being prepared with all of your traditional holiday foods.
There's ham and there's turkey, there's mashed potatoes, there's dressing, there's green beans. There's also dinner rolls that will be provided, and assortments of different desserts and beverages that will be offered as well.
With a message sent with every box.
That you're loved by the Salvation Army and the wonderful generosity of those individuals that support the Salvation Army here in Milwaukee.
And none of it could happen without the dozens of volunteers.
It's Christmas, it's Jesus' birthday, so what the heck? I think it's time that we should come all together.
You can walk or drive up to the Wisconsin Center from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. on Christmas Day to pick up a meal. No questions asked.
Merry Christmas to all, and God bless.
Reporting in Milwaukee, Brett Vickery, Fox 6 News.
Well, that was Fox 6 in Milwaukee right there. Salvation Army, definitely one of the biggest organizations making a big difference in so many people's lives. I want to take you to a video caught on Nest here in Phoenix, Arizona. This is for all of our Phoenix viewers right now. A couple of kids seeing that the decorations were just not holding up, so they decided to lend a helping hand and fix the candy cane, fix the falling snowman. Kind of bizarre, snowman was falling over here in the heat of Phoenix, Arizona, but the kids doing what they can to spread holiday cheer and put the candy cane back up. So love to see that again out in Phoenix, Arizona, right there. Moving along, we know that Christmas shopping and holiday shopping is in full swing right now. Here's the latest on that as many late shoppers are trying to get out there and get the gifts that they probably should have gotten a few weeks ago.
Surrounding area. My husband did want a cheesecake, and I'm not going to go get one.
Alicia Sutton didn't even try to venture over to the mall. Instead, she set her sights on the Target across the street.
It was really mostly gift cards this year, I got to be honest. But I did have to get a couple toys, and the toy shelves are empty, so that was a little alarming.
Although Tyler Smith is not sounding the alarm quite yet, he planned ahead this year and found his last-second shopping a little smoother.
Pretty much the big items I did online. Then I just came here to get some last-minute small stuff.
Regardless of if you're just starting your holiday shopping or you're out finding the perfect stocking stuffer, veteran last-second shoppers alike warn to be prepared for anything.
Good luck. Be patient.
And I was one of those shoppers out there yesterday, and it was busy. The line to get into Target wrapped around the corner, the parking lot completely full. So maybe it slowed down a little bit today, probably not. And breaking the bank is a real reality for many of us when we go out and buy all those presents for friends and family. So what are some financial resolutions to be making going into 2022? Here's the latest from Fox 13 at Tampa.
Yeah, 3 in 4, or roughly 76% of Americans have New Year's resolutions centered on being smarter with finances. That's according to a personal finance survey commissioned by Slick Deals. That's a coupon-focused website. Worries about pandemic-related inflation have contributed to 2022 money resolutions. In fact, 3 in 4 Americans told Slick Deals that they fear inflation could be a major setback. These concerns directly relate to the savings plans that Americans are putting together for the new year. According to the survey, we are hoping to save an average of $408 a month in 2022, and that is $80 higher than how much Americans saved each month on average in 2021. And there's another survey that shows that even so-called high earners are often living paycheck to paycheck. 53% of households earning between $50,000 and $100,000 a year have no money left by the time the next payday rolls around, and that can obviously be a big problem if you suddenly find yourself without a job. Getting assistance still takes time. And that's why personal finance experts recommend every household have an emergency savings account of at least $11,000. For the average household, most people aren't even getting close to that goal. The median emergency fund balance among workers today, $5,000. Older workers have the most, younger, the least. The Federal Reserve has actually found that most people wouldn't even be able to pay for an expected $400 car repair. And that's why budgeting is so important. There's the 50-30-20 plan you've probably heard of. That rule states that you should spend up to 50% of your after-tax income only on needs and obligations, your must-have, your must-do. The remaining half should be split up between 20% savings and debt repayment and 30% everything else that you might want. A simplified version of that plan is just the 80-20. The 80-20 rule of thumb for budgeting, you put 20% of your take-home pay into savings, and then the remaining 80 is for spending. It's all about setting the goals that matter. If you have something that you're working towards, suddenly a budget doesn't feel like punishment. It's a reward, the path that gets you what you want.
Sorbani Banerjee, Fox 35 News.
So there you have it. Some good tips and tricks ahead of the new year. And later on in the show, we'll be talking about some of the gift guides that Fox has put together for us, the top gifts of the year, as well as a longtime Santa story. Definitely don't want to miss that. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We do have the NORAD Santa tracker, which we are keeping our eyes on where exactly the big man in red is heading to. He's been in Russia already. He's been in Dubai, and he's delivered almost 3 billion presents for all of the good kids out there. We're going to have full coverage through the entire day and into the evening as he makes his way around the globe and then finally out to the U.S. So we've got you covered. Don't you worry. Every single step of the way, Santa is going to be on our show here on Live Now from Fox for this Christmas Eve. A beautiful shot out at the Fox News headquarters as people are out and about on this sunny day in New York City. We've kind of been taking you out to this Christmas tree for probably over a month now, and the day is finally here. Christmas Eve finally here. People are out with their families enjoying time together. We have a heartwarming story coming out of our Fox 6 Milwaukee team of a boy who is making it home for the holidays just in time. Take a listen.
Well, this little boy was nearly killed after a projectile from a lawnmower struck him in the head when he was playing at recess. Tonight, Alex Hook is back home after another surgery to his head. Fox 6's Aaron Mabin with the update on the boy's ongoing and challenging recovery.
He's made remarkable progress. You know, I guess it's the resiliency of a child.
Alex Hook is smiling once again after undergoing another surgery this week to remove excess fluid near his brain.
It truly is a miracle as far as I'm concerned, having seen him from the day it happened to where he is today.
In early September, Hook was on the playground at Riverview Elementary in Silver Lake when investigators say a nearby lawnmower launched a projectile that hit the first grader in the head. Michelle Kirchen is his aunt.
He has nightmares about it, frankly. I mean, he's also, with doing some counseling for that because he wakes up crying. I don't know that he knows exactly what it was, and how would he, because it hit him in the back of the head.
Severe swelling early on forced surgeons to remove a portion of his skull.
Now it's made from a 3D printer. And then it's connected to the actual skull.
Kirchen says Hook remains in good spirits.
7 years old, it's Christmas time. He's getting out of the hospital. He has his skull on, so there's no more helmet that he has to wear. He's not out of the woods completely. There is always a chance that he can pick up an infection, which is the worst case scenario.
As Alex Hook continues on a difficult road to recovery, his family is happy he'll be home for the holiday. In Milwaukee County, Aaron Mabin, Fox 6 News.
We are rooting for him, that is for sure.
And that was Fox 6 in Milwaukee right there, taking you into this next video that has since gone viral. Dash camera video showing a Maine state trooper locating an elderly man with Alzheimer's disease on the side of the road and carrying him out of a ditch amid freezing temperatures. Trooper Tyler Harrington coming across the man, 82-year-old Bernard Perry, in a ditch around 5 a.m. on Wednesday. This town that he was found in, just about 4,300 people in the county. Footage showing Harrington carrying the man wearing jeans and a flannel across the freshly plowed road, which was lined with snow before dawn, back to his cruiser. Maine State Police said Perry was suffering from severe hypothermia and frostbite, and Harrington had to carry him because he was unable to walk. Troopers had been scouring the area following a report of an elderly man wandering off from his home in the same town. They gathered intelligence from a town plow truck driver who said that he had spotted the man walking in the area during the early morning hours during the storm. After carrying the man back to the cruiser, Harrington waited for an ambulance to arrive. Perry was then transported to Maine General Hospital in Augusta, where police said that he is recovering from his injuries. The Maine State Police wrote on their Facebook page, "We're grateful that Bernard Perry was found in a timely manner and is recuperating. We're also thankful for Trooper Harrington. Maine State Police troopers, and all law enforcement officers in Maine who do an exceptional job protecting the citizens of Maine and all of those who visit our great state. So a really great story right there from this Maine State trooper who really saved this man during what was a scary, scary moment and evening during the snowstorm. And moving along with our Christmas coverage here on Live Now from Fox, as we bring you all of these heartwarming stories, because we cover a lot of really negative news here, and sometimes it's good to switch things up and go on the positive side, especially on Christmas Eve. And someone who knows all about being positive is Santa himself. We have a long-time Santa story for you that you definitely don't want to miss.
From the jacket to the belt and the gloves, Santa Claus is getting ready to come to town.
We're checking our list today, and I know it's getting close.
Watch out, North Pole. Santa has another home, closer than you'd think.
The giving and loving is always so good and so nice. It's such a special place in my heart.
In Manatee County, Santa is known to his friends as Stephen Hensel, or Hens for short. His family has known him as Santa for decades. He first donned his red suit back in 1974 when he wore another uniform for the United States Air Force.
A lady that ran the BYA area in Germany said to me, "Hey, if you dress up as Santa, could you dress up as Santa and be Santa for all the kids on their Christmas?" She said, "We can't find a Santa this year." And of course I said, absolutely, I did it before I came to service.
His love for Christmas started as a child in Pittsburgh and came from the best place.
My mom and dad, of course.
For more than 30 years, Hens has brought Christmas joy to students in Manatee County.
Walter Miller and Gene Witt actually said to me, I went down there for a job. Gene Witt met me and he said to me, "I'll tell you what, I don't want to hear what you do. If you're gonna be my Santa, you got the job you want." And I thought that was hilarious. And that's truly what happened. He hired me on the spot.
Yes, Santa worked for the Manatee County School District. You could call it a part-time job. His full-time job ramps up every December, from schools to theme parks and the North Pole Express in Parrish.
I love every single kid that comes in the room. I love sitting with them, hearing what they have to say, the funny things, the good things, everything.
And you better watch out. You better not cry or pout, because Santa Claus is coming to town.
Everybody looks like they're working on the good list.
From the nice list in Manatee County.
Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
And the big man himself overhead right now as we have the NORAD Santa tracker up. We are heading into almost 3 billion presents that Santa has already delivered for all of the good kids out there, and we'll have full coverage for you into the rest of the evening. Looks like we do have a live event out at the Vatican today. Pope Francis celebrating Christmas Eve Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. We're going to listen in live as it all starts. And it does look like we lost that shot. Unfortunately, we're going to try to get that back. It looks like it's kind of going in and out right now. Let's check back in.
Octava calenda de enero. Luna 21.
10th day of the lunar month, many centuries having passed from when God created the world and had made man in his own image.
Habiendo transcurrido innumerables años desde la creación del mundo. Cuando en el principio Dios creó el cielo y la tierra y formó al hombre a su imagen. Pasados siglos y siglos desde que, tras el diluvio, el Altísimo puso en las nubes su arco como signo de alianza y paz, en el siglo XXI, desde que Abraham, nuestro padre en la fe, salió de Ur de los Caldeos, transcurridos 13 siglos desde que el pueblo
21 centuries after the birth of Abraham our father, 13 centuries after the exodus of Israel from Egypt under the guidance of Moses. Approximately 1,000 years after the anointing of David as king of Israel, in the 65th week, according to the prophecy of Daniel. About the time of the 124th Olympiad. In the year 752 of the foundation of Rome. In the 42nd year of the empire of Octavius Augustus. While peace reigned in the land. In the 6th age of the world. Jesus Christ, eternal God and Son of the eternal Father, desiring to sanctify the world with his coming, 9 months passing from the time of his conception, conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit, in Bethlehem of Judea, born of the Virgin Mary, made man. The birth of our Lord Jesus Christ in his human nature. This text read the 8th day before the beginning of January, or the 10th day of the lunar month. Our Holy Father now unveils baby Jesus, the Christ child whom we've been preparing to welcome since the beginning of Advent, but of course we do every day of our lives. Our Holy Father now incensing this image of our Lord, whom we know is present with us as we celebrate his birth. bells of St. Peter's pealing. Ten children here from Congo, Korea, India, Italy, and Mexico offer flowers. We will now receive a blessing with the Book of the Gospels. After incensing the child Jesus, the image of Christ on the cross being incensed, as well as the altar on which the sacrifice of the Holy Mass will take place, as the choir provides the entrance antiphon. The Lord said to me, "You are my Son. It is I who have begotten you this day." We have been invited to recall our sins.
Reconozcamos nuestros pecados.
Oremos. Deus, que ac sanctissimam notem veri luminis fecisti illustratione claresce, da quesumus, ut cuius interna mysteria lucis agnovimus, eius quoque gaudis perfuamus in cielo, qui tecum vivit et regnat in unitate Spiritus Sancti Deus, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
Amen.
Lectura del libro de Isaías. El pueblo que caminaba en tinieblas vio una luz grande. Habitaba en tierra y sombras de muerte, y una luz les brilló. Acreciste la alegría, aumentaste el gozo. Se gozan en tu presencia como gozan al cegar, como se alegran al repartirse el botín. Porque la vara del opresor, el yugo de su carga, el bastón de su hombro, los quebrantaste como el día de Madián. Porque la bota que pisa con estrépito y la túnica empapada de sangre serán combustible, pasto de fuego. Porque un niño nos ha nacido, un hijo se nos ha dado. Lleva a hombros el principado y es su nombre. Maravilla de consejero, Dios fuerte, Padre de eternidad, Príncipe de la paz, para dilatar el principado con una paz sin límites sobre el trono de David y sobre su reino, para sostenerlo y consolidarlo con la justicia y el derecho desde ahora y por siempre. El celo del Señor del universo lo realizará.
Oggi è nato
A reading from the letter of St. Paul to Titus. God's grace has been revealed, and it has made salvation possible for the whole human race, and taught us that what we have to do is to give up everything that does not lead to God and all our worldly ambitions. We must be self-restrained and live good and religious lives here in this present world, while we are waiting in hope for the blessing which will come with the appearing of the glory of our great God and Savior, Christ Jesus. He sacrificed himself for us in order to set us free from all wickedness and to purify a people so that it could be his very own and would have no ambition except to do good.
Dominus vobiscum.
Et tu spiritu tuo.
Lectio Sancti Evangelii secundum Lucam.
Gloria a te, Domine.
In quei giorni un decreto di Cesare Augusto ordinò che si facesse il censimento di tutta la terra. Questo primo censimento fu fatto quando Quirinio era governatore della Siria. Tutti andavano a farsi censire, ciascuno nella propria città. Anche Giuseppe dalla Galilea, dalla città di Nazaret, salì in Giudea alla città di Davide chiamata Betlemme. Egli apparteneva infatti alla casa e alla famiglia di Davide. Doveva farsi censire insieme a Maria, sua sposa, che era incinta. Mentre si trovavano in quel luogo, si compirono per lei i giorni del parato. Diede alla luce il suo figlio primogenito, lo avvolse in fasce e lo pose in una mangiatoia, perché per loro non c'era posto nell'alloggio. C'erano in quella regione alcuni pastori che, pernottando all'aperto, vegliavano tutta la notte facendo la guardia al loro gregge. Un angelo del Signore si presentò a loro e la gloria del Signore li avvolse di luce. Essi furono presi da grande timore. Ma l'angelo disse loro: non temete, ecco vi annuncio una grande gioia che sarà di tutto il popolo. Oggi nella città di Davide è nato per voi un Salvatore che è Cristo Signore. Questo per voi il segno. Troverete un bambino avvolto in fasce, adagiato in una mangiatoia. E subito apparve con l'angelo una moltitudine dell'esercito celeste, che lodava Dio e diceva: Gloria a Dio nel più alto dei cieli, e sulla terra pace agli uomini che Egli ama. Verbum Domini.
Nella notte si accende una luce, un angelo appare, la gloria del Signore avvolge i pastori e finalmente arriva l'annuncio atteso da secoli. Oggi è nato per voi un Salvatore, che è Cristo Signore. Sorprende però quello che l'angelo aggiunge. Indica ai pastori come trovare Dio venuto in terra. Questo per voi è il segno. Troverete un bambino avvolto in fasce, adagiato in una mangiatoia. Ecco il segno, un bambino. Tutto qui. Un bambino della cruda povertà di una mangiatoia. Non ci sono più luci, fulgori, cori di angeli. Solo un bimbo, nient'altro, come aveva preannunciato Isaia. Un bambino è nato per noi. Il Vangelo insiste su questo contrasto. Racconta la nascita di Gesù cominciando da Cesare Augusto, che fa il censimento di tutta la terra. Mostra il primo imperatore nella sua grandezza, ma subito dopo ci porta a Betlemme, dove di grande non c'è nulla, solo un povero bambino avvolto in fasce, con dei pastori attorno. E lì c'è Dio, nella piccolezza. Ecco il messaggio. Dio non cavalca la grandezza, ma si cala nella piccolezza. La piccolezza è la via che ha scelto per raggiungerci, per toccarci il cuore, per salvarci e riportarci a quello che conta. Fratelli e sorelle, sostando davanti al presepe, guardiamo al centro. Andiamo oltre le luci e le decorazioni, che sono belle, e contempliamo il bambino. Nella sua piccolezza c'è tutto Dio. Riconosciamolo. Bambino, tu sei Dio, Dio bambino. Lasciamoci attraversare da questo scandaloso stupore. Colui che abbraccia l'universo ha bisogno di essere tenuto in braccio. Lui che ha fatto il sole deve essere scaldato. La tenerezza in persona ha bisogno di essere coccolata. L'amore infinito ha un cuore minuscolo che emette lievi battiti. La parola eterna è infante, cioè incapace di parlare. Il pane della vita deve essere nutrito. Il creatore del mondo è senza dimora. Oggi tutto si ribalta. Dio viene al mondo piccolo. La sua grandezza si offre nella piccolezza. E noi chiediamoci, sappiamo accogliere questa via di Dio? È la sfida del Natale. Dio si rivela, ma gli uomini non lo capiscono. Lui si fa piccolo agli occhi del mondo e noi continuiamo a ricercare la grandezza secondo il mondo. Magari persino in nome suo. Dio si abbassa e noi vogliamo salire sul piedistallo. L'Altissimo indica l'umiltà e noi pretendiamo di apparire. Dio va in cerca dei pastori, degli invisibili. Noi cerchiamo visibilità, farci vedere. Gesù nasce per servire e noi passiamo gli anni a inseguire il successo. Dio non ricerca forza e potere, domanda tenerezza e piccolezza interiore. Ecco che cosa chiedere a Gesù per Natale: la grazia della piccolezza. Signore, insegnaci ad amare la piccolezza. Aiutaci a capire che è la vita per la vera grandezza. Ma che cosa vuol dire concretamente accogliere la piccolezza? Per prima cosa vuol dire credere che Dio vuole venire nelle piccole cose della nostra vita, vuole abitare la realtà quotidiana, i semplici gesti che compiamo a casa, in famiglia, a scuola, al lavoro. È nel nostro vissuto ordinario che vuole realizzare cose straordinarie. ed è un messaggio di grande speranza. Gesù ci invita a valorizzare e riscoprire le piccole cose della vita. Se Lui è con noi lì, che cosa ci manca? Lasciamoci allora alle spalle i rimpianti per la grandezza che non abbiamo. Rinunciamo alle lamentele e ai musi lunghi, all'avidità che lascia insoddisfatti. La piccolezza, lo stupore di quel bambino piccolo, questo è il messaggio. Ma c'è di più. Gesù non desidera venire solo nelle piccole cose della nostra vita, ma anche nella nostra piccolezza, nel nostro sentirci deboli, fragili, inadeguati, magari persino sbagliati. Sorella e fratello, se come a Betlemme il buio della notte ti circonda, se avverti intorno una fredda indifferenza, se le ferite che ti porti dentro gridano conti poco, non vali niente, non sarai mai amato come vuoi. Questa notte, se tu senti questo, ti dice ti amo, così come sei. La tua piccolezza non mi spaventa, dice il Signore, la tua fragilità non mi inquietano. Mi sono fatto piccolo per te, per essere il tuo Dio sono diventato tuo fratello. Fratello amato, sorella amata, non avere paura di me, ma ritrova in me la tua grandezza. Ti sono vicino e solo questo ti chiedo, fidati di me e aprimi il cuore. Accogliere la piccolezza significa ancora una cosa, abbracciare Gesù nei piccoli di oggi, amarlo cioè negli ultimi, servirlo nei poveri. Sono loro i più simili a Gesù nato povero. Ed è in loro che Lui vuole essere onorato. Questa notte di amore un unico timore ci assalga, ferire l'amore di Dio, ferirlo disprezzando i poveri con la nostra indifferenza. Sono i prediletti di Gesù che accoglieranno un giorno in cielo. Una poetessa ha scritto: chi non ha trovato il cielo qua giù, lo mancherà lassù. Non perdiamo di vista il cielo, prendiamoci cura di Gesù adesso, accarezzandolo nei bisognosi, perché in loro si è identificato. Guardiamo ancora una volta al presepe e vediamo che Gesù alla nascita è circondato proprio dai piccoli, dai poveri. Sono i pastori, erano i più semplici e sono stati i più vicini al Signore. Lo hanno trovato perché pernottando all'aperto vegliavano tutta la notte facendo la guardia al loro gregge. Stavano lì per lavorare, perché erano poveri e la loro vita non aveva orari ma dipendeva dal gregge. Non potevano vivere come e dove volevano, ma si regolavano in base alle esigenze delle pecore che accudivano. E Gesù nasce lì, vicino a loro, vicino ai dimenticati delle periferie. Viene dove la dignità dell'uomo è messa alla prova. Viene a nobilitare gli esclusi e si rivela anzitutto a loro, non a personaggi colti e importanti, ma alla gente povera che lavorava. Dio stanotte viene a colmare di dignità la durezza del lavoro. Ci ricorda quanto è importante dare dignità all'uomo con il lavoro, ma anche dare dignità al lavoro dell'uomo, perché l'uomo è signore e non schiavo del lavoro. Nel giorno della vita ripetiamo, basta morti sul lavoro e impegniamoci per questo. Guardiamo un'ultima volta il presepe, allargando lo sguardo fino ai suoi confini, dove si intravedono i magi in pellegrinaggio per adorare il Signore. Guardiamo e capiamo che attorno a Gesù tutto si ricompone in unità. Non ci sono solo gli ultimi, i pastori, ma anche i dotti e ricchi, i magi. A Betlemme stanno insieme poveri e ricchi, chi adora come i magi e chi lavora come i poveri. Tutti si ricompone quando al centro c'è Gesù, non le nostre idee su Gesù, ma Lui vivente. Allora, cari fratelli e sorelle, torniamo a Betlemme, torniamo all'origine, all'essenzialità della fede, al primo amore, all'adorazione e alla carità. Guardiamo i magi che peregrinano e come Chiesa sinodale in cammino andiamo a Betlemme, dove c'è Dio nell'uomo e l'uomo in Dio, dove il Signore è al primo posto e viene adorato, dove gli ultimi occupano il posto più vicino a Lui, dove pastori e magi stanno insieme in una fraternità più forte di ogni classificazione. Dio ci conceda di essere una Chiesa adoratrice, povera, fraterna. Questo è l'essenziale. Torniamo a Betlemme. Ci fa bene andare lì, docili al Vangelo di Natale, che presenta la Santa Famiglia, i pastori e i magi, tutta gente in cammino. Fratelli e sorelle, mettiamoci in cammino, perché la vita è un pellegrinaggio. Alziamoci, ridestiamoci, perché stanotte una luce si è accesa. È una luce gentile e ci ricorda che la nostra piccolezza, che siamo figli amati, figli della luce. Fratelli e sorelle, godiamo insieme, perché nessuno spegnerà mai questa luce, la luce di Gesù, che da stanotte brilla al mondo. Fratelli e figli carissimi, uniamo la nostra voce al canto degli angeli, lodiamo la fedeltà di Dio e invochiamo da Lui grazia e salvezza.
Oremus pro Pontifice nostro Francisco.
天主降生成人之圣言的父亲，求你守护圣父教宗，使其信德坚固，望德蓬勃，爱德常在心中。我们同声祈祷。
Oremus pro publicis moderatoribus et institutis internationalibus.
Deus, Pai do Príncipe da Paz, apoie os governantes no serviço dos povos, faça crescer neles o desejo do verdadeiro bem e os guie para a construção de um mundo mais justo.
Oremus pro parvulis.
أيها الإله أبا طفلي بيت لحم، حرر جميع الأطفال من جميع أشكال العنف وأشعل فيهم فرح الحياة ورافق نموهم بالقداسة والحكمة.
Oremus provocationibus ad sacerdotio.
Dieu, Père du grand et éternel prêtre, appelle de nombreux jeunes au sacerdoce, nourrit en eux la passion de l'Évangile et dispose-les à donner leur vie pour leurs frères.
Oremus pro pauperibus et dolentibus.
अंधकार में सूर्य की तरह उद्दीप्त हे पिता ईश्वर, अपनी उपस्थिति से गरीबों और दुखियों को ज्योतिमय कर, उनके लिए जीवन का द्वार पुनः खोल दे और उन्हें अपनी दिव्य आशीष से भर दे।
O Padre fedele e provvidente, accogli la nostra lode e la nostra supplica e rendici partecipi della salvezza apparsa per noi nel tuo Figlio fatto uomo. Egli vive e regna nei secoli dei secoli.
Amen.
Orate fratres ut meum habesum sacrificium, acceptabile fiat apud Deum Patrem omnipotentem.
Suscitat Dominus sacrificium de manibus tuis, ad laudem et gloriam nominis Tui, ad utilitatem quoque nostram, dotiusque ecclesiis Tue sancte.
Grata tibi si, Domine, quesumus odierna festivitatis oblatio, ut per sacrosanta commercio, in ilius inveniamur forma, in quotecum est nostra substantia, qui vives et regna in saecula saeculorum.
Amen.
Domine Hovicum,
et cum spiritu tuo,
sursum corda,
habemus ad Domino,
gratias agamus Domino Deo nostro,
dignum et justum est,
vere dignum et justum est, ecum et salutare, nos tibi sempre et ubique gratias agere, Domine, Sancte Pater, omnipotens aeterne Deus, che per incarnati verbi ministerium, novamentis nostri oculis lux Tue claritatis infulsi, ut dum visibiliter Deum cognoscium, per invisibilium amorem rapiamur. Et idio cum angelis et archangelis, con tronis et dominationibus, cumque omni militia celestis exercitus, in gloria Tue canimus sine fente incentes. Te igitur clementissime Pater, per Iesum Christum, Filium Tuum, Dominum nostrum, supplice rogamus ac petimus, ut accetta habeas et benedicas, ec dona, ec munera, ec santa sacrificia illibata. In primis, que tibi offerimus, pro Ecclesia Tua Santa Cattolica, quam pacificare, custodire, adugnare, et reggere digneris tot orbo terrarum, una commenda in famulo Tuo, con Ecclesia Tue per esse voluisti, et omnius orthodoxis, alque catholici et apostolici fidei cultoribus.
Memento Domine, famulorum, famularumque Tuarum, et omnium circumstantium, quorum tibi fides conita est et nota devotio, pro quibus tibi offerimus, velqui ti offerum toc sacrificium laudis, pro se subisque omnibus, pro redentione animarum suarum, pro spe salutis et incolumitatis sue, tibique reddunt vota sua, eterno Deo, vivo et vero.
Communicantes et noctem sacratissimam celebrantes, qua Beate Mariae intemerata virginitas, uic mundo editit salvatorem, sed et memoriam venerantes, in primis eiusdem gloriose semper Virginis Mariae, genitricis eiusdem Dei et Domini nostri Iesu Christi, sed et beati Iosef eiusdem Virginis Sponsi, et beatorum apostolorum ac martyrum tuorum, Petri et Pauli, Andrei, Jacobi, Ioannis, Tome, Jacobi, Filippi, Bartolomei, Mattei, Simonis et Taddei, Lini, Cleti, Clementis, Sisti, Cornelii, Cipriani, Laurenzi, Crisogoni, Ioannis et Pauli, Cosme et Damiani, et omnium sanctorum tuorum, quorum meritis precibusque concedas, ut in omnibus protectionis tue muniamur auxilio.
Inquisitor, oblationem servitutis nostri, sed ecunte familiae tue, quesumus, Domine, o placatus accipias, diesque nostros in tua pace disponas, atque ab eterna damnatione non seripi, et in electorum tuorum jubas grege numerari. Quam oblationem tu, Deus, in omnibus quesumus benedictam, ascriptam, ratam, rationabilem acceptabilemque facere digneris, un nobis corpus et sanguis fiat dilectissimi Filii Tui, Domini nostri Iesu Christi, qui pridie quam pateretur accepit panem in santas ad venerabiles manus suas, et elevatis oculis in celum a Te, Padre Suo omnipotente, tibi gratias agens, benedixit, fregit, deditque discipulis suis, dicens, accipite et manducate ex hoc omnes, hoc est enim corpus meum, quod pro vobis tradetur. Simili moda, postquam cenatum est, accipiens et preclarum calicem in sanctas ac venerabiles manus suas, item tibi gratias agens, benedixit, deditque discipulis suis, dicens, accipite et bibite ex omnes. Hic est enim calis sanguinis mei, novi et eterni testamenti, qui pro vobis et pro multis effundetur in remissione peccatorum. O facite in meam commemorazione.
Mysterium Fidei.
Unde et memores, Domine, nos servitui, sed et plebs tua sancta, eiusdem Christi Filii Tui, Domini nostri, tam beate passionis, nec non et ab inferis resurrectionis, sed et in cielo gloriose ascensioni, oferimus preclare majestate Tui, de Tuis donis sagratis, ostiam pura, ostiam santa, ostiam immaculata, panem sanctum vita eterne, et calicem salutis perpetuum. Supraque, propitio a sereno vulto respice de digneris, e accepta vere sicut accepta vere dignatus est, munera pueri tui Abel, il sacrificium patriarchi nostri Abraham e coltivi ortulis summum sacerdotus tuum Melchisedec, santum sacrificium immaculata nostri. Supplices, te rogamos, omnipotens Deus, iube ec per ferri per mano santi angeli tui in sublime altare tuum, in conspectu divine majestatis tui, ut quod ex hac altaris participationem sacrosanctum Filii tui, corpus et sanguinis subserimus, omni benedictione celesti e gratia repleamus.
Memento etiam Domine famulorum famularumque tuarum, qui nos predecesserum cum signo fidei et dormiunt in sonno pacis. Ipsis Domine, et omnibus in Christo quiescentibus, locum refrigerii, lucis et pacis, ut indulgeas deprecamur.
Nobis quoque peccatoribus famulis tuis, de multitudine miserationum tuarum sperantibus, partem aliquam et societatem donare digneris, cum tui sanctis apostolis et martiribus, cum Ioanne, Stefano, Mattia, Barnaba, Ignazio, Alexandro, Marcellino, Petro, felicitate perpetua, Agata, Lucia, Agnete, Cecilia, Anastasia et omnibus sanctis tuis, intra quorum nos consortium, non estimator meriti, sed venie, quesumus largitor admitte, per Christum Dominum nostrum.
Per quonic omnia Domini sempre bona creas, sanctificas, vivificas, benedicis et prestas nobis.
Per ipsum et cum ipso et in ipso, est tibi Deo Patri omnipotenti, in unitate Spiritus Sancti, omnis honor et gloria, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
Precepti salutaribus moniti e divina istituzione formati, odemus dicere. Libera nos quesumus Domini ab omnibus malis. Da propitius pacem in divos nostris. Ut opere misericordiae Tui adiuti, et a peccato simus semper liberi, et ab omni perturbatione securi, expectantes, beatam spem, et adventum Salvatoris nostri Iesu Christi. Domine Iesu Christe, che dixisti apostolis Tuis, pacem relinquo vobis, pacem meam do vobis. Ne respicias peccata nostra, sed fidem ecclesiae Tuae, e anque secundum voluntatem Tuam, pacificare e coadunare digneris, qui vivis et regna in saecula saeculorum.
Amen.
Amen.
Pax Domini, sit semper vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo.
Ecce agnus Dei, ecce qui tollis peccata mundi, beati che accenerai vocati sunt.
Domine, consumimus, ut intre subtertum meum, septantum hic verbo, et sanabitur anima mea.
Oremus. Da nobis quesumus Domine Deus noster, ut qui nativitatem Redentoris nostri frequentare gaudemus, dignis conversationibus ad eius meriamur pervenire consortium, qui vivet et regnat in saecula saeculorum.
Amen.
Dominum vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo.
Inclinate vos ad benedictionem.
Deus infinite bontatis, que incarnatione Filii Sui mundi tenebras effugabit, et eis gloriose nativitate ac notem sacratissima irradiabit, effuget a vos tenebras viciorum, et irradiet corda vestra luce virtutum.
Amen.
Quique eius salutifere nativitatis gaudium magnum pastorius avangelo volvit nuntiare, ipse mente festras suo gaudio impleat, et vos evangelii sui nuncius efficiat.
Amen.
Et qui per eius incarnationem terrena celestibus sociabit, dono vos sue pacis et bone replet voluntatis, et vos faciat ecclesiae consortes esse celestis.
Amen.
Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti, descenda super vos et maneat semper.
Amen.
Missa est.
So that's been full coverage right there. Pope Francis at St. Peter's Basilica, taking it from beginning to end. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox, even on Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve, everyone. I'm Daytona Everett, going to take you through the next couple of hours here with all of the Christmas content that you need. As you know, we are tracking Santa right now, and last I checked, he is going over Egypt. He just was in Egypt delivering over 3 billion gifts. So amazing to see Santa doing his work, even despite some of the conditions that we're having, flights being canceled because of some delays and some weather concerns, even out in Los Angeles. We're going to have a little bit of coverage on what to be expecting for holiday travel. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with all of your Christmas content. Although I do have the Vice President who is going to be speaking. She's visiting first responders out in Los Angeles. Let's tune in.
You know, you all do some of the most noble and important work that any human can dedicate themselves to. And I was talking with your chiefs and the captains and Frank Lima. You guys do this work. I know who you are. I know who you are. You took an oath to take care of perfect strangers. The work you do is the work that is about having the courage to say that you're going to go out there and literally run into situations, and you're prepared to make sacrifices for people you may have never met, people whose names you don't even know. And to be a California firefighter,
yeah.
and a firefighter in Los Angeles,
yes, ma'am.
That's some tough work.
And they don't work for the county.
Tough. I know who they are. I know, this is city work. But I want y'all to know, I know you're out here working long days. My brother-in-law, my husband's brother is a firefighter. And I know that it's tough. And you know, and then in the midst of all of the crises that we've been facing, and you guys keep getting out there and doing what you're doing. And I just want you to know that sometimes in the midst of all of that, it can feel a bit overwhelming, but know that we see you and we're so thankful to you for what you do. Because seriously, the work you do is on behalf of people whose names you don't know. They are perfect strangers, and you help them in their most needy time with the strength of your character and with your courage and with your willingness to sacrifice on behalf of others. Truly, it's the most noble work anybody can do. And in this Christmas season, this holiday season, we just want you to know that you give people gifts every day, and we want you to know that you are so special, and we really do appreciate you. We thank you. You're part of what makes us strong and makes us great. You know, and I've been traveling around the world now as vice president, and people look to America. They look to us. They look to us in terms of how we think about public service and democracy. And in that way, you know, when we can show people that we have a force like this that does it because you choose to, because you want to, not because you have to, it really speaks to so many of the ideals and values that we hold dear as a country. And in that way, yeah, I know you work for LA City, thank you, Mayor, but you represent the United States of America also, every day. And so thank you. On behalf of the President and myself, thank you for what you do. Thank you.
If I may,
My husband talk.
I'm like, go ahead.
All right.
Listen.
So,
Second
gentleman.
First second. Hopefully not allowed. Better not be allowed. It's so great to be home, back in Los Angeles, my hometown. So thanks for having us here. Just driving here, it's just to see this beautiful city, our home, and to know that you're all out here protecting us day and night. And again, it is personal to me and the Vice President, since my brother is a firefighter up north. So I know what your family feels. I know how they feel when you leave, and I know how they feel when you come home. And it's personal. So to your families, I got it. And again, thank you all so much, Mayor. It's so good to see you and all the leaders here, and just have a great holiday season. Have a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and we can't thank you enough. As the Vice President said, you run towards danger, not away from it, and that's just, you're heroes. You're American heroes. I've traveled all around the country as a second gentleman, meeting firefighters, first responders, and I just have gone around thanking them, and we can't do it enough as an administration and as the public. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Vice President, Second Gentleman Doug, on behalf of over 330,000 firefighters across the United States and Canada, we want to thank you for your support for us, always fighting for us. When you were in the Senate, wildfires versus hurricanes, you get it. You get and you fight for the working class, and we're just honored that you came here to thank a crew, a station that I worked at almost 30 years ago with Chief Terrazas and our mayor and my local president, Freddie Escobar, and a great crew from 94. So on behalf of all of us, you know we got your back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We can't shake right now. Come here. What's your name?
Andrew.
Kamala Harris. Nice to meet you, Andrew.
Larry.
Nice to meet you. Adam, nice to meet you.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Madam Vice President.
Mo.
So he has a video and it takes the soul.
Oh, you're kidding me. Let me see.
Oh my God.
Oh. Wait, how old are they now?
They're 8.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's so wonderful. Will you tell them I said hello? Okay. Oh, here.
Adam.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Thank you for your work. Julian Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks for you.
On behalf of the Nuke, myself, and
Long time ago. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you all.
And Freddie Rivers. He's the head of all here locally.
Good. They say I was the best. I've been the best president of Youth Life in the last 10 years.
Cool. But you know, they're tied, number one.
You guys want to huddle up right here? Yeah. Stay here. We're going to have all the wonderful firefighters together. Come on, come together.
And as our camera moves around a little bit, as always, we are live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Vice President Kamala Harris alongside the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, him saying that his own brother is a firefighter out in Northern California. This is LA's Crenshaw District first responders. And also Mayor Eric Garcetti taking a knee there and standing next to the Vice President, as they are giving their thanks for the firefighters who have done so much this year, specifically California firefighters fighting all of these major wildfires and also addressing any emergency scenes, which are timely because they've had quite a bit of rain over the past couple of days, even some flash flooding out there, burn scars, always a concern, those communities, some having to be evacuated over the past couple of days. So we're going to stay with some news out of California, but let's listen in to the Vice President.
For a great sacrifice, representing and protecting America's values around the globe and are not with their families at this time. We see firefighters and police officers and so many who, again, sacrifice those things like being close to their family on behalf of the rest of us. And this is a time of year which we should all find as a moment to reflect on those things for which we are thankful and the blessings in our lives. And one of those is the men and women who choose to serve and choose to protect us and keep us safe. And when we are in harm's way, to come to our aid. And so that's why I'm here today, because when I think of the firefighters, that is one of the best examples of the kind of service and the nobility with which anyone can do their job. So thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everyone. Happy holidays.
And the Vice President thanking all of the first responders who are taking the holiday to help out with any of the calls that come into the station there. Again, that was LA's Crenshaw District, and we appreciate all of our first responders today and every day. We've been hearing some military greetings, and we're going to play those out for you through the rest of the evening here, along with our NORAD Santa tracker. So we have a lot to get to. Stay with us all evening here on Live Now from Fox as we give you the latest location of Santa as he starts to deliver presents to all of the good kids out there. So full coverage through the rest of the evening. But here's some greetings from our military members who are serving abroad.
Hello, I see Master Sergeant Omar Spivey, deployed to Prince Sultan Air Force Base, Saudi Arabia. Just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to my friends and family back at home. Go Pack, go.
This is Major Watson. I'm stationed here in Landstuhl, Germany at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to my family. I love you so much, and I'll be home next year.
And so there you have it. We'll be showing the rest of those greetings to you through the rest of the night here. Stick with us. More to come after this commercial break. All of your Christmas Eve coverage on Live Now from Fox.
Hi, I'm Senior Airman Jamar Jackson, working over at the 20th Force Support Squadron. I just want to give a huge shout out to my mom over in St. Petersburg, Florida. I love you, happy holidays, and I hope you have a good one.
This is Major Malia Rivas, stationed at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Landstuhl, Germany. I want to wish my wonderful family, my husband Marty, my children Caitlin, Reagan, Ryan, and my parents a happy holidays. Miss you guys.
Hi, my name is Techno Sergeant Kevin Reed, and I'm deployed over here in Prince Sultan Air Base, Saudi Arabia. I want to send out a shout out to all my friends and family back home in Wisconsin. Go Pack, go.
And welcome here to Live Now from Fox as we give you all of your Christmas Eve coverage. I'm Daytona Everett. We are tracking Santa as he heads across the globe right now. He's already hit Russia. He's been to Dubai. He's gone to Egypt, giving all of the presents to all of the good kids out there. And we have these beautiful looks across the country as well. You can hear the Christmas music in the background in New York City as we take a look outside of the Fox News headquarters at the Christmas tree. A beautiful shot there, and it's been busy. Everyone going and trying to snap a pic outside of the Fox News headquarters. We're going to check in with some of our stations across the country, including Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Here's what they're tracking.
We begin this half hour with a conversation with former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. For our political show, The Issue Is. He recently donated for Village for Vets, a nonprofit building tiny homes, and Alex Michelson sat down with him.
I'm going to show you inside one of these right now.
Arnold Schwarzenegger gets a tour of a series of tiny homes he bought for homeless veterans and their animals who once lived in tents on the streets. Former governor delivering this gift just days before Christmas.
I mean, that's got to feel so fulfilling, though, knowing that you're able to make this happen for them.
I'm ecstatic. I'm really ecstatic. I'm so excited. To me, this is the greatest Christmas gift.
Schwarzenegger donating 25 new units.
This is what the tiny home looks like. You've got a bed, you've got space. This isn't occupied yet, but it's going to make life a lot easier for one of these vets.
It's been a lifesaver for me.
Veteran Bruce Henry Cooper personally thanking Schwarzenegger.
He has not forgotten us.
This scene a lot different than this.
It's not right.
In early October, we joined the secretary of the VA as he toured this campus in West LA. He discovered a long row of tents on the public street with some vets who'd been camping there for years.
Is there a place to put some of these people so they're not literally outside here, but on the property?
Well, I think you see some of it right here.
Soon after that, action. We were here in November as Governor Newsom toured the property and announced an expansion of the Tiny Homes program. Former Governor Schwarzenegger saw that and decided to spend $250,000 of his own money to buy even more tiny homes.
We brought everyone together, and there was no one that said it can't be done.
How has that changed your life?
It's home.
Ferris Kearns spent months living on the streets.
Talk about the difference between being in a tent and being in a tiny home.
No squirrels and no rats.
Rob Reynolds of AmVets advocated to make this happen.
What kind of difference does the tiny home make?
They have electricity, they have heating and air conditioning.
It's especially important on a rainy day like this one.
It proves the point that they're going through not just sunshine and wonderful weather, but they go through cold weather.
Schwarzenegger joined by his son Patrick. They both provide food to the vets.
We owe everything to our veterans. You know, they've sacrificed their lives, their familyhood, their futures for us and for our freedom.
It makes me feel good that they continuously can give something back to this country that means everything to me.
In West LA, Alex Michelson, Fox 11 News.
And tonight on The Issue Is, Schwarzenegger joins Alex for the full half hour. They also discuss COVID, crime, California politics, and Christmas traditions. That's tonight at 10:30. All right, the weather, the big story this holiday. Meteorologist Mary Yoon has been tracking the storm, and she has the very latest. Mary.
Hey, happy Christmas Eve, Bobby, and to everyone at home. I know many of you are scrambling to do that last minute wrapping of the gifts, shopping, and even maybe buying food for your Christmas holiday. The good news is the bulk of the rain is clearing Southern California. Now, we're still left with a couple of isolated showers. Even parts of the Inland Empire have some thin rain bands at this hour, but a lot of this in the radar loop does look pretty enhanced. This is actually going to be over the mountains where we're starting to see some transitioning, some rain transitioning over to some snowfall, and we're starting to see some of that cold air work its way as well. But the majority of the Los Angeles basin is really starting to dry out. Still mostly cloudy. We're seeing just some limited peaks of sunshine outside. All right, today, though, temperature is only going to get up to 60 degrees. The story is that we were going to be drying out. Our average for this date at 67, and tomorrow we're going to actually even be a little cooler for our Christmas day. Taking a look at some rainfall totals, though. So this was a mega storm. I mean, take a look at some of these rainfall totals. Thousand Oaks, just under 2.5 inches. Malibu, 2 inches. Downtown Los Angeles at USC, 1 9/10. Long Beach, John Wayne. I mean, look at this. We were definitely talking about 1 to 3 inches from the coasts and valleys, and this storm system certainly promised those rainfall amounts. Outside we go. We are looking at mostly cloudy conditions, and it's still feeling a little chilly. We're starting to see some of those winds pick up. 59 in downtown Los Angeles as well as Long Beach. 61 for you outside in Huntington. 57 in Corona. Still looking at some some rain in San Bernardino at this hour. Temperature outside at 55. All right, we have storm number 2 on the way, and it does look like it is going to push in Christmas afternoon. So the start of your Christmas day looks pretty good. Then it starts to overspread towards the afternoon. So perhaps many of you heading home after maybe Christmas holiday for lunchtime or so, expect the roadways to be a little damp. But it looks like the heaviest is actually going to be pushing in late Saturday evening and then lingering into early Sunday morning. But it does look like the majority of Sunday looks dry. Then we have storm number 3 that'll start to push in on Monday. And this storm system is going to be a cold one as well. So we'll see more snow accumulations as well. It's going to be a nice, cool Christmas Eve. Be safe out there. Back over to you, Bob.
All right, Mary, thank you. In Northern California, 2 people were killed in flooding caused by the storm. This happened in Millbrae. 2 people died when the truck they were driving in became submerged in deep standing water that flooded an underpass. San Mateo County firefighters responded after receiving reports of a person on top of their car stuck in the water. While they were rescuing that person, authorities noticed the second vehicle underwater but had to retreat or risk drowning themselves. Once they were able to pump the water from the underpass, they found a gray pickup with 2 people inside. The CHP is kicking off its annual Christmastime maximum enforcement period at 6 p.m. tonight. For the next several days, officers will be on patrol looking for unsafe driving practices. These include seatbelt violations, speeding, distracted driving, and signs of driving under the influence. The maximum enforcement period runs through the weekend, ending late Sunday night. Today, Vice President Kamala Harris will again be tested for the coronavirus after coming into close contact on Tuesday with a staffer who later tested positive for COVID-19. Vice President Harris flew to Los Angeles Wednesday night after testing negative twice. She will be retested today. Vice President Harris and her husband are planning to remain in Los Angeles through New Year's. Democrats on Capitol Hill are heading into the Christmas weekend with some tough choices ahead. How far will they go to salvage President Biden's Build Back Better agenda? Doug Lazater has the latest from Washington.
When the Christmas decorations come down at the White House, the spirit of the season may not linger.
Senator Manchin and I are going to get something done.
The president says he's going to keep talking to West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, whose opposition to the president's proposed tax hikes and social spending plans put the Build Back Better agenda in hibernation. Still, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's going to move for a vote anyway. But if the votes aren't there, why go to the effort?
Why is he doing it? I got a couple of reasons why. The biggest one is AOC.
Some Republicans theorize that Schumer has to boost his credibility among progressives, or he'll face a primary challenge from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has been scathing in her criticism of Manchin.
This idea that we're going to refit it to Joe Manchin's liking. The bill has already been retrofitted to Joe Manchin's liking. Let's make that extremely clear.
And progressives are leaning on the president to bypass Congress.
We are also calling on the president to take some significant executive actions that will make people's lives better today.
That includes a push to cancel student loan debt even after the White House extended a repayment pause this week. And Republicans are bracing for more attempts in Congress to pass Build Back Better.
They will continue to even push harder now.
But Democratic leaders would have to thread the needle on that, making changes to get Manchin on board without losing progressives.
It's going to be a very rough January, I think, for the Democratic Party.
Well, that may be the case, but a bill that can actually pass Congress is at the very top of the president's wish list this Christmas. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Prince William and Meghan Markle shared a very special holiday card this year. We'll show it to you. The world's first look at baby Lilibet Diana. The image was taken this past summer at the couple's home in Santa Barbara. Lily, as she is called, was born in June. She is wearing a white dress, while 2-year-old Archie is sitting on Dad's knee. And as you can see, he definitely inherited his father's distinctive red hair. The message on the card says, in part, Archie made us a mama and a papa, and Lily made us a family. NASA's James Webb Telescope is set to blast off into space on Christmas Day. That's happening at 4:20 in the morning, our time. The replacement for the Hubble telescope was partially built at the Northrop Grumman facility in Redondo Beach. It is now ready for flight, sitting on the launching pad in South America. Fox's Bailey Miller from our sister station in Phoenix has more.
This is the James Webb Telescope. According to ASU, it's the largest and most powerful telescope ever built, and it's set to launch into space on Christmas Day.
Our eyes will open again to the universe in ways that we could not have imagined.
The mission is led by NASA with its partners, and the telescope will serve as a deep space observatory for the next decade, exploring every phase of cosmic history from our solar system to the most distant galaxies.
Well, we want to find the first galaxies and the first stars. We know what stars and galaxies look like today, and Hubble has looked many billions of years back in the past and has seen how galaxies assemble over time, but we haven't seen the very first objects yet.
It will be the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, which has already taken millions of photos of space. The James Webb Telescope is different in that it uses infrared technology, and it will see things Hubble can't.
We want to understand where we come from. We're going to look back into the history of how the galaxies and stars formed.
Coming up, big changes ahead for some highly anticipated events, and you can blame it on COVID. We have those details ahead. Also,
and so you've been listening in to Fox 11 Los Angeles coverage right there, taking you through the weather and some expectations for Christmas Day with that launch. That's awesome. Didn't even know about that. But they were talking about COVID-19, some calling this year a COVID Christmas because of the Omicron variant. More details on that when we come back.
This is First Lieutenant Timothy Briley from the 1st Theater Sustainment Command, wishing all those a happy holidays and Merry Christmas back home in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Hope to see you soon. Merry Christmas.
Hey, I'm Specialist Lammy from 462 MCB, working at the stand in Camp Airjohn. I'd like to wish my family a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I'm doing good out here. Miss you guys. Hope you guys are doing well. I got another coin. Wanted to show it off to you guys. Looks nice.
Hi, my name is Sergeant Savannah Stewart. I'm deployed in Romania with 1st Air Cavalry Brigade. Just wanted to wish my family a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year back home in Louisiana.
Well, Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm Daytona Everett from your Phoenix, Arizona studio for Live Now from Fox, as we are giving you all of your Christmas Eve coverage and also tracking Santa, the big man who is flying overhead right now. We've seen him go through Egypt and Russia, Israel, all of the above. Almost 4 billion gifts have been delivered to all of the good kids out there. We love to see it. We are also tracking all of the weather across the country. As we heard from some of our meteorologists in Los Angeles, they've had a wet Christmas Eve thus far. Here in Phoenix, we also have been experiencing quite a bit of rainfall, so a white Christmas as much as it can be for us Arizona folks. But there's a lot of people who are hitting the roads today or even flying, going in the air. COVID-19 is posing some problems. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
As millions of Americans hit the road for the holidays, many are also getting ready for smaller celebrations for the second year in a row.
Anything that's not outside of normal family plans, we're trying to kind of scale back a little bit.
We're staying at home. We've gone out and done a few things, but we always have masks on.
It's a slight sense of deja vu with a new wave of COVID cases. The surge driven mainly by the Omicron variant. A little more than a year ago, the president campaigned on getting the virus under control.
I'm not going to shut down the economy. I'm not going to shut down the country. I'm going to shut down the virus.
Now, there is no national lockdown, but long lines once again snaked around COVID testing sites this week, with people struggling to get tested. The president not calling the shortage a failure, instead doubling down on a new strategy that includes providing Americans 500 million at-home COVID tests for free next month by signing up online and increasing federal government support for hospitals. He's urging people not to panic.
We're prepared today for what's coming. In March of 2020, we were not ready.
But fatigue is weighing in.
It seems like we're always playing catch up. We need to be able to have the therapeutics, have the medicines, have the tests, and have better accessibility to vaccines and boosters moving forward.
As people remain divided about the president's response.
I don't think the right arm knows what the left arm's doing when it comes to public health.
The federal government has also ordered enough of Pfizer's antiviral pill to treat 10 million people. 250,000 of those will be available next month. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Well, as we know, people are trying to hit the roads and to fly to see their families, but there have unfortunately been some cancellations due to COVID-19. Here's more.
While there's no place like home for the holidays, AAA estimates 109 million people will travel away from theirs for Christmas. But for those planning to take to the sky, you could be in trouble. Delta and United Airlines announcing more than 200 Christmas Eve flight cancellations. The cause? The Omicron variant. United Airlines slashing at least 121 Friday flights. A company spokesperson telling Fox Business the nationwide spike in Omicron cases this week has had a direct impact on our flight crews and the people who run our operation. Meanwhile, Delta canceled at least 90 flights, issuing a statement saying, quote, Delta teams have exhausted all options and resources, including rerouting and substitutions of aircraft and crews to cover scheduled flying. Omicron cases are now being reported in every state, but as the nation's new dominant variant spreads, some flyers say they still feel safe in an airplane.
I think it's one of the safest places to be because everybody's masked.
Still, others aren't surprised the surge is causing disruptions.
It was bound to happen.
While others aren't so sure the cancellations have anything to do with Omicron.
Just sounds like, to me, it could be an excuse for, maybe delayed flights because they're already short-staffed as it is.
And if you're driving instead of flying, AAA says the best time to hit the road Christmas Eve is before 1 p.m. And on Christmas, experts say you can expect minimal to no traffic all day. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Well, just like all of the last-minute flyers out there, there's last-minute shoppers. Me, that was me last night. Knocked it all out, nailed it. All the family's gonna love it. Well, what is it looking like at the shops? Fox 35 in Orlando lets us know.
Mayhem. Literally mayhem.
Mayhem-filled parking lots and packed stores. Lines of people filling the mall at Millennia and the surrounding area.
My husband did want a cheesecake, and I'm not going to go get one.
Alicia Sutton didn't even try to venture over to the mall. Instead, she set her sights on the Target across the street.
It was really mostly gift cards this year, I got to be honest. But I did have to get a couple toys, and the toy shelves are empty, so that was a little alarming.
Although Tyler Smith is not sounding the alarm quite yet, he planned ahead this year and found his last-second shopping a little smoother.
Pretty much the big items I did online. Then I just came here to get some last-minute small stuff.
Regardless of if you're just starting your holiday shopping or you're out finding the perfect stocking stuffer, veteran last-second shoppers alike warn to be prepared for anything.
Good luck. Be patient.
Again, that was Fox 35 in Orlando. Speaking of shopping, when we come back, we have a scam that we need to warn you of. A couple different tips and tricks if you're trying to buy something online or even buy something in store. So don't go away. We have more to come here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm joined now by Peter Klimek. He is a cybersecurity expert. He works with Imperva in Northern California. And today, Peter, we are talking about Grinch bots. And it's as scary as it sounds. It is these software programs that are scanning the internet, all of these online marketplaces, and picking up those top holiday items that everyone is gonna want to be buying for all of their family members for this holiday season. So this is a real concern. What is a Grinch bot?
Yeah, I think you did a great job of explaining it. Basically, they're just small software programs that are able to go and perform actions at a scale and a speed at which humans are not able to do. And so anytime there's new inventory for a really hot holiday item, like a PlayStation 5 is a really good example right now, the Grinch bots are out there. They find that the inventory is available and they purchase it before any human actually has the ability to go and do that.
Yeah, and so you mentioned one item right there. What are other types of items that they're going after?
It can be literally anything that's scarce and of value. So pretty frequently what we've seen in the past is ticket events, any sort of boxing match, Broadway shows, even movie tickets. Some of those things have gone to Grinch bots. Consumer electronics are really big right now. Certainly, we mentioned PlayStation 5s, but another one is video cards. Video cards are often used not just by video gamers, but they're also used by cryptocurrency miners, and so that puts a really large demand on them.
I mean, any year, this is definitely a bummer for all of the people who are trying to purchase gifts, but especially this year with all the supply chain issues, right?
Absolutely. The supply chain issues have really made it challenging for the actual console makers or even the retailers themselves to meet the natural supply. We kind of look at this as a natural supply and demand related issue because they can't actually go and meet the demand because of the supply chain related issues, and specifically with semiconductors. That really, really makes it so that the bots are even more aggressive going after these types of items. And what this allows them to do is it allows them to charge much greater premiums for them on secondary marketplaces.
So can you give us an example of that? Like, say I'm trying to buy, some shoes for $100. Like, what would they cost?
Oh, I mean, depending on the item, we've seen, going back to the PlayStation 5 example, right now you would be hard pressed to get it less for less than $1,000, even though the system retails for $500. And even then, we've seen systems go for upwards of $10,000. And so it's a substantial markup that they'll charge. And, for consumers, the big problem here is that they're spending so much additional money on the actual base consoles itself that really doesn't leave as much money for them to go and to be able to buy other presents or accessories or video games. And so it really just has a large drag on the overall economy.
Yeah, that is not a price tag that you want. How is this legal? Is it legal?
So this is a great point. It is quasi-legal right now. There is nothing that explicitly outlaws the use of Grinch bots. Now, back in 2016, there was bipartisan legislation that was introduced and passed and became law. And this was referred to as the BOTS Act, BOTS standing for Better Online Ticket Sales. And so the BOTS Act basically was specifically targeting bots that were going out and they were buying concert tickets and Broadway show tickets and things like that. Now, because it was so narrow in scope, there was a need to expand that. And that's where on Monday, Representative Tonko introduced new legislation specifically called the Stopping Grinch Bots Act, which is really modeled directly after the BOTS Act and is expanding it to include Grinch bots.
Yeah, I mean, how likely is it that this is passed forward before the holiday season?
Likelihood that we see it before the holiday season is probably pretty slim. It'll take a little bit of time to work its way through. And one thing that it's even worth mentioning is that even if we have legislation that clarifies the legal status of the bots themselves in this activity, one of the things that we've always seen is it's not going to actually stop it from happening. There's certain other examples. Hacking and piracy have been illegal for many, many years, but they're regular things that we still see. And so ultimately, this at least just gives state attorney generals and the FTC power to go after the most egregious actors and hopefully provide at least some reprieve for consumers and retailers themselves.
Is it possible for these companies to crack down on it themselves, like to identify, hey, this is a Grinch bot versus this is an actual consumer?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what retailers have to do today. They deploy sophisticated software. Imperva, my company, is actually a vendor or a reseller of this type of software. And ultimately what it does is it's designed to detect whether or not the person or the machine that's buying the actual product is a human or it's a bot. And it uses many different advanced models to be able to do that. It's really sophisticated software, and pretty much every single retailer has to use this type of software nowadays because it costs them a lot of money.
So for consumers like you and me, or someone who's watching this right now who wants to maybe get that, video console or whatever, what are your recommendations for them?
My best recommendation is honestly good luck. Unless you're willing to spend a large sum of money, it can be very, very difficult to try to find them unless you're able to find some of them more at the retail locations in person. It can be a lot harder to try to do it online. Certain retailers are now offering programs as well that at least give you priority access to potentially go in and buy them. But it's usually associated with a larger subscription purchase or things. So it's really, really challenging. A lot of consumers are just having to resort to paying more money if they absolutely want that item. And I'll tell you personally, I would really, really like to buy a PlayStation 5, but I don't want to spend $1,000 to do it.
Yeah, that's really something. All right, Peter Klimek, thank you so much for exposing us to this, because honestly, I hadn't really heard of it before, and hopefully some of that legislation is passed through to limit it a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on. It was a pleasure to be here.
Of course, talk soon.
Yeah, 3 in 4, or roughly 76% of Americans have New Year's resolutions centered on being smarter with finances. That's according to a personal finance survey commissioned by Slick Deals. That's a coupon-focused website. Worries about pandemic-related inflation have contributed to 2022 money resolutions. In fact, 3 in 4 Americans told Slick Deals that they fear inflation could be a major setback. These concerns directly relate to the savings plans that Americans are putting together for the new year. According to the survey, we are hoping to save an average of $408 a month in 2022, and that is $80 higher than how much Americans saved each month on average in 2021. And there's another survey that shows that even so-called high earners are often living paycheck to paycheck. 53% of households earning between $50,000 and $100,000 a year have no money left by the time the next payday rolls around. And that can obviously be a big problem if you suddenly find yourself without a job. Getting assistance still takes time. And that's why personal finance experts recommend every household have an emergency savings account of at least $11,000. For the average household, most people aren't even getting close to that goal. The median emergency fund balance among workers today, $5,000. Older workers have the most, younger, the least. The Federal Reserve has actually found that most people wouldn't even be able to pay for an expected $400 car repair. And that's why budgeting is so important. There's the 50-30-20 plan you've probably heard of. That rule states that you should spend up to 50% of your after-tax income only on needs and obligations, your must-have, your must-do. The remaining half should be split up between 20% savings and debt repayment and 30% everything else that you might want. A simplified version of that plan is just the 80-20. The 80-20 rule of thumb for budgeting, you put 20% of your take-home pay into savings, and then the remaining 80 is for spending. It's all about setting the goals that matter. If you have something that you're working towards, suddenly a budget doesn't feel like punishment. It's a reward, the path that gets you what you want.
Sorbani Banerjee, Fox 35 News.
So again, that was the latest from Fox 35 right there with some financial resolutions with 2022 right around the corner. We've been talking a lot about holiday shopping and people going out and it being pretty chaotic. Well, it was literally a very chaotic scene last night at an Illinois mall where there was a shooting. Here's the latest on that.
Oh my God, not another shooting in a mall.
Shots ringing out inside a busy Illinois mall on the outskirts of Chicago, causing chaos as folks were rushing to get last-minute holiday gifts Thursday night.
One of our police officers actually heard the gunfire at 5:44 p.m. while she was working a detail at the Nordstrom store, and this happened in the corridor near Nordstrom's.
It was a lot of shooting. It was so loud.
At least 4 people were shot, including one of the suspects who was taken to the hospital with multiple gunshot wounds. Another person is in custody, but police believe a third suspect could still be at large as of Thursday night.
I see some guy running down the stairs, and all of a sudden, these 5 or 6 police officers came flying around. And it's literally probably, 10, 15 yards from me.
Roughly 100 area police officers swarmed the scene as shoppers ran for their lives and hunkered down inside of neighboring stores until law enforcement cleared them to leave.
We tried to keep everybody calm and safe, stay away from the windows. We locked the doors, stayed away from the back door, gave people some water to calm people down. There was children or elderly people, made sure everybody was not injured.
We all panicked and went into the back room. They locked the doors. There's 30 people back there, 30 of us, and there's no back door, so we're all sitting back there. It was hot. It was scary. We didn't know what was going on.
Police say no one sustained life-threatening injuries. They believe the gunfire erupted after 2 men who possibly knew one another opened fire, shooting at each other. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
And so we'll be keeping our eyes on the developments on that story and all of the other top stories of the day. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, what has President Biden been up to today? We'll show you some of his events and what the agenda is for the Biden administration going into 2022. That's coming up here on Live Now from Fox.
Hi, this is Staff Sergeant Ryan Hopkins of the 332nd Air Expeditionary Wing. Just want to give a shout out to my wife Tiffany and my kids Dalton, Cameron, and Ava. I hope you have a happy holidays, and I'll see you soon.
Hi, my name is ABH3 Basilio. I'm on board the USS Essex. I just wanted to say Merry Christmas to my family and to my baby Sophia. I love you guys and miss you.
Hi, this is Lieutenant Mona Narumi in Novoselo, Bulgaria. I wish all my friends and family in Seattle happy holidays. I wish you guys the best. Bye.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox from Phoenix, Arizona, as we are tracking Santa up on the NORAD tracker there. And it's really, really cool to see Santa getting around the world, around the globe, to give presents to all of the kids out there. Make sure to be joining us, especially later on in the evening. Andrew Kraft is going to be hosting our special coverage with the NORAD Santa tracker. Actually spoke with NORAD about what goes into this process, the communication that they have with Santa himself. And I believe we also got to do an interview speaking with the big man in red himself. So you're definitely not going to want to miss any of the coverage as we take you through Christmas Eve here on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully everyone is staying safe, enjoying time with their families, and probably trying to stay away from COVID-19, as it feels like we are really taking a step back in time with the pandemic and the Omicron variant. We're going to talk about that later on in the show and what you need to know ahead of family gatherings and whatnot. But President Biden has been somewhat busy today, speaking with kids on the phone ahead of Christmas, and then also going out to a children's hospital. We'll show you that event in a little bit. But here's a breakdown from Fox's Doug Luzader about what to expect with the Biden administration going into the new year.
When the Christmas decorations come down at the White House, the spirit of the season may not linger.
Senator Manchin and I are going to get something done.
The president says he's going to keep talking to West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, whose opposition to the president's proposed tax hikes and social spending plans put the Build Back Better agenda in hibernation. Still, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's going to move for a vote anyway, but if the votes aren't there, why go to the effort?
Why is he doing it? I got a couple of reasons why. The biggest one is AOC.
Some Republicans theorize that Schumer has to boost his credibility among progressives, or he'll face a primary challenge from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has been scathing in her criticism of Manchin.
This idea that we're going to refit it to Joe Manchin's liking. The bill has already been retrofitted to Joe Manchin's liking. Let's make that extremely clear.
And progressives are leaning on the president to bypass Congress.
We are also calling on the president to take some significant executive actions that will make people's lives better today.
That includes a push to cancel student loan debt even after the White House extended a repayment pause this week. And Republicans are bracing for more attempts in Congress to pass Build Back Better.
They will continue to even push harder now.
But Democratic leaders would have to thread the needle on that, making changes to get Manchin on board without losing progressives.
It's going to be a very rough January, I think, for the Democratic Party.
Well, that may be the case, but a bill that can actually pass Congress is at the very top of the president's wish list this Christmas. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And speaking of the president himself, he's been going around with the First Lady, Jill Biden, speaking with kids, saying that they need to go to bed early or else Santa is not going to come, and also visiting a children's hospital out in D.C. We're going to show you that event from earlier this morning.
Thanks for making me feel better. So thank you to all the nurses and docs who are here for making them feel better. Oh, because that's what kids think.
How old are you? Oh, God, love you. You be out here. When you get out there,
a tea light inside. Oh, yeah. In the dark, yeah, in the rooms, and illuminate all the wonderful things that they do. Oh, that's right. You know what? In our house, where we live in Wilmington, one of the things we do is we put those bags down the driveway and we put candles in them so that when we come back from church, it's all lighted as we come down toward our house. So wait till you see them in your room, they'll look so beautiful. And Bo, what are you doing? Is it Bo? Yes. Yeah.
We have a son named Bo.
Yes.
We have a grandson named Bo.
And so,
Same spelling.
yeah. But you want to talk a little bit about your project? You made a bicycle screen.
Yeah, and
A snowman. That's so great.
No, and look at the dog. Is that
I love the dog on there, Bo. What a great job you did.
Great job, Bo.
Yeah.
Great job.
That's really cool.
And how about you, Samuel? What did you make? Oh, this is his family. Look. See his family? How big that is. I love that.
You did a great job.
You have a lot of people in your family, do you? Yes? This is great. I love this.
You also have a stash here.
Oh, yeah. Goldfish.
Watch out, I still one.
You never know when you're going to get hungry.
Hi, Lauren. How are you? Nice to see you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. What's in your bag? Or what's on your bag, I guess I should say. A Christmas tree. Yeah. And look at all the people on the screen. I don't know whether they can see us. They can see you. So that's wave this. Oh, look. Joe, come here.
These are our kids in the
Hi, everybody. Great to see you. Merry Christmas.
So, kids, do you want to hold up your projects so that everyone can see? Yay.
Beautiful.
That's cool.
So we have a census of over 300 kids, and so all the kids in the hospital have received books, and they also have received some of the art projects so that they can be working on them as well.
Wow. How about you guys? What have you done here? Frosting. Yeah. You want to tell me about your Tell me about your bag. Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. I love how you say that Children's National, how you light that up, right? Because it's a good thing. It brings light to your life. That's really beautiful. You hope what, honey? They helped him when he was down. Well, we hope we brought you a little bit of joy today.
You're bringing us some joy.
Yeah, you're bringing us some joy, for sure. How about you, Abdullah? What are you doing? What's your bag say?
So basically, I have made pictures and words on it. So the first one is food and drink is hot cocoa.
Hot cocoa. That's great.
Our home twice.
That's cool. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Wow, you guys are great artists.
Wait, did we get two up here?
Oh, Liam, tell us about you.
Good buds.
Well, this is about when I put one of my favorite games called laser tag.
Oh, you like laser
Laser tag. We know
Our
laser
granddaughter
tag.
loves laser tag.
Yeah, our kids did laser tag.
This is a show that my family likes called Paw Patrol.
Oh, Paw Patrol. We know Paw Patrol. Yes. Hey, do you know we just got a new dog? Yes. His name is Commander. And this morning he was eating my slippers. And how about you, Kyle? Oh, you make snow. I love I know. Dr. Ryan, we have 2 more kids here. Just want to please look up a picture of the dog. Okay, this is Mel. Hi, Mel. Can you see the dog? Sure. Show me a picture of the dog. Isn't he adorable?
He's 15 weeks old.
Yeah. He's just a baby. This big.
But maybe in the summertime, maybe the guys will be home.
Yeah. So, Mel, tell us what you're doing.
Whoa.
You do a beautiful job of it. Wow. What words did you write? You want to talk to the press as well? Tell them the words that you put on your bag.
Joy, laughter, together, belonging.
Gifts from the heart, right?
And then I drew a little blank book here for 2022 to have a new story for 2022.
Oh, right.
A new story, yes, we're hoping for a new story for 2022.
I need you to come work for me in the White House.
You kind of have to get back. This is the house. Hi.
So I drew a Christmas tree because it's Christmas, and I drew a lot of snow because I like Christmas.
I know.
So I want it to snow maybe soon.
We'll hold up hope, right?
I drew the Children's National Year because it was Children's National Year this year, so it was like really nice time, and everyone was really nice to me. So.
Everybody's here, right? How long have you been here?
A month and
a month?
A month and a half.
A month and a half. So this is kind of your home away from home, right? For the time being, just for the time being.
And then I drew a Christmas box, and I drew what I want. Like, I want my family to be happy. I do video games.
You love video games. Is this your mom?
Yes.
Yeah. So guess what she wants?
The Christmas gift.
She's telling you in many ways, right?
Thank you. And then I do cake. Because I like cake.
And now, Dr. Ryan, I think we're going to go have a seat. Oh, okay. And we're going to hear a Christmas story. Okay.
Yes, I need to take a seat.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So y'all, you don't have to come for you. They don't have to. Okay. Well, so how many of you know this? How many of you, Frozen, Olaf, and yes? Probably, right? Most of you. All right, so this is Olaf's Night Before Christmas. All right. Joe, have you read this before?
I read it before I go to bed every night.
He reads it along with his briefings. Okay. All right. Well, most of this you probably already heard. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Stockings were hung by the chimney, but why? Had they gotten too wet? Were they left there to dry? All right, I know you guys know the answer. Why were the stockings there? Why? So Santa could fill them. Yes, we have our stockings hung already. Elsa was sleeping all snug in her bed while glittering northern lights danced overhead. Anna snored softly while I counted sheep, settling myself for a cozy night's sleep. When out on the fjord there arose such a clatter
I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window, I tumbled and rolled. I pushed out the shutters and brrr, was it cold. A full moon was out and it lit up the night while snow flurries made the world sparkly and bright. So that's what you all are wishing for, the snow. Then grabbing an icicle, what did I spy? 8 little Svens flying high in the sky. The Svens pulled a sleigh. There was something inside. Could Sven and his Kristoff be out for a ride? This is this other version from that we usually know. Straight toward the castle, the flying sled came. While the man, was it Kristoff? Called out some strange names. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen. On Comet, on Cupid, on Dancer and Blitzen. To the top of the turret and over the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all. He sounded so funny. Who was this big guy? What was a turret and how could Sven fly? And then with a ringing, I heard on the roof the thumping and bumping of each little hoof. Then from behind me there came a strange sound, and the whole chimney shook as 2 feet hit the ground. His boots were all black and his pants were all red, but where was the rest of him? Where was his head? So who is it? Who? Liam?
Santa.
Santa, that's right.
There he is.
Then out of the fireplace, the man's face appeared. He had kind, crinkly eyes and a fluffy white beard. Kristoff he wasn't. This man smelled too nice, like snowballs and cookies and Christmassy spice. He placed a large bag filled with gifts on the floor. Was a sale going on at Old Oaken's big store? He brushed off his clothes, then began to unpack, pausing for crumb cake left out as a snack. So how many of you leave something out for Santa? Okay, so what do you leave? What do you leave out for Santa? Cookies, okay. Liam, what do you leave out for Santa?
Cookies, carrots, and soda.
Carrots?
Oh, carrots. Does he share them with the reindeer, you think?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea, carrots, because we just leave out cookies and milk. We should leave out.
Well, Abdul had a good idea.
Abdul, what do you leave out? Uh-huh.
Oh,
the same
right.
thing, the cookies and the milk? I think that's what everybody does too, right? They eat some of the cookies. All right, okay. This stranger had presents for Anna and Sven, for Kristoff, for Elsa, for all of my friends. I reached for his coat and gave 2 little tugs and said, my name is Ola, and I like warm hugs. So I'm sure we all like warm hugs, right? And we can't wait to get back to hugging one another. He turned with a start, then let out such a giggle. I had to laugh too when I saw how he jiggled. He gave me a hug, such a wonderful gift. Then he rose up the chimney, all lively and swift. Okay, come on, CJ, come on up. You read the last couple pages. Here, you want to, here, go ahead, turn towards them so you can, here we go.
And I heard him call out as he flew out of sight. Merry Christmas to all, and to all good night.
The end.
All right.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for being here for for the Christmas story and
letting us come.
letting us come and visit you. So we're hoping, we're wishing you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday, but most of all, health. Good health in the new year to all of you kids and to your parents and your families.
It's going, we spend a lot of time at children's hospitals.
We did.
In Philadelphia. There's a big children's hospital. And our little daughter, when she was born, she had to spend some time there. And they fixed her all up and everything's wonderful.
Yeah.
And then she went back and she was riding a horse, and she got hurt and they fixed her up again. So it's great, the best doctors and nurses in the world.
Yes.
Why don't we all give the nurses and docs a hand?
Yes.
I got one question for you all.
Oh.
How many of you want to be a doctor?
Oh,
Victoria.
Victoria does.
How many of you want to be a nurse? Well, I tell you what, that's great.
And what do some of the others of you want to do? What do you want to be? Liam, what do you want to be? A chef. A chef,
all
I love
right.
that.
What do you want, Gil?
I'll be a cooker.
A cooker?
Yeah.
A
All
cooker.
right.
Okay.
All right, that's pretty
What
good.
would you like to be? A
All right.
police officer. And our police officers have done so much to help during this pandemic, haven't they? They've been amazing and wonderful. Yes?
All right, aerospace engineer. Well, I tell you what, that's wonderful, honey.
Yeah, that is wonderful. How about anybody else? What would you like to be? Nell. An author. I love that because I'm an English teacher.
And she teaches
so
writing.
I love that. Yeah, I love that. CJ. A biomedical engineer.
All right.
Wow, I love these goals. Abdullah?
A builder and a toy maker. All right.
Well, you'll make a lot of people happy, right?
Well, Dr. Biden and President Biden, thank you so much for being with us today. This would have been, or this is our 150th birthday.
Is that right?
And in all that time, all of the First Lady visits we've had, we've never done it on Christmas Eve, and we've never had a president come with the First Lady. So I think this is a new tradition, and we hope you'll come back next year.
And I hope some of you guys come back when we come back next year as guests.
Yes.
There you go.
Talk about how you were here and how it got fixed up and everything was okay.
That's awesome. And that's so awesome. But I also want to thank you for bringing your optimism, your dedication, that famous Biden warmth
thank you.
to all of our children, the ones that are here in the hospital, and all the kids that we take care of.
Okay, so there you have it. President Biden alongside the First Lady speaking with kids at a hospital out in Washington, D.C., asking them what they want to be when they grow up. Lots of chefs out there, so that's good news, especially for the holidays. Speaking of that, we have some really great segments coming up for you, talking about food around the holidays, talking about surfing Santas. You definitely don't want to miss it. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox.
Steinway. I'm the fun boss aboard the USS Essex here on deployment. I'd like to wish my family a Merry Christmas. I'd like to send a shout out to my parents and my sister Danielle, my brother-in-law Randy, and my nephews Cody, Blake, Dane, and Clint. Merry Christmas.
Hello everyone, my name's Captain Brown. I'm here at LUD Air Base. I just wanted to give a shout out to my family and friends in Livonia, Michigan, also in good old Goodyear, Arizona. Just wanted to wish a happy holidays. Look forward to seeing you soon. Miss all of you. Go Blue!
Hey, I'm Aviation Pouncey on board the USS Essex. I want to give a shout out and a happy holiday to my family back in Chicago.
Well, we appreciate the service from all of our military members, especially on Christmas Eve when they can't be with their families. But we're going to spread all of the holiday cheer and all of those greetings coming in and out of those commercial breaks just to show you their faces. And we thank all of our military members, as I said. Let's go out to our NORAD Santa tracker. As you can see, Santa making his way across Italy. He was just in Rome not too long ago, which is really fun because we brought you to that Christmas Eve Mass at St. Peter's Basilica. Pope Francis was there giving all of the Christmas Eve proceedings inside of the cathedral there. It was so, so beautiful. And if you missed it, don't worry. We'll be playing it out later on in the evening as well. And we'll be tracking Santa through the night as he heads into the United States. So that should be a little bit later. So don't go away for that. But everyone is celebrating Christmas a little differently this year. Some places it's really beautiful weather. Some places it's really rainy. Here in Phoenix, Arizona, it's been quite rainy. But out in Florida, it has been gorgeous and sunny, which means all the surfing Santas were out and about today. Here is a segment from this morning on Fox 10 in Phoenix, speaking with our reporter who was out on the beaches with all those Santas.
Well, lots of sun, sand, surf, and Santa's on Florida's Cocoa Beach this morning.
That's right. And Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell joining us live to tell us all about these surfing Santas. Good morning.
Good morning, Celeste and Renee. I'll tell you, it is a beautiful day to be here in Florida, and it's crazy because it doesn't feel like it's winter. It doesn't feel like tomorrow is Christmas, except for the reminder that there are hundreds of Santas around me. There are plenty of them in the water surfing. This is a Surfing Santa event, but there are large crowds here of spectators that came out to watch these Santas surf today for a good cause. They're raising money for the Florida Surfing Museum, but also an organization that helps cancer patients and helps provide or helps them pay for transportation to get treatments and such. But like I mentioned, there are a lot of people here. If you take a look, this crowd, it goes on and on. I'm told 3 blocks, or really a span of 6 blocks of people. They believe it's about 10,000 people here in attendance. Now, right in front of me, I have Cambry, Jacob, and Kyler. How are you guys doing? I'm told you guys have been coming to this event. You surfed today. How was it out there on the water?
It was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool?
And very shivering means I didn't have a wetsuit.
You didn't have a wetsuit? It's kind of chilly out there.
Yeah, at least I had my my elf looking Christmas crew.
You have some dry clothes to change into. Now tell me, what was your favorite part of the day?
Honestly, I would say to dress up.
To dress up? What was your favorite costume that you've seen out here?
Probably pajamas. People are wearing pajamas.
Okay, what about you? What is your favorite thing out here today?
I like the Krispy Kreme donuts.
Oh, donuts. I didn't see the donuts. Okay. Now, what about the pro NFL player, Doug, jumping out of the plane?
The plane? Yeah, I thought that was really cool. Yeah, I was like right basically under it. And then I saw it get so low and I was so confused. And then someone just jumped right out of it.
Oh my goodness. Well, you guys had fun today. Thank you for talking with me, guys.
Have a good day.
Y'all too. Okay, now I'll tell you, people are having fun out here. They're dressing up. They've had costume contests today. Again, they're surfing and just enjoying the music. But like I mentioned, Doug, he is a pro NFL player, or former pro NFL player. He jumped out of a helicopter today. He was also a big part of making awareness of this event and helping to raise those funds for those important nonprofits in this area. But most importantly, it's all about smiles. The founder, he told me, they have a lot of people that they reach with this event and just make people smile. Back to you guys.
How long, Brandy, do you think all these people and all the Santas will be out there today?
Well, the event, it ends at 12 o'clock. They've been out here since 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. But I'm told a lot of people normally stick around longer than 12.
Yeah, it's one of those, it seems like, community events.
Well, this is one of those.
Yes. There's a lot of people from the community and up far.
Brandy, this looks like another place that can kind of share the tradition with Arizona here and not looking like a white Christmas, you know, no snow except for in the high country for us. So you got waves there. That's beautiful. We appreciate the look at all of that.
Yes. Of course. It's a beautiful day.
It is. Brandy, thank you so much. Oh, we see some folks wanting to walk behind you. She's like, oh, I don't want to be on camera this morning. Have a Merry Christmas.
Same to you guys.
Thank you, Brandy.
All the surfing Santas out and about today. Always fun to see that. And they're right, in Phoenix, Arizona, it's not a white Christmas all the time. It is a sunny Christmas, although today we got a bit of rainfall. And we are getting a live event right now, which is what we do here on Live Now from Fox, out of Bethlehem, West Bank. Palestinians and foreigners attending midnight mass at the Church of the Nativity right here. So we're going to listen in live as we take you to Christmas Eve services across the country and around the world.
انسكبت النعمة على شفتيك لذلك باركك الله إلى الأبد. جاش قلبي بطيب الكلام لأحدثن الملك بأعمالي. لساني قلم كاتب رشيد. إنك أجمل بني آدم والطرف على شفتيك انسكب فلذلك باركك الله إلى الأبد. تقلد سيفك على جنبك أيها الجبار. بالجلال والبهاء سر واركب في سبيل الحق والدعوة. اشدد قوسك واجعل يمناك مخيفا. جبالك مسنونة وشعوب تحتك يسقطون. وأعداء الملك تنخلع قلوبهم. عرشك يا الله أبد الدهور. وصولجان ملكك صولجان استقامة. أحببت البر وأبغضت الشر. لذلك مسحك الله إلهك بزيت الابتهاج من أصحابك. ثيابك كلها مر وعود وصبر. من قصور العاج تطربك الأوتار. بين كرائمك بيوت بنات الملوك. قامت ملكة عن يمينك بذهب جفين. اسمعي يا بنت منصوري وأميلي أذنك. انصي شعبك وبيت أبيك. فيصبو الملك إلى حسنك. فيصبو الملك إلى حسنك إنه سيدك فله اسجدي. وبنت صور وأغنياء الشعب يستعطفون بالهدايا. بنت الملك لباسها من نسائج الذهب. تزف إلى الملك إلى الداخل. وفي بإسرها عذار، وصائفها يحضرن إليك، يزففن بفرح وابتهاج، ويدخلن إلى قصر يقول بنوه تقيمهم الرسائل على الأرض. سأذكر اسمك من جيل إلى جيل، لذلك تحمدك الشعوب أبدا. انسكبت النعمة على شفتيك، لذلك باركك الله. الكلمة صار جسدا، هللويا، وسكن بنا، هللويا. على خلاف العام الماضي تعرف الكنيسة بالمؤمنين. الآن بعد صلاة المزامير نستمع إلى كلام الرب من العهد القديم على لسان الأنبياء. قراءة من سفر أشعياء النبي. ويفرخ برعم من جذع يسى، وينبت غصن من جذوره، ويستقر عليه روح الرب، روح الحكمة والفطنة، روح المشورة والقوة، روح معرفة الرب ومخافته، وتكون مسرته في تقوى الرب، ولا يقضي بحسب ما تشهد عيناه، ولا يحكم بمقتضى ما تسمع أذناه، إنما يقضي بعدل للمساكين، ويحكم بالإنصاف لبائسي الأرض، ويعاقب الأرض بقضيب فمه، ويميت المنافق بنفخة شفتيه، لأنه سيرتدي البر ويتمنطق بالأمانة. فيسكن الذئب مع الحمل، ويربض النمر إلى جوار الجدي، ويتآلف العجل والأسد وكل حيوان معلوف معا، ويسوقها جميعا صبي صغير. ترعى البقرة والدب معا، ويربض أولادهما متجاورين، ويأكل الأسد التبن كالثور، ويلعب الرضيع عند جحر الصل، ويمد الفطيم يده إلى وكر الأفعى. لا يؤذون ولا يسيئون في كل جبل قدسي، لأن الأرض تمتلئ من معرفة الرب كما تغمر المياه البحر. في ذلك اليوم ينتصب أصل يسراية للأمم، وإليه تسعى جميع الشعوب، ويكون مسكنه مجيدا.
Sicut aquae mare operiut, in die la radix ies stat insignum populorum, ipsam gentes requirent, et erit sedes eius gloriosa.
بعد كلام الرب ترتيلا: اليوم ولد ملك السماوات كي يرد الإنسان الخلاص الأبدي ظهر للجنس البشري.
Et sermonibus Sancti Leonis Mani Pape Salvator noster dilectissimi Odie natus est gaudeamus.
القراءة الثانية من مواعظ القديس لاون البابا الكبير. اعرف أيها المسيحي كرامتك. أيها الإخوة الأحباء، اليوم ولد مخلصنا فلنفرح ونتهلل. لا مكان للحزن حيث ولدت الحياة، فأزالت الخوف من الموت وغمرتنا بفرح الأبدية التي وعدنا بها. لا يمنع أحد عن المشاركة في هذا الفرح. واحد هو سبب سرورنا جميعا، وهو أن الرب يسوع المسيح مبيد الخطأ والموت، إذ لم يجد أحدا خاليا من الخطيئة. جاء ليحرر كل البشر، ليتهلل القديس لأنه قريب من الظفر، وليفرح الخاطئ لأنه مدعو إلى الغفران، وليتشدد الوثني لأنه مدعو إلى الحياة. لما تم الزمان الذي حددته مشيئة الله في عميق سرها الذي لا يستقصى، اتخذ ابن الله الطبيعة البشرية ليصالحها مع خالقها، وليهزم إبليس مبدع الموت بالطبيعة نفسها التي بها هزم الإنسان. ولد الرب فتهلل الملائكة وأنشأ المجد لله في العلا، وبشر بالسلام في الأرض لذوي الإرادة الصالحة. وقد رأوا أورشليم السماوية تمتلئ بجميع الأمم، فإذا فرح الملائكة في السماء كل هذا الفرح بما صنع الله بعظيم حكمه، فكم بالأحرى يجب أن يفرح الإنسان في تواضعه. وعليه أيها الإخوة الأحباء فلنشكر الله الآب بابنه في الروح القدس، لأنه رحمنا برحمته العظيمة التي أحبنا بها. كما أننا كنا أمواتا بزلاتنا أحيانا مع المسيح لنكون فيه خليقة جديدة وصورة جديدة، لنضع عنا إذن الإنسان القديم وأعماله، ولنقلع عن أعمال الجسد، بما أننا صرنا شركاء في سر ميلاد المسيح. اعرف أيها المسيحي كرامتك، صرت مشاركا في الطبيعة الإلهية، فلا تعد بعد إلى ضلال سلوكك القديم، بل تذكر من هو رأسك، وفي أي جسد صرت عضوا. تذكر أنك انتشلت من سلطان الظلمات ونقلت إلى نور الله وملكوته. بسر المعمودية أصبحت هيكلا للروح القدس، فلا تحمل هذا الضيف الكبير على الهرب بسبب أعمالك السيئة، فتعود مرة ثانية إلى عبودية الشيطان. ثمنك هو دم المسيح.
Deponamus ergo vetere mominem cum actibus suis, et adepti participationem generationis Christi, carnis renuntiamus operibus. Aniosce, o Christiane, dignitatem tuam, et divine consors factus naturae, noli inveterem vilitatem denieri conversatione redire. Memento cuius capitis et cuius corporis sis membrum, reminiscere quia erutus de potestate tenebrarum, translatus es in Dei lumen eternuum. Per baptismatis sacramentum Spiritus Sancti factus est templum, noli tantum habitatorim pravis de te actibus effugare, et diabolite iterum subice servituti, quia pretium tuum sanguis est Christi.
تدخل الآن الكنيسة شخصيات فلسطينية ممثلة عن السلطة الفلسطينية بمساعدة
In numeris transactis seculis a creatione mundi, quando in principio Deus creavi celum et terram, et hominem formavit ad imaginem suam. Per multis et siam seculis, ex copos diluvium, altissimus in nubibus arcum posuerat, sinium federis et pacis.
بعد قرون عديدة من الطوفان عندما جعل العلي قوس قزح يلمع علامة للعهد والسلام بعد 21 قرنا منذ
Abegressu populi Israel de Egipto, Moise duce, seculo decimo tertium,
وفقا لنبوءة دانيال
Abuntione Davidin regem,
عام 752
anno
من
circiter
تأسيس روما
millesimo,
في العام 42 من عهد الإمبراطور
hebdomada sexagesima quinta,
بينما كان السلام يسود
iuxta
العالم
Danielis
بأسره
prophetia,
أراد يسوع المسيح الإله
Olympiade, centesima nonagesima quarta,
وبعد انتظار 9 أشهر ولد متأنسا من العذراء مريم
anno septingentesimo, quinquagesimo secundum, anno imperii Caesaris Octaviani Augusti, quadragesimo secundo, tot orbe in pace compositor, Iesus Christus, eternus Deus, eternique Patris Filius, mundum volens adventus suopissimo consecrare, de Spiritu Sancto conceptus, novemque post conceptionem de cursis mensibus,
يشاهد رئيس الوزراء محمد اشتية
Icem Bethlehem Iude nascitur, ex Maria Virgine, factus homo. Nativitas Domini nostri Iesu Christi, secundum carnem.
من بين الحضور أيضا رئيس بلدية بيت لحم أنطون سلمان. يحضر رئيس الوزراء الفلسطيني ممثلا عن الرئيس محمود عباس. المجد لله في العلا وعلى الأرض السلام. هللويا، ولد لنا اليوم مخلص. لنفرح ونبتهج إن القدوس عظيم في وسطنا. نستقي المياه من ينابيع الخلاص. اهتفوا ورنموا، اخبروا في الشعوب بأعمالنا. هلموا نسجد للرب الآتي. عن بيت لحم كتب ميخا النبي يقول: أما أنت يا بيت لحم إفراطة، وأنت صغيرة أن تكوني بين ألوف يهوذا، فمنك يخرج الملك الذي يكون متسلطا على إسرائيل، ومخارجه منذ القديم، منذ أيام الأزل. لنصلي. نحن الآن مع ليتورجيا القراءة.
qui te convivit et regnat in unitate Spiritus Sancti Deus, per omnia saecula saeculorum.
القراءة الأولى من سفر أشعياء النبي.
قراءة من سفر أشعياء النبي. الشعب السالك في الظلمة أبصر نورا عظيما، والجالسون في بقعة الموت وظلاله أشرق عليهم النور. كثرت الأمة، وفرت لها الفرح، يفرحون أمامك كالفرح في الحصاد، كابتهاج الذين يتقاسمون السلب، لأن نير مشقتها وعصا كتفها وقضيب مسخرها قد كسرتها كما في يوم مدين. لأنه قد ولد لنا ولد، أعطي لنا ابن، فصارت الرئاسة على كتفه، ودعي اسمه عجيبا مشيرا، إلها جبارا، أبا الأبد، رئيس السلام. لنمو الرئاسة ولسلام لا انقضاء له على عرش داود ومملكته، ليقرها ويوطدها بالإنصاف والعدل من الآن إلى الأبد. إن غيرة رب الجنود تصنع هذا. Verbum Domini.
كلام الرب. ولد لنا اليوم مخلص هو المسيح الرب، مجد اسمه تمجيدا.
Cantate Domino canticum novum, cantate Domino omnis terra, cantate Domino benedicite nomini eius.
بشر بخلاصه يوما فيوما، حدث بين الشعوب بمعجزاته، لتفرح الثريا وليبتهج الثرى، ليعز البحر وكل بحر، لتبتهج الحقول وكل فيها. حينئذ ينشد شجر الغاب جميعا إجلالا لوجه المولى، لأنه مقبل ليدين الأرض بالعدل والحق، يحاكم الأمم.
Letentur celi et exultet terra, sonet mare et plenitudo eius. Gaudebunt campi et omniaque in eis sunt. Tunc exultabunt omnia linea silvarum. facie Domini quia venit quoniam venit judicare terra, judicabit orbem terrae in justitia, et populus in veritate sua. Dominatus est nobis, salvator, vies Christus
القراءة
The second
التالية
reading, a reading from the letter of
رسالة
St. Paul to
القديس
Titus.
بولس الرسول إلى طيطس.
Brothers, the grace
أيها
of God
الإخوة،
has appeared,
فإن نعمة
saving
الله
all and
التي
training us to
تحمل معها
reject
الخلاص
godless ways
لجميع الناس
and worldly
قد
desires,
ظهرت،
and to
وهي
live
تعلمنا أن
temperately,
نقطع
justly,
علاقتنا
and devoutly
بالإله.
in this age. As we await the blessed hope, the appearance of the glory of the great God and of our Savior Jesus Christ, who gave himself for us to deliver us all from all lawlessness and to cleanse for himself a people as his own, eager to do what is good. Say these things, exhort and correct with all authority. Let no one look down on you. Verbum Domini.
Dominus vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo.
Lectio Sancti Evangelii secundum Lucam.
Gloria tibi, Domine.
Factum est autem in diebus illis, exite dictum a Cesare Augusto, ut describeretur universus orbis. Ec descriptio prima fata est preside Syriae Quirino, et ibant omnes ut profiterentur singuli in suam civitatem. Ascendit autem et Iosefa Galilee de civitate Nazaret, in Iudeam in civitatem David, que vocatu Betlehem, eo deset de domo et familia David, ut profiteretur cum Maria desponsata sibi, uxore pregnante. Factum est autem, cum essentibi, implentis sunt dies ut pareret, et peperit filium suum primogenitum, et panis eum involvit, et reclinavit eum in praesepio, quia non erateis locus in devosorio. Et pastores erant in regione adem vigilantes, et custodientes vigilias noctis supra grecem sum. Et angelus Domini stetit justa ilos, et claritas Domini circumfulsit ilos, et timuerunt timore magno, et dixit illis angelus, nolite timere, ecce enim evangelizo vobis gaudium magnum, coderit omni populo, quia natus est vobis odie Salvator, qui est Christus Dominus, in civitatem David. Et hoc vobis signum, invenietis infatem panis involutum, et positum in praesepio. Et subito fata est cum angelo multitudo militiae celestis, laudantium Deum et dicensium, gloria in altissimis Deo et superam pax, in hominibus bonevo voluntatis. Verbum Domini.
Dear brothers and sisters, Reverend Excellencies, Your Excellency Mohammed Shtayyeh, Prime Minister of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency Mazin Abdallah Hilal Al Faraya, representative of the Royal House, King Abdallah, brothers and sisters, may the Lord give you peace. The celebration, first of all, I have to say I'm very happy this year that the Basilica is full, practically full. Last year was almost empty. And also the entrance today was beautiful and the city full of joy. So we have to say that compared to last year, we have reason to enjoy, to be in feast. And we need also to enjoy to be feast. We can always complain about what is happening to us, the pandemic and so on. We are fed up with this pandemic. But the joy is not complete because we still miss the pilgrims. Pilgrims are an important part of our life, especially here in Bethlehem. So we pray for them, we ask them to pray for us, especially to pray for those, especially in the area of Bethlehem, are working in the pilgrimage activities, that already 2 years are without work, without job, and this is creating for them a lot of concern for their future. I say that we have to find a way that, since this pandemic is continuing, we have to find a way, balanced way, safe ways to continue our life and at the same time also to work and to give people a possibility to work. I think it's necessary. Another reason of joy is that this year we have with us here among us some members of the Christian community of Gaza that they received the permit. This year was easier to get permit, so we are very happy. We met recently, a few days ago in Gaza. Very happy now to meet you here in Bethlehem, that you so much wanted to visit and to pray. But now we are here. We have to talk about Christmas now, okay? So, the birth of Jesus in the grotto of Bethlehem changed the history of humanity 2,000 years ago. And this happens also today. Even today, Jesus, the birth of Jesus, is changing ourselves, is changing the humanity. So we have to ask ourselves how this happens. How is this possible? So my reflection this year is on this, that to experience Christmas, even this year, it is necessary to hear the voice of God. To encounter Jesus today as then, we must allow ourselves to be guided by the voice of his witnesses, his messengers. In fact, there are many voices in the Gospels that speak of Jesus, but not all of them lead to him. We need to recognize the right voice so that we may reach the joy of Christmas. We have some examples in the Gospel. Mary of Nazareth listened to the voice of the angel and his announcement and welcomed Jesus. After Mary, Joseph also obeyed the voice of angel, overcoming his own fears. They are the ones who made the work of salvation possible. Then we have the shepherds, are also witnesses who welcomed the angel announcement. Likewise the Magi, Simeon and Anna, and many others. We have a lot of wonderful examples of people that listen to the angels and messengers, and listen to the voice of God. In the gospel story, however, we also meet characters such as Herod, who was frightened by the news of the birth of a new king. We hear about the wise men of Jerusalem, who knew the prophecies about Jesus, but did not know how to accept them. We have the tragedy of the innocents killed. In short, we have also contrary examples who reject the voice of witnesses and ultimately refuse to accept Jesus. We must therefore today be able to discern which voices to listen to if we really want to recognize the Savior who is the Christ, the Lord. So I would like now to ask ourselves, what are the voices that occupy or liberate our lives? The voices that direct our thinking and acting, both as individuals and as a civil society. What words resonate in the heart of our young people, in our families, within our homes? In this time of health emergency and prolonged political emergency, we are always in political emergency, so it's not prolonged, it is eternal political emergency. Many different voices are heard in families. Some undermine confidence, take away hope, extinguish love. Others, however, are more encouraging, capable of vision and future. What witnesses are we listening to today? In this last year, in the context of the old and new crises that have challenged us, which voices have we followed? This is not a rhetorical question. In this Babylon of announcement, declarations, and modern prophecies arriving through the many media and many other sources, it's very important, we need to seek and find a voice that leads us to Jesus and to salvation, that opens hearts to hope. In our own lives, we need trustworthy witnesses who help us find a path that leads to Bethlehem, who encourage us to see the future with confidence, who know how to see and allow us to see the good that is growing, and not only the evil and the pain, which are also present, of course, but which cannot be our only criterion for evaluating the current situation. It would be lack of faith for us to limit ourselves to denouncing evil and not commit ourselves instead to planning and building with hope a future of good. Faith and hope cannot be separated. They are necessary to each other. So let us ask ourselves if we are among those who are paralyzed by fear, or if we instead left room for the voice of Spirit who always open our being to new horizons. Which witnesses have we given our trust to? Because after all, this is what we need, to rebuild trust among us, trust in the future, ours and our children's, trust in the possibility of a change for the better, both in civil life and the church. So now I want us to ask these witnesses, first of all the church, and through the church also our civil life, our civil society. So what voices have resounded in our diocese, in our church, the Church of Jerusalem, the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem? Which ones do we wish to make resound in our hearts? We have to take a decision every time to whom we want to listen to. Let me go to have a journey in our diocese and see which voices we heard. First of all, we have to go to Cyprus now. Recently we had the visit of Pope Francis in Cyprus, part of our church, our diocese. The voice of Pope Francis during his visit to this part of the diocese was important. The island of Cyprus, a country also divided by walls, due to political and religious conflicts, marked by decades-long wounds, gathers in itself the contradiction that agitate the Mediterranean, where power struggles, enormous interests for energy sources are concentrated, but also where we witness the tragedy of thousands of refugees fleeing wars and misery, and who find refuge in the island while remaining without prospects for their future. Pope Francis reminded us of the meaning of patience, which does not mean remaining inert, but being available to the unpredictable action of the Holy Spirit, using our time to appreciate listening and welcoming those who are not like us. We love those who are like us, but Jesus asks us to love also those who are different from us, to love everyone. In Jordan, let us go to Jordan, where this year marks the centenary of the founding of the Hashemite kingdom. There has been no shortage of voice of concern about the difficult economical situation aggravated by the pandemic and the regional conflicts that have brought millions of new refugees to the kingdom. And yet, this state, though marked by so many difficulties, still teaches first world countries what solidarity and welcome are. In these times of political and religious sectarianism, moreover, Jordan is not afraid to engage in religious and political dialogue and plans for its future. So, there are also good voices we have to listen to. May it be a Christmas of hope and comfort also for our Jordanian church, therefore, so that she may continue to listen to the voice of the Spirit and not be afraid of the future, but remain open and welcoming, lively and full of religious, pastoral and social initiatives. Different voices are not lacking in Israel either. Worrying voice of increasing social divisions within society, which especially last May during yet another conflict with Gaza, painfully emerged. I say this especially in reference to the crisis of trust between Arabs and Jews, both citizens, both inhabitants of the same cities. This reminds us that a passive approach to coexistence is not enough. Coexistence must be promoted. It is always the result of a sincere and real desire, which is concretely built. It is also our task, that of the Church, to learn and promote listening and to help recognize and promote the voices that speak of communion, welcome, and respect in all different spheres of society. There is no lack in the country of voices of people, movement, association, committed to the promotion of coexistence, respect, and mutual welcome. Christmas is also about recognizing and appreciating those who know how to see the other as a gift from God. And finally, we cannot but think of our Palestine, Mr. Prime Minister, the country in which we find ourselves today. What can we say about this country, always waiting for a future of peace that seems never to arrive? The voice of pain of these people is really a loud, deafening cry. A people that needs to experience justice, that wants to know freedom, that is tired of waiting to be allowed to live freely and with dignity in its own land and its own house, that does not want to live only by permits that now are necessary. The permits are necessary. Permits to enter, to live, to work, rather. What is needed are not concessions, but the recognition of rights and an end to years of occupation and violence, with all their dramatic consequences on the life of each individual and the community at large. We need to create new relationships in which not distrust, but mutual trust reigns. So, what are the voices in Palestine? Just resentment, suspicion, fear? Of course not. We should never give up. And Christians, especially we Christians, should never give up on this, never give up to resentment, revenge, whatever. I must say that by meeting the people in our communities, I have learned a lot. I have learned what word resilience concretely consists of. Resilience. Visiting our community in Gaza a few days ago, I learned in fact that even in the most difficult situation, truly problematic ones, one can make room for love, solidarity and joy. I met people who know how to be active and constructive, and who all, although aware of the enormous difficulty in which they live, never cease to believe that something beautiful can be done for themselves and for the others, without cultivating feelings of hatred and rancor. I am convinced that these are the ones who concretely build the kingdom of God in our midst, and that every day, not only today, they live the true spirit of Christmas, making space within themselves for the true source of life and being themselves full of that life. So we try to see reality through the eyes of the Church in our world. Now we have to ask the Church the same question we posed at the beginning of this reflection. How and where do we hear the voice of God today? In our torn and divided world, can a child born 2,000 years ago really bring peace today? The Church's answer is the same as always, and yet always new. She announces to us that salvation passes precisely through that innocent and defenseless child, and that, yes, omnipotence is manifested precisely in that fragile and weak form. The Church teaches us every day through the sacraments that without this gaze, which knows how to go beyond the sign, beyond appearances, time, even death, we will not know how to truly read the reality of this world of ours. If we look at this reality through the eyes of this child, we will see something different. But if you look just with our human eyes, it will be sometimes difficult to see hope. In that child is the love that enters the world, that remains in every moment of history, that is an endless adventure that can truly change everything. The Church still invites us today to recognize this mystery that continues to manifest itself among us in Cyprus, in Jordan, in Israel, in Palestine, and all over the world. We posed at the beginning the question, how and where to listen the voice of God. Now there is, conclude, I'm almost finished. Now we have to answer. This question needs an answer, and is a personal answer. Each one of us should answer to these questions. Christmas, because Christmas is also a personal call for each of us here today, as for any believer in the world. It is a call for young people, for families, for elderly, for workers, for sick, for prisoners, for rulers, for every one of us. No one is excluded by this call. Hearing the voice of the Lord means recognizing and welcoming Him in every little one of the kingdom we encounter in our way. He calls each of us again today to welcome His voice as the Virgin Mary did. Thanks to the Holy Spirit, we too, like the Virgin Mary and Saint Joseph, like the shepherds and like the Magi, can give our humble response to Jesus. We can find in Him the meaning of our action and of our existence. For we are witnesses that when Jesus is at the center of our lives, the earth receives peace. ولد المسيح هللويا. ولد المسيح هللويا. Sing it, yalla. ولد المسيح هللويا. ولد المسيح هللويا. ولد المسيح. ولد المسيح. ولد المسيح humanica salvatoris nostri Dei, non in operibus justitiae nostre, sed in eius misericordia confidentes, preces Deo nostro supplices.
Pro ecclesia Dei, ut integra fide sustiniat, et letanter excipiat quem immaculata virginitas, verbo concepit et ineffabiliter generavit.
Dominum de pregemum,
te rogamus audinos.
من أجل مدينة بيت لحم لتستقبل دائما المسيح المخلص بين أهلها، فتصبح رمزا للسلام والمصالحة في عالم تمزقه الخصومات والحروب.
Per la famiglia umana, perché il Signore Gesù raduni i dispersi, spezzi le catene degli oppressi, porti la speranza agli sfiduciati, sostenga gli operatori di giustizia e di pace.
Dominum de pregemum,
te rogamus audinos.
For all who have come in faith to the grotto of the Nativity of our Savior, that moved by the good news of this night, they may become the leaven of peace throughout the world.
Dominum de pregemum,
te rogamus audinos.
Pour tous ceux qui cherchent la lumière et pour tous ceux qui sont sur le chemin de la foi, afin que, dans le Christ, ils naissent à la vie nouvelle.
Dominum de pregemum,
te rogamus audinos.
Für die ganze Welt, der Herr schenke allen Völkern, Rassen und Nationen seinen Frieden.
Dominum de pregemum,
te rogamus audinos.
Por los que a la voz del ángel hemos venido a celebrar el misterio de la encarnación de nuestro Salvador, para que su palabra, convertida en pan de vida y bebida de salvación, sea alimento y luz que guíe nuestro continuo caminar hacia su segunda venida.
Dominum de pregemum,
te rogamus audinos.
בליל לידתו של שר השלום, אנו מבקשים תברך את כל העמים בלילה הזה, והשלום ישכון בין כל האחים ובכל בית בעולם.
Dominum de pregemum,
te rogamus audinos.
Quesumus Domine Deus noster, ut fidelium tuorum supplicationes abut te ipsa commendet, quae Deum et hominem castis viceribus meruit maiulare. Per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Orate fratres, spento microfono. Orate fratres, ut meum ac vestum sacrificium acceptabile fiat apud Deum Patre omnipotente.
Principia Dominus sacrificium de magnum suis, ad autem et gloriam nomini sui, ad utilitatem quoque nostram, ut usque ecclesiae sui sancte.
Grata tibi sit Domine quesumus odierne festivitatis oblatio, ut per ex sacrosanta commeracia, in illius inveniamur forma, in quo tecum est nostra substantia, qui vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Dominus vobiscum.
Et cum spiritu tuo.
Sursum corda.
Habemus ad Dominum.
Gratias agamus, Domino Deo nostro.
Dignum et justum est.
Vere dignum et justum est ecum et salutare, nos tibi sempre et ubique gratia vas avagere, Domine Sancte Pater omnipotens eterne Deus, quia per incarnati verbi mysterium novamentis nostre oculis lux tue claritatis infulsi, ut dum visibiliter Deum cognoscimus, per unc invisibilium amorem rapiavamur, et ideo, cum angelis et arcangelis, cum tronis et dominationibus, cumque omni militia celestis exercitus, hymnum gloriae Tuae vecanimus, sine fine dicente.